A quiet July morning, a house in Hogsmeade. Harry Potter standing in a room that finally belongs to him. That is the kind of opening that makes you lean in. No Hogwarts feast, no Dursleys shouting, just Harry, his robe, and a life that is about to change again. Dumbledore has helped him get here, but help is not the same as answers. The war is still out there. The secrets are still waiting. And the first face he sees is Dobby's, which tells you this is not going to stay calm for long. The story starts now. Harry Potter and the Moral Dilemma. Chapter 1. The House in Hogsmeade. Harry woke up on a nice, quiet July morning in his room. It wasn't his usual room in Gryffindor Tower at Hogwarts, or even his bedroom at the Dursleys, where he had gone to live when he was a year old, after his parents were killed by Lord Voldemort. It was a room of a small house in Hogsmeade, the wizard's village near Hogwarts, as Harry had decided, with a little help from Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, to purchase the house. It wasn't a problem, for his parents had left him a vault full of wizard money at their bank, Gringotts in Diagon Alley, after their death. He quickly placed his dressing robe on and went out into the hall. The first thing he saw was the nicely dressed house elf Dobby, an elf which once had served Lucius Malfoy prior to Harry, a few years before freeing Dobby by handing Mr. Malfoy an old diary of Voldemort's in one of his socks. Malfoy had removed the sock and tossed it away, only for Dobby to catch it. During the year at Hogwarts these days, Dobby worked in the kitchen of the school, but Dumbledore had loaned Dobby to him over the summer. "So, Harry, what can I get you for breakfast?" Dobby asked. "Cook's choice. Either that or check with that silly animagus who lives by the hearth," Harry said, referring to his godfather Sirius Black, a wizard who spent a lot of time as a Labrador retriever. His next stop was his bathroom, so he could grab a bath. His bathroom was occupied by a bespectacled ghost with dark hair. "Myrtle, what brings you here?" he asked the ghost, who normally haunted a girl's bathroom in Hogwarts, and was the unofficial guard to the entrance to a very secret chamber there. "I decided to visit you, Harry. It wasn't easy, since your house isn't exactly tied into the lake by Hogwarts," Myrtle said. "Well, you mind if I have privacy for my bath?" Harry asked. "Sure, I'll visit with Dobby in the kitchen. Oh, by the way, Peeves is thinking of visiting you at some point," Myrtle said before heading for the S-trap of his toilet. Harry, meanwhile, grimaced at the thought of what Hogwarts resident Poltergeist would do. After he got dressed in his muggle clothes and wizard's robes, he headed for the kitchen, where two owls were waiting for him. One was his own snow owl, Hedwig, and the other was a small, squat owl named Pigwidgeon. Hedwig had his copy of the Daily Prophet, and Pigwidgeon had a message from Ron Weasley. Sirius, while Harry was looking at the message from Ron, had walked in and transformed back into his human form so he could have breakfast. "Harry, Ginny and I are going to be going to Diagon Alley this morning to get some books. If you can get away, meet us at the Leaky Cauldron at 11 o'clock. We are coming alone, since Dad and Percy have to work at the ministry. Fred and George are busy with their joke shop, and Mom is off visiting Charlie, but just for the day. Ron." Harry quickly wrote a reply on a scrap of parchment and sent it off with Ron's owl. He then sat down to a huge wizard's breakfast. Just as he was heading for the living room, he saw a couple bricks heading his way. Harry attempted a banishing charm on the bricks, but wasn't quick enough, as a third brick was thrown his way. He managed to duck, though, but just barely. "Peeves, would you like me to send the bloody Baron an owl telling him what you are doing?" Harry asked, referring to the ghost of Slytherin Tower, where his enemy Draco Malfoy lived. "Not really, Harry. I'm kind of on thin ice with the ghost population at Hogwarts, and I was hoping to hide out here, at least until the new term opens up," Peeves said. Harry spent most of the morning reluctantly playing dodgeball with Peeves prior to looking at his watch and grabbing the flu powder and throwing it on the fire. He then stepped through and said, "Diagon Alley, Harry Potter and the Moral Dilemma." Chapter 2. Rendezvous at Diagon Alley. Harry arrived at a small bar in London. Sitting at a table nearby were two redheads, one a tall male of about 17, and the other a little bit younger girl. Harry walked over just as a brown-haired girl also walked over. The two redheads were Ron and Ginny Weasley, and the brown-haired girl was Ron and Harry's classmate, Hermione Granger. "Was I ever glad to get away for a few hours?" Harry said. "Why is that?" Hermione asked. "Well, right now I have a slightly banished and uninvited house guest who decided to play dodgeball. Thank God Professor Dumbledore got me special permission to use magic over the summer. Otherwise I'd be out cold right now," Harry said. "Let me guess, Peeves," Hermione said. "Of course. First thing I threatened to send the bloody Baron an owl after he threw bricks at me," Harry said. "Have you seen Hagrid at all?" Ron asked, referring to the gamekeeper at Hogwarts. "He was by last week. Thank God Peeves wasn't around then," Harry said. "How do you think Moaning Myrtle is doing?" Ginny asked. "Last I knew she was going to bug Dobby while he was cooking breakfast. She somehow travelled from her bathroom stall at Hogwarts to my house. Myrtle, I don't care if she stops by. Sir Nick or even the Fat Friar can even visit. But Peeves is another story," Harry said, making reference to the tower ghosts for Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. "Ginny, you did get the key to the vault from Mum, didn't you?" Ron asked. "No, I thought you were going to," Ginny said. "Ginny, it was your job," Ron said. "Your parents probably don't have enough in there anyway, so why worry about it?" a voice said as it went by. Harry turned around and saw Draco and his two goons, Crabbe and Goyle. "Draco, go flush your head in Myrtle's toilet," Hermione said. Draco, feeling insulted, headed off with the other two on his tail. "Funny thing is, I think Draco was right," Ron admitted. "He didn't like the fact that his parents were so poor." "Well, I better be getting to Gringotts," Harry said. "I'll come as well, I have to exchange some money," Hermione said, since her parents were both non-users of magic, so her money was in the form of pounds and a few euros. Harry left Hermione at the front counter and went off with a Gringotts goblin to his private vault, where he grabbed about 2,000 galleons, an equal number of sickles, and about 900 knuts. He then went with the goblin back to the surface, where he met up with Hermione. "All set, Harry?" Hermione wondered. "You bet, Hermione. I doubt Ron and Ginny will have anything to be worried about. I have a plan," Harry said. Their next stop was Flourish and Blots, which was the bookstore where they bought their books every year. When they walked in, Ron already had a copy of the Standard Books of Spells, Grade 7, and the other books they needed. Ginny was looking at a battered old copy of the Standard Books of Spells, Grade 6. Harry, though, picked up a copy in mint condition after slipping up behind her. "That looks like an older edition anyway," Harry said, referring to the copy in Ginny's hands. "Harry, my parents can't afford that good a condition," Ginny complained. "So without the key to their vault, you can't use their money as it is," Harry said. "I want to ensure that you, Ginny, are ready. Hey, we Gryffindors have to stick together." They then headed for the counter, where Harry called Ron over. "Ring up all 3 stacks," Harry said. "All 3, Mr. Potter," the cashier said. "All 3, Harry said. "Harry, I can't make you do this," Ron said. "Whoever said you were?" "I don't like seeing my friends in a bind," Harry said. "Besides, I helped your family out before." This last bit was a reference to when Harry gave Ginny the free set of Gilderoy Lockhart books, her first year at Hogwarts, that the famous wizard had given him, preferring to buy his own set. "Plus, this makes us a little more even," Harry said, thinking of the number of times their family had rescued him from life with his Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. "It's not like we can pay you back right away," Ron said. "Who said I was going to make you pay me back?" Harry said. Hermione simply stayed out of the way as she paid for her own books. As they left the bookstore, Harry headed for the stationery store. "I'm almost out of parchment and ink," he said. Harry walked out of there 10 minutes later with 10 50-foot rolls of parchment, 5 bottles of ink, and 15 quills. "Think you have enough parchment?" Hermione asked, as he handed 3 rolls each to Ron and Ginny. "Oh," she added once she saw what he was up to. They hung around the alley for a while. Ron and Ginny were a little uncomfortable with Harry's generosity, but they didn't complain too much, since otherwise they'd be first years up the lake without Hagrid. As they were arriving by the fireplace, Ron said, "Thanks at least for helping us out. You didn't have to. We probably could have put them on some sort of account at the shops." "Hey, don't mention it," Harry said before he returned to his house, only to get his face smashed with a couch cushion by Peeves. "Hey, Harry, glad you're back. Want to play more dodgeball?" Peeves asked. "Peeves, why don't you swing by 3 broomsticks for a little while, or go bug Filch?" Harry said, referring to the caretaker at Hogwarts, who most definitely wasn't a member of Peeves' fan club. "I'm not welcome in 3 broomsticks, and Filch, along with Mrs. Norris, are on a bit of a warpath right now," Peeves said. "I wonder why," Harry said, the sarcasm showing in his voice. He then saw a flicker of movement in his fireplace. Looking over, he saw Ron exit. "Harry, my parents were wondering if you wanted to come over to the Burrow for dinner," Ron said, as another cushion made a beeline for him. Ron, though was successful, is using a banishing charm on it. "Good work. I tried to use it on the bricks this morning, only I wasn't real successful," Harry said. Dobby walked out right then. "Hey, Wheezy, what brings you by?" he asked. "I was delivering an invitation to Harry. It seemed quicker to come personally than to send an owl," Ron said. "Dobby, take the night off," Harry said, slipping a couple galleons and a small handful of sickles to the house elf. "Whoa, he doesn't get that much out of the school," Ron said. "I pay him what I feel he is worth," Harry said. Half an hour later, Harry left his robes behind and used the flu powder to return to the Burrow with Ron. Ron's older brother Percy was just apparating in from work when they arrived. "Hey, Harry, how is the bachelor life?" he asked. "Good, can't really complain," Harry said. "Of course, Peeves decided to pay me a visit, and so far hasn't left. In fact, Ron and I both got nailed by cushions he threw." "Did Filch and Mrs. Norris finally get him kicked out or something?" Percy asked. "I think it is close," Harry said. "He mentioned how he was on thin ice with the other ghosts. He is hoping to stay with me at least until September, when the new term starts." "Knowing Peeves, I hope he doesn't stay that long," Ginny said as she walked out. "Ginny, did you and Ron have any trouble buying your books?" Percy asked. "Harry helped us out," Ron said. "Not that he had to, but he did." "He was the last of the big spenders," Mrs. Weasley said as she walked in. "Yeah, it was helpful. We kind of forgot to get the key to the vault from Mom," Ron said. "In looking at the books, it would have been tight as it is," Mrs. Weasley said. "I had Ron invite Harry to dinner as a way of paying him back." "Not that I was expecting payback, of course," Harry said. "We even had a run-in with Draco Malfoy and his goons," Ginny said. "Oh man, what I can't figure out is how he managed not to get expelled. How many OWLs did he get?" "I think 4, Ron said. Harry and I managed to get 10, and Harry has come close to getting expelled almost as many times as Malfoy." "I know. I think Dumbledore bailed me out most of those times. Hard to believe Hagrid ended up expelled, though," Harry said. "Yeah, but that was 55 years ago. History, in other words. Besides, you solved the mystery that led to his expulsion by uncovering who really committed the crime, Percy said. Yeah, throwing the rule book aside once again and narrowly missing getting expelled myself, Harry said. You have to remember I was worried while down in the chamber that I was going to end up expelled, all because of what you-know-who made me do, Ginny said. Yet neither one of us did get expelled, Harry said. I'm surprised Hermione isn't here. We had no way to get an invitation to her, since her fireplace is a Muggle fireplace, and there wasn't enough time to send an owl, Mrs. Weasley said. Just as dinner was almost ready, Mr. Weasley apparated in. Harry Potter, this is a surprise, Mr. Weasley said. I wasn't expecting to get a last-minute dinner invitation. Thankfully, my cook hadn't started dinner, so I gave him the night off, Harry said. One of the house elves at Hogwarts is helping you for the summer, isn't he? Mrs. Weasley said. Yes, Dobby, in fact. If Lucius Malfoy only knew, Harry said. I'm still working on catching him at something, Mr. Weasley said. Arthur, why worry about it? Malfoy most likely knows you are after him. He isn't about to slip up, Mrs. Weasley said. At least we managed to get him good a few years ago, after Draco let his mouth run away with him to a ministry informant, Mr. Weasley said. How did the informant get the info as it is? Mrs. Weasley asked. It was luck. Harry and I were after something else when we got a hold of the info, Ron said. I thought you two and Draco didn't get along, Mrs. Weasley said. Isn't he always picking on Hermione because her parents are Muggles? Yeah, but he didn't know it was us, Harry said. Were you using Harry's invisibility cloak or something? Ginny asked. No, actually. We were using some polyjuice potion so that we looked like Crabbe and Goyle, since at the time we thought he was behind the attacks, Ron said. Why was that? Mr. Weasley asked. It was during the whole fiasco with the Chamber of Secrets, when Ron and I were second years and Ginny was a first year. Since only students born to Muggle parents were being attacked, and Draco was always against Muggle-born wizards being at Hogwarts, we thought he might have been the heir of Slytherin, Harry said. In the end, though, it was you-know-who, acting through Ginny, that was behind it all. Who do you think will be teaching Defense of the Dark Arts this year? Ginny asked. Who knows? We go through more teachers of that class than any class out there. Take into consideration McGonagall still teaches Transfiguration, Flitwick is still teaching Charms, Snape is still the Potions Master, Sprout is still teaching Herbology, and Professor Binns is still teaching History of Magic. Defense of the Dark Arts is the only core course that has had different teachers every year, Ron said. Yet all you learn is the fundamentals. I probably learn more every time I have to tangle with you-know-who than I learn in class, Harry said. Heck, you could almost, after you finish up, come back and teach the class. You certainly have enough hands-on knowledge, certainly more than someone like Professor Lockhart was my first year, Ginny said. Lupin the following year was my favourite, Harry said. After dinner was over, Ginny invited Harry upstairs. They eventually reached her room. Here you are only a flue powder away, and yet today is the first time I've seen you since last term, Ginny said. I was enjoying my vacation. Besides, Sirius and I had a lot of catching up to do, Harry said. Besides, you could always have taken the Floo network to Hogsmeade and visited me. Ron did, even if it was only to give Peeves an extra target while he was delivering the dinner invitation. Heck, if Peeves and Myrtle can feel comfortable dropping by uninvited, especially Peeves, then why should it be a problem for you? Harry said. I know, but Sirius kind of scares me. After all, he did spend time in Azkaban. Okay, so they caught the real killer, only for him to escape, Ginny said. Besides, I don't really like travelling using the Floo powder. I can't wait until I get authorization to apparate. Then I won't have to rely on the stupid Floo powder. I still remember the first time I used it, and I ended up down Knockturn Alley. Thank God Hagrid came around, Harry said. Harry, toward the end of last term, were you serious when you said you loved me? Ginny asked. Yeah, I was, Harry said as he turned pink. Why me when you could have had your pick of girls? What about that former Ravenclaw seeker, Cho? Ginny asked. She wasn't exactly my type, and I think of Hermione as a friend. Yet you are more than a friend, Harry said. Looking forward to your final season as Gryffindor's seeker? Ginny asked. Yeah, I am, kind of. It's strange I have seniority over everyone else on the team, even the other 7th years, since I ended up on the team as a first year. There again, I was worried I was going to end up expelled, Harry said. You are one of the best seekers Gryffindor ever had. From what Fred and George told me, you didn't even let a runaway Nimbus 2000 get in your way, Ginny said. That was because Professor Quirrell had tried to take control of it. Hermione setting Snape on fire, though, wasn't bad, even if he was trying to save me from Quirrell, Harry said. Which broom do you prefer, the firebolt that Sirius gave you, or your old Nimbus? Ginny asked. My firebolt has always been useful, but my Nimbus 2000 saw me through some pretty good things. Like, one good example is the 5-minute Quidditch match against Hufflepuff. The best part is Snape was the referee and didn't have time to do too much damage to Gryffindor's point total, Harry said. Yeah, but didn't you, Hermione and Neville, later lose 150 points? Ginny asked. We got them back, though, Harry said, at the last minute, but we did. Harry and Ginny continued to chat for an hour before he returned to his house. That morning he slept in late and headed right for the bath. He was already in the bathtub when Myrtle popped out of the sink and sat down. Morning, Myrtle, Harry said. What's the scoop at Hogwarts? Don't know, I stayed in your water tank last night, Myrtle said. I figured Filch needed a vacation from my bathroom flooding all the time. I think he does. Unfortunately, I have a feeling he'll get a vacation from Peeves, and I won't, Harry said. Harry was in the tub a good 40 minutes before climbing out. Myrtle quickly leaped into the drain. Dobby, of course, had another huge breakfast already on the table when he walked in. Chapter 2. The Big Surprise. Harry awoke on his birthday and underwent his usual routine with his bath, although Myrtle waited to wish him a good morning until he was all done. Myrtle, if you can try to keep Peeves from trashing the place just in case I decide to invite Ginny over tonight, Harry requested. Sure thing, Harry, Myrtle said. Oh, by the way, happy birthday, Harry. The big 17, huh? You bet, Myrtle. The best part is Muggles have certain movies that you can't get into unless you are 17, so I can watch them now without my invisibility cloak, Harry said. Harry, you forget I was Muggle-born back when I was alive, Myrtle said. Okay, so movies were a lot different back then. Harry walked down to breakfast to see Sirius reading the paper. Apparently Hedwig has already been through. Morning, Harry. Your parents would have enjoyed today, that is for sure. Too bad Wormtail ruined it by sicking the Dark Lord on them, Sirius said. Sirius, I might invite Ginny over for dinner tonight, being a special occasion, and I'd rather Peeves not trash the place. Only I don't think Myrtle can handle him alone, and being a Gryffindor, I'm not a favourite of the Bloody Baron, Harry said. I think I can handle that crazy poltergeist. Just so you know, I gave Dobby a few galleons and told him to take the day off. He was excited and figured on visiting Winky over at the school, Sirius said. I figured on grabbing breakfast at the Three Broomsticks as it is, Harry said. Harry then headed for the Three Broomsticks, which was a restaurant/tavern there in town. He took the time to head for the bar. Morning, Harry, the wizard behind the bar said. What's up your cook on strike? He took the day off, Harry said. Haven't seen you with the flaming redhead lately. Last time I saw you two together was at the end of last term, he said. I saw her yesterday when I was in Diagon Alley buying books, and then I had dinner with her family, Harry said. Next time she is in town, you should bring her by, the wizard said. Maybe I will, Harry said. I might have her join me for dinner tonight. Excuse me, but could someone help me into a stool? A diminutive wizard asked. Sure, no problem, just give me a second, Harry said. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry managed to magically lift the wizard onto the stool next to him. Not a bad job, Mr. Potter. If it was during the school year, I'd probably give Gryffindor 50 points, the wizard said, which caused Harry to almost double take. He took a quick glance at the wizard and immediately placed the face. Oh, Professor Flitwick, I didn't realize it was you, Harry said. That's okay, Mr. Potter. I didn't think you would use magic to lift me, Professor Flitwick said. If it was a different student, they probably wouldn't, except I have special permission to use magic over the summer, Harry said. I hope you have your books already, Professor Flitwick said. I bought them earlier this month at Flourish and Blots in Diagon Alley, Harry said. Ron, Ginny, and Hermione were with me. You getting any better at the various charms? Flitwick asked. I remember they used to give you trouble. The last couple of weeks I've gotten a lot of practice with the banishing charm, Harry said. It seems every year somebody sends me flying when we do that charm, Flitwick said. Well, it doesn't take much for me to get the practice. The minute I drop my guard, I can almost guarantee a little practice. You see, Peeves is currently in temporary residence at my house here in Hogsmeade, Harry said. You felt safe leaving him alone? The bartender asked. Well, Myrtle is also on hand, and I left word for her to keep an eye on Peeves, Harry said. Flitwick, can I get you anything? The bartender asked. Wizard's breakfast? You eaten yet, Mr. Potter? Flitwick asked his student. Not yet. In fact, I was getting ready to order up a wizard's breakfast myself, Harry said. Harry, your food is on the house, but your friend the academic will have to pay, the bartender said. All day, in fact. During this, he placed 2 jugs of pumpkin juice on the bar, along with a couple goblets. Shortly after that, he placed 2 plates of food on the table. As they emptied their plates, it magically refilled. Professor Flitwick required 6 fillings, but Harry was satisfied after the 4th filling. Have your Muggle relatives sent your present yet? Flitwick asked. No, but how could they? Hogsmeade isn't with the Muggle postal service, and they have no way to send an owl. Hedwig stays close since she has to bring the daily paper to me, Harry said. Could they have sent it with a friend who does have access to the wizard postal service? The bartender asked. Well, my Christmas presents, mundane and insulting as they are, do tend to reach me how I don't know, Harry said. Maybe the school sends an owl to pick up your present, Flitwick said. I think they do that sometimes for Muggle-born students who stay up for Christmas. Yeah, but in the summer it wouldn't be the school's job to handle those things, Harry said. True, but you never know what might be going on, the charms professor said. Professor Flitwick didn't know how right he was. For right then, 3 figures were exiting the fireplace at Harry's house, 2 redheads and a dark, curly head. Sirius was keeping an eye on Peeves while they started working away. Harry, meanwhile, was having fun hanging with the professor. At one point, just for kicks, Harry had picked up his wand and went, Accio Butterbeer. The bartender had just set a mug of butterbeer on the counter when Harry's wand magically pulled it to him. Not bad, Harry, and I was about to deliver it to you, the bartender said. Harry ended up having lunch with Professor Flitwick as well. Afterward, he spent the whole afternoon chatting with various townspeople he had come to know over the last 4 years, since first and second year students weren't allowed in Hogsmeade. In fact, Harry had used a couple of his father's old tricks, a marauder's map and his invisibility cloak, to sneak into Hogsmeade during his 3rd year. since parental permission was needed to make the trips, and he had lacked it. Thankfully, Sirius had saved the day at the end of his 3rd year by giving the permission. Around about 5 o'clock, Harry thought he felt something behind him, when suddenly a filibuster firework had gone off right under his seat. He turned to see 2 red-headed figures make a run for it. "Accio firebolt!" Harry called with his wand, and soon enough his broom had appeared, and he hopped aboard, keeping the speed limit within Hogsmeade limits in mind. "Thought so, Fred and George. Why on earth are they hoping to hide in my house? I should almost report those 2 to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." Harry kept the broom going at safe speed as he finished the journey to his house. When he walked in, he was nailed by a cloud of confetti which Peeves had thrown, as everyone there yelled real loud, "Surprise!" Harry quickly looked around and saw Ron, Ginny, Hermione, Ron's older twin brothers Fred and George, Percy and his fiancée Penelope Clearwater, Peeves, Myrtle, Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, known among the students as Nearly Headless Nick, Friar Antonio de Baldi, better known as the Fat Friar, Neville Longbottom, Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, and a number of other residents of Gryffindor Tower. The most obvious guest was twice as tall as the others and much broader. He was known as Rubeus Hagrid. Even Oliver Wood, Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell, and Alicia Spinett, 4 veterans of the Quidditch Cup team his 3rd year. In fact, he had played with all 4 of them during his first 3 years on the team. "Harry, how come you used a summoning charm on your broom?" Alicia asked. "Easy, so I could follow a couple crazy beaters," he answered, indicating Fred and George, the other 2 members of the team from when he first started playing, literally. "Good thing there weren't any bludgers to worry about," George said. "I simply looked at you 2 as the golden snitch," Harry said, since according to the rules of Quidditch, the seeker's job was to try to catch the golden snitch. "Harry, you really think we, your friends, would let you be stuck celebrating your birthday alone?" Hagrid asked. "Of course he wouldn't. The challenge, though, was sending the invitations out by owl and keeping you from finding out. Thankfully, as an animagus, I can sneak around unnoticed, so I went by the owl office and arranged for their owls to handle the grunt work," Sirius said. "Dobby taking the day off was also part of the plan. Your deciding to spend the day at the 3 broomsticks made it even easier." "Yeah, it made it easy for Fred and George to get my attention," Harry said. "It also gave Ron, Hermione and I time to decorate," Ginny said with a little giggle. "Of course Sirius and Myrtle helped. Myrtle managed to lock up all your valuables with the exception of the firebolt, so I was anxious to throw something when they handed me the confetti," Peeves said. "God, it seemed like King's Crossing in here, as people were coming left and right through the fireplace. Probably a good thing Myrtle locked up anything you could conceivably throw," Harry said. "Thankfully, we knew Peeves would most likely be around, so we could find something for him to safely throw," Hermione said. Sirius then called everyone to dinner. Thankfully, it was a buffet-style dinner, what with all the guests. "Harry, let's face it, this is a great party," a girl who the year before had been a first-year said. "I know, Ginger. Best part is I didn't know about it. Oh well, it's better than I always had to put up with at the Dursleys," Harry said. "The Dursleys," Ginger said with a confused look on her face. "They're muggles. My Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. Petunia was my mum's sister," Harry said. "Oh," Ginger said. "I heard some crazy rumor that this was the place to be tonight," a man with long, silver hair said from the door, as he walked in with a dark-haired woman with her hair in a bun. The man has on long red wizard robes, and the woman had scarlet robes trimmed with gold on. Pretty much every guest cheered, since those were the colors of Gryffindor. Penelope, having lived in Ravenclaw, simply smiled at the new arrivals. The new arrivals being Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, and Minerva McGonagall, deputy headmaster, Transfiguration Professor, and the head of Gryffindor House. "Certainly looks to be a hoping place," Professor McGonagall said shortly before Peeves nailed her with a seat cushion he had found laying around. "Well, now we know why Filch has been complaining about how quiet it was around the castle," Dumbledore said, before using a banishing charm on a cushion that was headed for him. He was successful, and the cushion ended up flying through nearly headless Nick and hitting Ginny in the face. "Okay, who threw this?" "Myrtle, I thought I asked you to lock up anything that Peeves could throw," Ginny asked, looking at the bespectacled ghost. "I thought I had locked everything up," Myrtle said. "I checked myself as the guests started arriving." Ginny looked around and found that a few cushions and pillows were exposed up in Sirius's unused bedroom. "Here he has the second nicest room in the house, and he sleeps in front of the hearth," Ginny said a little sarcastically. "I occasionally sleep up here, but I spend most of my time in my animal form at night. Peeves will sometimes hide in here at night," Sirius said, having followed her upstairs. "Sirius, I hope Peeves returns to Hogwarts soon. I know he is in big trouble with the Ghost Council and with Filch, but if he stayed here while Harry is at school, the place would be trashed by Halloween," Ginny said. "I'll still be around and could keep an eye on Peeves if needed. I think Harry is getting ready to open his presents," Sirius said. As they were walking back downstairs, Ginny whispered a little something to Sirius. Harry was just opening a small present from his old Quidditch teammates. Inside was a real fancy scarlet robe, with the name Potter in gold on the back, along with a Gryffindor lion on it. "It's for when you are playing Quidditch next year," George said. The whole team chipped in for it. Ginny then handed her present to Harry next. Inside was a photo album full of pictures of the two of them together, including ones from shortly after the whole Chamber of Secrets horror. Harry ended up unwrapping all sorts of wizardry items. The last item he unwrapped was in fancy paper with the Hogwarts crest on it. After unwrapping it, he found a bunch of small banners in gold and scarlet with letters showing various times the House Cup was won and the Quidditch Cup. There was even a banner with the Hogwarts crest for his winning the Tri-Wizard Cup a few years before. Harry went kind of sad as he thought of Cedric Diggory, a resident of Hufflepuff, who had died shortly after they had tied for the cup. "Not what you would consider your finest hour, huh, Harry?" Hagrid said, as he saw the look on Harry's face. "Not really, Hagrid. I was thinking of Cedric as I looked at this last banner," Harry said. "He was a good opponent." "To beat you at Quidditch they would have to be good," Oliver said. The entire team agreed. The party went in for another hour as they played various wizard-style party games, not including Peeves' favourite of dodgeball. Finally, Sirius made a discreet signal to the Weasley twins shortly before a whole pile of filibuster fireworks went off. Right after that, the quests started to leave the party. Dumbledore and McGonagall, along with Hagrid, waited until last before they left. Half an hour after the last guest flew powdered home, Harry was laying on his bed, still thinking about Cedric, when a faint knock was heard on his door. "Come in," Harry said, even though he was almost positive it was Sirius in his animal form. He was wrong, though, as Ginny entered. "Ginny, I thought you had already flew-powdered home," Harry said, trying to hide his excitement at seeing his girlfriend again. "I came back because I figured you needed a friend. You don't have all that many happy memories of the Tri-Wizard tournament, do you?" "Not really. God, preparing for the tasks, I had to learn a lot. I probably learned more curses and charms on my off time than I had learned that whole year from Professor Moody," Harry said. "Heck, it took me hours to get the summoning charm mastered for the first task." You've had to use that charm a few times since then, Ginny said. Harry, instead of dwelling on a bad memory, think of the good times, like when Gryffindor has won a Quidditch match or the House Cup, of the fun things we've done together, both at Hogwarts and at the Burrow. I'll try, Ginny. You probably should get home before you get into trouble with your parents, Harry said. They might not let you come over. Let's see. I have until morning for that. Mom knew I was coming back. I just don't think they will look for me before morning. Besides, Hermione taught me a great trick she used to use to fool muggles. Doesn't even require magic, Ginny said, a grin forming on her face. Like what? Harry asked. Oh, putting pillows or some other bulky item under the sheets, so it looks like you are actually under there, Ginny said. I could have used that trick a few times with the Dursleys, Harry said. I can imagine, Ginny said. I'll be in Sirius's room if you need me. The next morning, Ginny woke up early and commandeered the bathroom so she could clean up before heading home. Myrtle was sitting on the toilet when she walked in. Morning, Harry, Myrtle said before looking and seeing that it was Ginny. Sorry, Ginny, I thought it was Harry at first. That's okay, you probably didn't realize I had stayed overnight, Ginny said. For the record, nothing happened. We weren't even in the same room. Mind if I stick around? Harry doesn't like me watching him bath, Myrtle said. He's a boy, what do you expect? Ginny said. I'm sure you've known a number of boys like that over the years. Well, I sort of did, Myrtle said. Thing is, that was before I died because of the basilisk that lived in the Chamber of Secrets. Well, cheer up. Your basic job these days is to guard the entrance and make sure it doesn't get opened again unless absolutely necessary, Ginny said. An hour later, Harry was sitting down to breakfast as Ginny was getting ready to return to the Burrow. Well, hot stuff, I'll see you around, Ginny said before planting a juicy one on Harry's lips and heading for the fireplace. The last thing Harry heard was Ginny's giggly voice going, The Burrow. Chapter 3. Return to Hogwarts. Before Harry knew it, there was only a couple of days to go before he had to meet the rest of the students upon their arrival on the Hogwarts Express. He was reading his Daily Prophet back to the living room doorway when he heard a sound coming from the living room where the fireplace was. He then heard the voice of one of his house guests going, Here, let me help you with that, he said. Thanks, Peeves. I hope you know where to put it, the voice said. Sirius's room, I think, the poltergeist replied. You bet, Peeves, the voice said. He then heard footsteps as the visitor entered the kitchen. He failed to notice the visitor making a drinking motion toward Dobby before the visitor slid into a chair next to him. Morning, Harry, she said as Dobby brought a goblet and a second jug of pumpkin juice over. Ginny, I didn't figure I'd see you for another 3 days, Harry said. I decided to come up early so we could spend time together, Ginny said, as Dobby then carried a plate of food over for Ginny. Ginny waved it off, though. I had breakfast before I came, Dobby, but thanks. No problem, Ginny, Dobby said. Harry, you do realize I have to leave for Hogwarts first thing in the morning on the 1st, so I can help make the welcoming feast. No problem, Dobby. In fact, I think you can safely head off after dinner the night before. We'll manage okay on the 1st, Harry said. Just see me before you leave that day so I can give you your final pay. No problem, Harry, Dobby said. After breakfast they went into the living room. Pigwidgeon happened to be waiting at the window. So what is up, Pigwidgeon? Ginny asked as she removed the note from his leg. Young lady, did you really think I wouldn't notice you sneaking off this morning? You better hope I don't report you to the underage witches and wizards office at the ministry for this. Imagine a young girl like you sneaking off to spend 3 days alone with a wizard she isn't even married to. God, your ancestors are probably turning in their graves. Sincerely, your very worried mother. Oh, please, Ginny said. It isn't like I was trying to be sneaky. Unlike you, I don't have an invisibility cloak." "I would have loaned it to you," Harry said. "Where is your stuff?" "Hopefully in Sirius's room. He told me he was going to let me use it when I visited. I'm just glad Mom didn't send a howler like she did the time you and Ron used the car my dad enchanted to get to Hogwarts." "So am I. It would have scared Peeves away. By the way, you sure it was safe trusting Peeves with your things?" Harry asked. "I hope so," Ginny said. "Given the fact he was being nice instead of throwing something at me, I figured I would let him carry my stuff." "Ginny, I set your trunk in Sirius's room like you asked," Peeves said. "Thanks, Peeves. Planning anything cruel to do to the first years?" Ginny asked. "I don't know. They may still be mad at me," Peeves said. "Peeves, every year since I've started at Hogwarts, I've known you to do something to them," Harry said. "I know, but I was still on good terms with the ghosts. Now I'm not so sure," Peeves said. "Hate to say it, Peeves, but once I leave to return to Hogwarts, you will have to look for somewhere else to live, since Sirius is going to travel for a little bit. And I'm not sure I trust you here alone, since Myrtle is leaving the day before, so she can reclaim her toilet stall," Harry informed the poltergeist. "I was starting to get used to this place. Harry, I don't know why, but I thought we were pals," Peeves said. "That is stretching things a little. Okay, so you did save me from Filch one day at Sir Nick's request, but other than that you've been as annoying as anything," Harry said. "Funny thing is, those are his good points," Ginny said. Harry and Ginny elected to have lunch at Three Broomsticks. Madame Rosmerta, one of the owners, was behind the bar. "Harry, I was hoping you would stop by again, and Ginny Weasley. Looking forward to finding a cute guy for after you graduate, Ginny?" she inquired. "Madame Rosmerta, I don't graduate for another 2 years. I'm only a 6th-year student," Ginny said. "Besides, I already found a cute guy." "Another 6th-year Hogwarts student?" Rosmerta asked. "7th year, actually," Ginny said. "Who that nice boy Draco Malfoy?" Rosmerta asked. Ginny couldn't resist pretending to gag. "Oh, come on, Draco Malfoy is a Slytherin. My cute guy is a Gryffindor," Ginny said. "What about Neville Longbottom or Seamus Finnegan? Both of them are nice guys," Rosmerta pointed out. "Not quite my type," Ginny said. "I doubt your cute guy is Dean Thomas, although he would do, and you wouldn't be dating your brother, so that just leaves Harry," Rosmerta said. Neither of them took the time to confirm what she figured out. Rosmerta quickly set a couple of butterbeers in front of them and took their orders. Fairly soon they returned to the house, where Harry took out some scraps of parchment containing all sorts of information on Gryffindors. "I just need to figure out who to consider placing on the team. I took down a bunch of names and what position they want." And Madame Hooch ran them through several drills with the team as it was, along with, I think, one drill with either Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, so she could rank them according to skill level, Harry said. As he looked through the lists, he saw how Ginny wanted either keeper or one of the 2 chaser positions that were open. This got him thinking. If I put Ginny on the team, people will think she got on because she is my girlfriend, even if she is one of the better people to try for the chaser positions. Oh man, she definitely has earned a spot on the team through merit, but right now isn't the time for favoritism. Thankfully, the decision won't actually be made until after the term opens. I want to make the decision as early on as possible so we can possibly win the cup this year. Ginny, noticing how Harry was silent for a bit, asked him what was up. "Just thinking over the list," Harry said. "Thank God I only have 3 positions to fill, but I will need a few extras as a reserve in case of either injury or if a player gets tired. Possibly including a reserve seeker. Too bad Ron offered to commentate. He would be a first-rate player," Ginny said. "Yeah, but as it is, Ron's specialty is the beater position, and our beaters are second only to the beaters for Hufflepuff. Besides, the beater position isn't open this year," Harry pointed out. "I'm sure you, Madam Hooch, and Professor McGonagall will make good choices," Ginny said. The next morning, when Harry came down for breakfast, Hedwig was sitting with a tawny owl that Harry recognized as being one of the school owls. Hedwig had a small mailbag in his talons, and the tawny owl had a single piece of folded-over parchment. Harry relieved the tawny owl of his letter and sent it off. He took the time to look at it. Harry and Ginny. "Since we see no reason for you to sit around Harry's house all day on the 1st, waiting for the Hogwarts Express to arrive, I arranged for a carriage to pick you up at 10:30 that day outside of Harry's residence. I'm sure you can have your stuff ready by then. Sincerely, Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." "That is certainly nice of Dumbledore, if you ask me," Ginny said as she glanced over Harry's shoulder. An hour later, Ginny was checking over her wardrobe when Myrtle floated in through a wall. "Man, Ginny, your robes look to be in rough shape," Myrtle said. "Tell me about it. This is my best everyday robe, and it has more holes than anything. Thank God my dress robes are in decent shape, but I can't wear those for every day. As it is, they're second-hand," Ginny said. "Can't afford new robes, huh?" Myrtle asked. "Money is kind of tight in my family. I'm the youngest of 7 kids," Ginny said. "I'll make do, though." "Couldn't you ask Harry to buy you some new robes? He'd probably do it faster than you can say Severus Snape is a big creep," Myrtle pointed out. "I'd rather not. As it is, he paid for my books and Ron's books in addition to his own. In fact, I have a fair amount of stuff in my trunk that he paid for that time he met Ron and I in Diagon Alley," Ginny said. "Ginny, you can't go through Hogwarts in second-hand robes. I admit you have this far, but I bet they won't last another year," Myrtle said. "You are right about one thing, Myrtle. Professor Snape is a big creep. Of course, I can't go saying that around the castle because I'd get into trouble, and Gryffindor will lose points," Ginny said. Harry had quill to parchment when Ginny got downstairs from looking over her things. Ginny looked at one of the pieces of parchment. "To Gringotts, I hereby authorize Virginia Weasley to withdraw from my vault up to 300 galleons, or its equivalent in sickles and nuts, a month for her use. There is no need to inform me via owl of times when she does so. Sincerely, Harry Potter." "Harry, I didn't expect you would do something like this. Besides, 300 galleons is a fairly large amount. I wouldn't spend that much in a year normally, for myself at least," Ginny said. "Also, how did you know that Ginny was short for Virginia?" "George told me one time," Harry said. "I have one other draft to write out, and then I'm going to visit a few shops while I have the opportunity." Fairly soon, Ginny had another small piece of parchment in her hand. This one was written to a shop owner in Diagon Alley, Madam Malkin. "If Ginny Weasley should stop by your shop for new robes, please charge them to my account at Gringotts, Harry Potter." Ginny had a hard time believing the words on the small piece of parchment in her hands. Harry had just arranged it so she could get new robes. Ginny was glad she had a small identification card the British government issued to Muggles, so she could prove her identity. "What are you going to do with 300 galleons?" Peeves asked. "I will share a little bit of it with Ron, but I'll keep a lot of it for myself. Harry must really have feelings for me to do little things like this," Ginny said. "Well, I'm off to Diagon Alley to do some shopping." Ginny's first stop on arriving in Diagon Alley was Madam Malkin's robes for all occasions. "You starting at Hogwarts?" Madam Malkin asked. "Not exactly. I'm going into my 6th year, but I'm buying new robes. What ones I have were bought second-hand. They're also getting a little small and beat up," Ginny said. "I have this for you," she added, handing the authorization to her, along with her Muggle-issue ID card. "I'll get you all set up, Ginny," Madam Malkin said. An hour later, Ginny had the standard 3 sets of black work robes, a nice set of light scarlet Quidditch robes, and an extra set of dress robes in a decent colour. Even if I don't make the team, at least I'll have them in case I ever play a pick-up game of Quidditch with my brothers, she figured. Her next stop was Gringotts. There again she showed the note and her ID card to a goblin in this case, and the goblin took her on a wild ride down to the shop, where she grabbed 100 galleons and 950 sickles, which was the equivalent of another 50 galleons. She left the Knuts alone. She then returned to Harry's house via the Floo powder. Myrtle was flying around when she arrived back. "Where have you been hiding?" Myrtle asked her. "I went shopping. Harry had written a note to Madame Malkin containing an authorization for her to charge my purchases to his account, and he also arranged for me to get some money from his vault at the bank," Ginny said. "I think I might remember who Madame Malkin is. Isn't she the owner of the robe shop in Diagon Alley?" Myrtle asked. "Yes, she is," Ginny said. "I managed to get some decent robes. I'll keep that one set of second-hand robes and trash the others. I'll keep what dress robes I have." The night before they were to leave, Peeves was obviously warming up for his beginning-of-term prank, for when Ginny went to go to bed, she found that Sirius's bed was smashed in half. "Peeves, you better hope I don't decide to use you as a practice target for a good banishing charm," Ginny screamed. She then went looking for the poltergeist, only to see him heading fast in the direction of the school. Myrtle had already left, and Dobby was getting ready to return himself. Sirius was also gone, since he had left for his vacation earlier that day. "I don't think I know the proper spells to repair Sirius's bed, at least not tonight. We will figure something out, though," Harry said. Ginny managed to get a decent night's sleep, although she found it different. The next morning, though, she wasn't feeling real well. About 9:30, she was in the bathroom, leaning over the toilet. Harry walked in. "You all right?" he asked. "I'll manage. I'll grab a nap of something once I get moved back into Gryffindor Tower," Ginny said. "Maybe before you grab your nap, you should see Madame Pomfrey," Harry said. "I don't think I need to go to the hospital wing for this," Ginny said. The carriage arrived an hour later. Harry quickly loaded their trunks into the back and climbed aboard with Ginny next to him. "This is first-class travel," Ginny said. "I agree," Harry said. They soon arrived at Hogwarts, a majestic castle with a lot of towers and turrets to it. Harry led the way into the cavernous entrance hall, where Professor McGonagall was waiting. "I see you two arrived safely. Not a very long journey from the village, is it?" she asked. "No, it isn't, Professor. Mind if we simply take our trunks right up there?" Ginny asked. "Here, let me help you with those," a familiar voice asked. "No way, Peeves, not after you smashed Sirius's bed last night," Ginny said. Peeves floated off with a richly deserved, dejected look on his face. "Don't worry, Ginny, we will take care of your trunks," another familiar voice said. Harry and Ginny looked up to see Dobby, Winky, and two other house elves walking their way. "Kronk, grab the other end of this one," Dobby said, grabbing one end of Harry's trunk. "Winky, you and Diori grab Ginny's trunk." "Harry, the password for the tower is Blatherskite," Professor McGonagall whispered to him. Harry and Ginny followed the house elves to the tower entrance on the 7th floor. Fairly soon they were in the common room, with Winky and Diori going one way and Dobby and Kronk the other. Ginny was starting to look real pale when she suddenly threw up in one corner of the common room. "Ginny, you all right?" Dobby asked. "I haven't been feeling all that great today," Ginny said. "I figured on just laying down in my room." "Dobby, soon as you get done here, find Madame Pomfrey. She is probably in the hospital wing. See if she has time for a house call," Harry whispered to him. Harry followed Dobby and Kronk up to his room, where there was a door that said 7th Years on it. Soon as Dobby and Kronk got done, Harry took the time to unpack his trunk of the stuff he wanted people to see, leaving things like his pocket sneakerscope, his invisibility cloak, and other tools of mischief-making, along with some of his socks in his trunk. He also locked his firebolt in his trunk. Next thing he knew, Sir Nicholas came in. "Harry, Madame Pomfrey is at the entrance hole," he said. "Thanks, Nick," Harry said as he went down to let the nurse into the tower. Madame Pomfrey then went up to the girls' dormitory to look Ginny over. A short time later, the painting swung open to admit Professor McGonagall. "Any idea what is wrong with Ginny?" she asked. "Not yet. I was unpacking my stuff when nearly headless Nick came to tell me that Nurse Pomfrey was desiring entrance to the tower. I came down to let her in, only she hasn't come down from her examination yet. While we are waiting, think we can discuss the Quidditch team," Harry said. "I only came for a second. Wish I had time to talk about it. Yet the train will be here in a few hours. What is that awful odour?" the professor asked, smelling the remnants of Ginny throwing up. Ginny threw up on one corner of the room as Dobby and the others were moving our stuff in. "We better do something about that before everyone arrives," Professor McGonagall said, as she took her wand out and transfigured the remains into something harmless and not as odorous. She then opened a window to air out the room. Harry took the time to take a super extra wide roll of parchment to make a banner that said, "Gryffindor House welcomes the first-year students," and hang it up with Diori's help, since the house elf was working on a few things. "Looks nice, Harry," Diori said. "I especially like the lions on the sides." At that moment, Madame Pomfrey made her exit. Harry was studying when Myrtle came flying in. "Show time, Harry," she said. "Where is Ginny?" "Upstairs resting. She isn't feeling well. When Madame Pomfrey was leaving, she simply left, didn't even look my way." "Let her rest," Harry said, as he went upstairs and quickly threw his dress robes on. Before he knew it, Professor McGonagall was leading the first-year students in. Hermione sat down next to him. "Collins, Lucille," Professor McGonagall said at one point. Hermione, when she looked at the young girl, gasped big time. "Something up, Hermione?" Harry asked her. "She is my cousin," Hermione whispered, just as the Sorting Hat bellowed out, "Gryffindor!" Lucille came running over and hugged Hermione as best she could. "Isn't this the greatest, Hermione?" she asked. "You bet, Lucy," Hermione said. "Right in my house." "That guy who brought us across, is he a professor?" Lucy asked. "Oh, Hagrid, yes he is. He teaches care of magical creatures, and he is also the gamekeeper," Harry said. "Harry, I've been meaning to ask you, but where is Ginny?" Ron asked, just as the Sorting Hat placed a dark-haired, medium-skinned girl into Slytherin. Eventually the sorting was complete, and Professor McGonagall took the Sorting Hat back to Dumbledore's office. The headmaster himself, meanwhile, stood up for a speech. "I just want to welcome all our new students and make a few new announcements. Professor Blankwood is our new Defense of the Dark Arts professor. I want to remind everyone that the forest behind by the school is off-limits to everyone. If you are a third-year student or above, you on certain weekends can go into Hogsmeade, but we need your permission slip on file first. First- and second-year students are not allowed to go to Hogsmeade. Quidditch will be starting up soon. If you are interested in playing for your house team, see Madam Hooch, the flying instructor. At this time I will be pointing out who the heads of the houses are. Professor Minerva McGonagall is the head of Gryffindor. She teaches Transfiguration. Professor Severus Snape, the Potions Master, is the head of Slytherin. Ravenclaw's head is Professor Flitwick, who teaches Charms. And finally, Those of you in Hufflepuff will find yourselves working with Professor Sprout, the herbology professor. Now I have only 2 more words to say, and those are, dig in, Professor Dumbledore said as the food appeared on the plates. Harry, any idea what is wrong with Ginny, that she is resting? Lavender Brown, a 7th year, asked. Not a clue, Lavender. Madame Pomfrey most likely knows, and Professor McGonagall may know, I don't know. I haven't been informed of anything, Harry said. One of the other 6th year students put together a plate of food, and after everyone left and went to the tower, she carried it up to their room, where Ginny was still asleep. Ginny? She carefully woke her friend up. Yeah, what's up? Ginny asked her. I brought you some food in case you were hungry. You missed the opening festivities, she said. Why didn't anyone wake me up? Ginny asked. Was there anyone around who could do so? Her friend asked. Well, Harry Potter, but somehow I don't think he would just waltz up here for no reason, Ginny said. What about one of the ghosts, or even Peeves, was the next question. Peeves is on my bad guy list right now. I was staying at Harry's and his godfather was living there over the summer, only he generally slept on the couch in the living room, even though he had a room set aside. Well, I was using his godfather's bedroom. Only last night, Peeves smashed the bed in half, Ginny said. Harry said you weren't feeling very well, her friend said. I was feeling real nauseous today. Does the common room still smell like somebody threw up? Ginny asked. No, it doesn't, her friend said. You feel up to eating at all? I probably should. Anyone good new to Gryffindor? Ginny asked. This one girl is Hermione's cousin. Was she ever excited to end up in Gryffindor? Hermione was surprised to see her, her friend said. I'll be down in a little while, Ginny said. Harry, meanwhile, was joking around with Ron and Hermione when Ginny finally came down wearing her bathrobe. Ginny, you feeling any better? Ron asked. A little bit, Ginny admitted. How upset were Mum and Dad after I left for Harry's a few days ago? They were pretty mad. They didn't figure Errol was up to the task of delivering the note they wrote, and Percy informed them that Hermes was to be used for official Ministry of Magic business only, which is why Pig was used. Mom was real close to going the Howler route, Ron responded to his sister's inquiry. An hour later, Professor McGonagall entered the common room. I figured I would come so we could hold an unofficial house meeting. That fine wizard over there is Harry Potter, the captain of our Quidditch team. He is willing to let a few first years be on the team as reserves. Who among you has any Quidditch experience? A good number of the first years, except Lucy and maybe 3 others, raised their hands. Lucy, you, like Hermione, have parents who are normal and aren't witches or wizards, right? Harry asked. Yes, I am. How difficult is Quidditch, and what is it? Lucy asked. Quidditch is a very popular sport among wizards and witches. There are 4 balls, the quaffle, 2 bludgers, and a ball known as the golden snitch. The quaffle is the main ball. The chasers, and there are 3 per team, not counting reserve, throw it between themselves toward the goalposts. There are 3 goalposts per team. They are guarded by the keeper. We have 2 spots available on the team for chasers, and the keeper position is up for grabs. The bludgers are bad news. They move around on the field trying to cause injury to the players. Thankfully, the beaters, and each team has 2, are armed with clubs to try to direct the bludgers towards the opponent's players. The last ball, the golden snitch, is also moving around. Catching it does 2 things. A, it gives the team 150 points, and it also ends the game. The keeper, chasers, and beaters don't even have to worry about the snitch, because the last player on the team, the seeker, handles that task. I'm the seeker on our team. As pretty much all of you know, my parents died when I was a year old, and I was raised by muggles. Therefore, I knew very little about wizardry when I started. How long does an average Quidditch game last before the snitch gets caught? A first-year boy asked. It can be real short, like 5 minutes, or it can take months, such that replacement players are brought in so that others can sleep, Harry said. Has a Quidditch match at Hogwarts ever been as short as 5 minutes? Lucy asked. Yes, there have been matches that short at Hogwarts, Harry said. I'll have you know that even with his upbringing, Harry was born to fly a broomstick, Professor McGonagall pointed out. Okay, I made a couple decisions over the summer. Dennis Creevy, I'm placing you at Chaser. Rhonda McIntyre, I figured you would be our best bet at Keeper, Harry announced. Ginny, with a sad look on her face, got up and headed for the girls' dormitory. Professor McGonagall followed her. Ginny, you all right? I have been real busy and haven't had a chance to talk to Madame Pomfrey at all, she asked. Leslie Lowdy brought me some food from the feast. I have slept through it. So far I've managed to keep it down. I figured maybe Harry would put me at Keeper, Ginny said. Ginny, Harry made the choices he did so he could protect himself from favoritism. He didn't want people complaining that you made it on the team because you are his girlfriend. He left the other Chaser position for me to fill, Professor McGonagall said. Would you have a problem if I or Madame Hooch placed you on the team as the other Chaser? Not really, only, well, Madame Pomfrey did find out why I was so nauseous today, and it could affect whether I'll be able to play the whole season. I'd be fine for the game against Slytherin, but I might not be able to play against Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, Ginny said. Why would your medical condition today, at the beginning of the year, affect you playing Quidditch later this year? Professor McGonagall asked. Because I'm pregnant, Ginny informed her in a low voice. Chapter 4. The First Decisions. Hey, Potter, rumor has it that you got Weasley's sister pregnant, Draco Malfoy called out across the Great Hall at breakfast the next day. Malfoy, I have no idea what you are talking about. Ginny probably has a simple muggle stomach bug, Harry said. I doubt she is pregnant. Well, as I said, it's just a rumor, Draco said as some of the other Slytherins sat down. The Gryffindor table was fairly sparsely populated at that point. Fairly soon it filled up and Professor McGonagall brought everyone's schedule around. Harry was pleased with his schedule since he didn't have any classes with the Slytherins that day. Just Transfiguration with the Ravenclaws, Herbology with Hufflepuffs, and Double Divination that day. He didn't have Defense against the Dark Arts, History of Magic with the Ravenclaws, Care of Magical Creatures with the Slytherins, or worst, Double Potions with the Slytherins, until the next day. Eventually Ginny sat down next to him. Ginny, is it true? Harry asked. Is what true? Ginny asked. The rumor about why you were sick yesterday. Malfoy was blabbing about it earlier, Harry said. Oh, that. What I'd like to know is how the Slytherins found out. The only person I told was Professor McGonagall when she followed me upstairs last night. Her reason for following me only partly had to do with that. She was also offering me the other vacant slot on the team. I haven't accepted the position yet because of my medical condition. I haven't even sent my mom an owl yet about this. What if the school did? Ginny wondered. So it is true, huh? Harry queried. Why, what was the rumor? Ginny asked, getting worried. That you are pregnant, Harry said. I bet Peeves found out and told someone in Slytherin to get back at me for getting mad at him after he smashed Sirius's bed the other night and caused all this to happen, Ginny complained. Wait until I get my hands on that poltergeist. I will send him to the most distant moon of Andromeda I can find. This last part she screamed such for the entire hall to hear. What do you think, Minerva? A nice round 100 points from Gryffindor for that outburst from their table, Professor Snape asked as he looked at his colleague. If you are going to do that, then I feel I should take at least 30 points from your house for their spreading that rumor. After all, something like that is rather private and shouldn't be just spread around without proper confirmation, which we now have, Professor McGonagall said. "I think we should hold off on penalizing the houses until we know all the facts. Besides, I wouldn't mind seeing Peeves sent to Andromeda," Dumbledore said, putting his own 2 knuts in. After breakfast, as Harry was heading for Transfiguration and Ginny for Defense Against the Dark Arts, Ginny brought up the rumour. "Harry, what exactly was the rumour Malfoy brought up?" Ginny asked. "That I had gotten you pregnant, which, since you in fact are pregnant, then I must have done it," Harry said. "Harry, the only people that I know of that knew besides me was Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall, and neither one brought up the question of who the father was. This really makes me want to know how the Slytherins found out," Ginny said. "I agree," Ron said. "If you ask me, we should begin making more polyjuice potion." "I think not. After all, Snape probably used multiple tricks on his private supplies after so much was stolen before. Besides, how would we get the recipe back? The book is in the restricted section after all," Hermione said. "Besides, nobody went up the stairs to the girls' dormitory while Professor McGonagall was upstairs talking to Ginny. The door to the Transfiguration class was before Ginny's Defense Against the Dark Arts class, and Professor McGonagall called out to Ginny to hold up. "Ginny, for the record, I kept my lips locked about the whole thing. Could someone have been listening at the keyhole?" she asked. "Hermione says no. Besides, the rumour included the fact that Harry Potter is the father, and only I knew that prior to just now." "Have you sent an owl to my parents yet about this?" Ginny asked. "No, I have not. I figured they should hear it from you. If you want, I spent time last night writing notes to your various professors, excusing you from anything overly dangerous. Where you can't easily participate, that you are to be given assignments that would allow you to maintain your grades. After all, you did real well on your OWLs, Professor McGonagall said. Here, let me write one more thing out. What class are you late for?" "Defense Against the Dark Arts," Ginny said. "Professor Blankwood can be as strict as any professor, even Snape," Professor McGonagall said. "I'll write an extra note so he won't take points off." Later that day, Harry stood by in the hospital wing as Ginny consulted with Madame Pomfrey about something. He figured it had to do with Quidditch, since Madame Hooch was also on hand. "Well, how did it go?" Harry asked. "We had Madame Hooch come, since Madame Pomfrey wanted me to install a mirror on my broom if I played, so that I could look behind me for bludgers. They both agreed that the bludgers would be my main concern. It isn't bludgers from the rear that are the problem, though, but bludgers coming at me from the other sides," Ginny said. "If necessary, I'll just have one of the beaters stick with you, but it would leave only one beater for the 4 players. I'm going to run the first years who were interested in forming a reserve element through some drills this week with Madame Hooch. It will include some flying lessons, since Lucy had expressed interest in playing," Harry said. "Mind if I help out?" Ginny asked. "I'll need the extra practice as it is." "No problem. I'm not sure if we have robes that would quite fit you," Harry said. "That's not a problem," Ginny said. "Okay, first drilling session is tomorrow night, right after dinner. I may have the entire team take part," Harry said. The next day, Harry dreaded showing up to class with the Slytherins. Having talked to residents of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, he knew that the rumours had been restricted to Slytherin House. In potions, Snape had paired him with Pansy Parkinson, a resident of Slytherin. "Pansy, the rumour that I had gotten Ginny pregnant, how did it start, since it seemed to be known only to residents of Slytherin?" Harry asked her while Snape wasn't looking. "Oh, that Draco was joking around in the common room the other night about how Ginny Weasley was sick because of you having gotten her pregnant. The prefect told him to cut it out, but Draco persisted. Only a few of us were in the room at the time. Vince Crabbe and Greg Goyle thought he was serious and started spreading it," Pansy said. She started to measure out some rose anthers into her potion while doing this. Well, I think Malfoy better keep his distance, because Ginny was wondering how word of it got out when she had only told one person prior to that, Harry said. At the end of class, Snape took 30 points from Gryffindor because Harry's potion wasn't the right consistency when Harry had it almost perfect. Snape also came down on Neville Longbottom, but that was business as usual since Neville, even after 7 years, had somewhat weak wizarding skills. Right after that was dinner. Harry did what he could to get a seat next to Ginny. "Well, any clue as to how the Slytherins found out about my pregnancy that night?" she asked. Near them at the table were Ron, Hermione, Lucy, Dennis, and his older brother Colin, and Leslie. "Well, it was a bit of luck, but in potions today, Snape paired me with one of the Slytherins. She told me how Malfoy was simply joking around, but that Crabbe and Goyle had taken it a step further," Harry reported. "I should have guessed. Ginny, have you told Mom and Dad yet about all this?" Ron asked. "I have the letter for Mom and Dad right here. I just need to take it to the Owlery so I can send it off with Pigwidgeon." Right after dinner, Harry and Ron accompanied Ginny to the Owlery, where she attached the message to the tiny owl and sent it off. Right after that, they had to get ready for the Quidditch drills. Madam Hooch and Professor McGonagall were on hand on the front lawn when they arrived out front. Harry took a look at the crew and noticed how Ginny had Quidditch robes with her. "I picked them up when I was getting new school robes. I figured I would be prepared," Ginny said. They started out by seeing how good the first years were flying. Lucy had some trouble taking off, but Ginny was doing some stunt flying so she could get a few kinks worked out when she saw the quaffle flying toward her. Soon as she saw Lucy nearby, she threw the quaffle toward her. Lucy threw it back to Ginny when she was near the goals, and Ginny sent it right into the goal. "Man, Lucy didn't do too bad once she was up there," Harry said from the ground. He then called everyone together. "Okay, gang, I'm going to see about doing a teamwork drill tonight." The drill went for a while, but in the end, Harry knew he definitely wanted Lucy on the team, since she was a first-class chaser for a rookie. A few days later, Harry posted a notice on the bulletin board in Gryffindor's common room. Gryffindor Quidditch team starting lineup. Keeper, Rhonda McIntyre. Chasers, Ginny Weasley, M. McGee, Dennis Creevy, Lucy Collins. Beaters, Colin Creevy, Natalie MacDonald. Seeker, Harry Potter, Captain. A separate piece of parchment contained the reserves, which totaled 5. 1 seeker, 1 beater, 1 keeper, and 2 chasers, including 1 demoted 4th year. The other 4 were first years. "Harry, how come I'm stuck on the reserve team?" the player asked. "The committee decided that Lucy should have a starting spot. We have a first-class team this year, even if it's mostly students from the girls' dormitory on the starting team," Harry said. "You might get your chance to see action if for some reason Ginny isn't up to it at some point," Harry said. "Harry, the only reason Ginny probably even made the team is A, she is your girlfriend, and B, you are trying to make up for getting her pregnant," the player said. "Warren, you know that is not the case. Besides, I didn't put her on the team. Professor McGonagall did. That is why her name has McGonagall's initials after it," Harry said. Ginny took it slow in case there was a problem. Both Madame Pomfrey and Madame Hooch cleared her to play. Warren took a rest at that point. Harry, meanwhile, started planning strategy. The next day, being Saturday, he went over to the cabin near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. "Harry, how are you doing?" Hagrid asked. "I hear Hermione's cousin is on the Gryffindor team." "Warren Patrick isn't too pleased, but Lucy is phenomenal once she is in the air. If Lucy hadn't been placed on the starting squad, I would have designated her as Ginny's relief for when Ginny is unable to play," Harry said. "Harry, do you regret what happened to Ginny at all?" Or, for that matter, has it affected your friendship with her brother? Hagrid asked as he set some tea and a few rock cakes down, which Harry ignored, figuring just the tea was enough. Since she found out, she has been a little upset at Peeves. She blames Peeves having decided to use Sirius's bed as a target for his annual prank rehearsal and smashing it in half, Harry said. Didn't know a good repair charm, huh? Hagrid asked. It's not like Sirius ever used it, preferring to sleep in his animagus form. Thing is, when Ginny stayed over, she used his bedroom, Harry said. In fact, a few times Myrtle referred to it as Ginny's room. That's true. Myrtle moved over to your house for the summer, Hagrid said. Myrtle was careful when she would make her appearances in the bathroom if I was bathing, Harry said. I'm surprised Ginny didn't walk out here with you to visit me, Hagrid said. I felt I needed a little time for a simple private conversation, Harry said. It's not like we can have talks like this in class. That's true, Hagrid said. Maybe later we can work on the lab for care of magical creatures. Hermione and Ron wanted to work on it with me. Our friendship hasn't changed too much, Harry said. There was a series of knocks on the door right then. Hagrid opened it to find Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Lucy, and Leslie. Had a feeling you were here, Hermione said. What was your first clue? Harry asked. I checked your map and it showed you as being here, Ron said. I hope you remembered to wipe it afterwards, Harry said. Of course, Ron said. Who is the new face with you all? Hagrid asked, since Leslie was in a 6th-year session of care of magical creatures. This is my cousin Lucy Collins, Hermione said. She is a 1st-year student. Another witch born to that family, huh? Hagrid said. That has got to be unusual. It could very well be, Lucy said. Lucy, we've known Hagrid a long time, since we first started at Hogwarts, in fact, Hermione said, when she saw how Lucy was slightly intimidated by him. Of course, Harry has known him a tad longer. Lucy, I hear you are a chaser on the Gryffindor team, Hagrid said. You care for a rock cake? Lucy took a quick look at the rock cakes before grimacing slightly. I think I'll pass, she said. Smart move, Ginny said. Harry, we came looking for you because this came via owl from the burrow. Ginny, how could you have done something that stupid? Your father and I expected a little better from you. I'm surprised Dumbledore didn't kick you and Harry right out of school. I suppose one consolation is the fact that Harry has money, so at least you won't starve trying to support the kid. Personally, I can't figure out why you would blame Peeves for your ending up with a child. You could always have come home that night to sleep instead of doing what you did. Next time I hear from you, young lady, you better have a plan in place for dealing with it. Your parents seem pretty upset from what I can figure, Harry said. When Pig dropped this, I was surprised it wasn't read, since I had expected a howler over this situation, Ginny said. What is a howler anyway? Lucy asked. Not good, and it can be real embarrassing, Ron said. I take it even you have gotten howlers in the past, Ron, Lucy said. Just a couple, Ron said. They are characterized by red envelopes. Hopefully I will never get one, Lucy said. You probably won't, Hermione said. Howlers are one time I'm glad my parents are muggles. Any ideas on how you will deal with it? Leslie asked. The baby will be born towards the end of the term, so I will be pregnant pretty much the whole term. What I should do is find a way to rework Sirius's room so that the baby will have it to sleep in, Ginny said. Then there is the question of what I will do if I come back next year. Why wouldn't you? I'm sure you could arrange something with Dumbledore, Leslie said. One can only hope, Leslie, Ginny said. I'm sure Dumbledore will understand. After all, he has been almost a grandfather to Harry, much as Sirius has been a father to Harry lately, Hagrid said. After all, Sirius did help me replace me old faithful Nimbus, Harry said. That he did, Ron said. One never knew what one might get for Christmas. Hey, Harry, Hagrid said. "What did you mean by your old faithful Nimbus, Harry?" Lucy asked. "Harry's broom. He used to have a Nimbus 2000 back when he first started playing Quidditch, only he lost it in a match his third year. Sirius Black sent Harry anonymously a firebolt, which was then just out on the market," Hagrid said. "Whoa! Is that what you still use today, Harry?" Lucy asked. "Yes, it is," Harry replied. Harry's mind then drifted a little bit to his trunk in Gryffindor Tower, more specifically to a small bag from a jewellery store in Hogsmeade. "Excuse me for a minute, my friends, I seem to have forgotten something," Harry said, as he stepped outside with his wand out. "Wonder what he forgot. Harry doesn't forget things very often," Leslie pointed out. "I'm sure Harry has everything under control," Hermione said, as she saw something come streaking along from the castle toward Harry. Right after that, she recalled how Harry had used a summoning charm of some type right after he left the cabin. A few seconds later, Harry walked back in. "Ginny, I gave this a lot of thought over the summer. In fact, I'd considered doing this on that night, only things got a little thrown out of shape because of Peeves. I have one simple question to ask you, Ginny," Harry said. "Virginia Louise Weasley, would you do me the honour of becoming my wife?" Ginny was surprised that Harry had used her full name. She quickly looked around to make sure there were no Slytherin spies before she responded. "Harold Sirius Potter, I would be most deeply honoured, even without circumstances being what they are, to become your wife," Ginny said. Ron immediately slipped off to dispatch Pigwidgeon with the news. 2 days later, Hermione passed along the Gryffindor table at breakfast an article from the Daily Prophet. Head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office announces engagement. Mr. and Mrs. Arthur Weasley of the Burrow near Ottery St. Catchpool are most pleased to announce the engagement of their daughter, Virginia Louise Weasley, to Harry Potter, a resident of Hogsmeade. Potter, the son of the late James and Lily Potter, managed to survive an attack by you-know-who when he was a baby. This same attack resulted in his parents' death. Potter is a 7th-year student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where Weasley is a 6th-year student. It is presumed that the couple, upon their wedding, will reside in the groom's house in Hogsmeade. "Hey, Potter, I didn't think you would have the brains to marry Weasley," Malfoy called over from the Slytherin table. "Did you feel trapped into doing it?" "He probably did, since he did father Ginny's unborn child," Pansy commented. "For the record, Harry almost proposed before Ginny became pregnant," Hermione had written below the article in multicoloured ink. Professor Dumbledore was spotted by a 3rd-year walking toward the Gryffindor table. "Harry, Ginny, I'd like to offer my congratulations on your engagement. To be honest, I figured you all would probably announce your engagement soon. If you don't mind waiting until the end of the school year, we can undergo the ceremony shortly before the leaving feast," the headmaster proposed. "Professor, who would we have preside over the wedding?" Harry asked. "There is nothing in wizard law that prevents the headmaster of Hogwarts from presiding over a simple wedding ceremony. Besides, this way you two can concentrate on your studies and leave the planning to us," Dumbledore said. "Besides, I've done it before, and the Ministry accepts it, as does the Muggles." "That is good to know," Harry said, just before he got showered in pumpkin juice. Everyone in the Great Hall looked over to see Peeves drifting upside down about 40 feet above Harry. In a way, Harry was glad that the staff had a table of their own in the room, so that his professor would know why he was going to be late to class while he rebathed and changed his robes. Professor Snape couldn't resist chuckling from the staff table. Soon as breakfast was over, Harry headed back to Gryffindor. "Blatherskite," he said to the portrait of the fat lady. "Whoa, what happened to you?" she asked as the portrait swung open. "Peeves," Harry said. Harry then headed for his room, where he changed out of the juice-soaked robes and put his dressing gown on. He had just stepped into the tub in the boys' bathing area when Myrtle showed up. "What smells like pumpkin in here?" she asked. "Peeves gave me a shower of pumpkin juice at breakfast today, in front of everybody. The worst part is Professor Snape found it funny," Harry said. "Well, you have to admit that would have been a sight to see," Myrtle said. "Is that why you are grabbing a bath instead of going to class?" "Professor Blankwood was at breakfast when Peeves did it, so I'm sure he knows what happened," Harry said. "Maybe I should talk Peeves into doing it to you after Gryffindor wins the Quidditch Cup this year," Myrtle said. "Maybe not," Harry said as he started to wash the pumpkin juice from his dark-coloured, unkempt hair. "I better find a way to tame my hair before the end of the school year," Harry said. By the time Harry walked back into the common room, nearly headless Nick was on hand. "Morning, Nick," he said. "I bring a message from Professor Blankwood. He said that he won't take points away for you being late to class due to Peeves' prank at breakfast," Nick passed on. "That is good to know," Harry said, as he pushed the portrait out of the way of the entrance and headed for his defense against the dark arts class. He walked into class 5 minutes later and sat between Ron and Hermione. "Can anyone think of a dark art that it is hard to defend against?" the professor asked, just as Harry sat down, which immediately caused Harry to raise his hand. "Yes, Mr. Potter," he said. "I think we saw an example at breakfast this morning with Peeves' rotten sense of humour. After all, how often does one carry an umbrella to breakfast?" Harry asked. "I suppose you could, in a very loose sense, consider Peeves to be a practitioner of a dark art," Professor Blankwood agreed. "Any idea why he chose you as his victim, Mr. Potter?" "None whatsoever, even if he was a house guest of mine over the summer," Harry said. Chapter 5. Tricks, Treats and Quaffles. A few weeks after Harry's pumpkin juice bath, the Great Hall once again started to take on the smell of pumpkin, but for a different reason, as Halloween was approaching. One day, while most of the eligible students were in the village, Harry and his crew were in the common room hanging with Lucy. "You know, it's interesting. Last year I was looking for just the right props so I could take Gale trick-or-treating around our neighbourhood, and I was going as a witch, yet I couldn't find just the right nose or something good to make a wart out of," Lucy said. "Trick-or-treating?" Leslie asked. "What is that? I grew up in an area that was mostly other witches and wizards." "It's something Muggles do for Halloween. They dress up in costumes and try to get candy from other Muggles. I used to do it myself before I came to Hogwarts," Hermione said. "If you were going to do it again this year, you wouldn't need to worry about noses and warts," Ron pointed out. "I know, Ron, but it wouldn't seem like a costume since I am a witch. I doubt our neighbours would understand if I said I was going as a Muggle," Lucy said. "I doubt they would even know what a Muggle was," Harry called from a corner as he was working on strategy for the upcoming Quidditch match against Slytherin House. The only occupants of the room right then were his bunch: Hermione, Lucy, Leslie, Ron, and the Creevy brothers on couches in one corner, and Harry in a nearby corner working on his strategy and plays. Ginny was off getting a routine examination in the hospital wing. Peeves eventually tried to slip in. "Peeves, you have anything good planned for Halloween?" Leslie asked. "Not telling. You'll just have to wait until then," Peeves said. "Peeves, after the baby is born and Ginny and I get married, I'd rather you didn't pull your antics in our house," Harry said. Peeves ensured that Harry got a raspberry for that one. A short while later, Ginny came through the portrait hole with moaning Myrtle behind her. Lucy, having not met Myrtle, was a little frightened. "Ginny, who is that behind you?" she asked. "Oh, this is Myrtle. You know that one girl's bathroom that is always out of order," Ginny mentioned. "Well, Myrtle is generally in there. She travels elsewhere, though, when she feels like it. This room has most of the students here who I think of as true friends," Myrtle said. "I never even try to visit the other common rooms." "Maybe you should then. You could make a few other true friends," Colin said. "Ginny, how did your exam go?" Harry asked, having abandoned his strategy session to walk over towards the rest of the group. "Everything is normal. Our kid will be one of the best around when he or she starts here 11 years from now," Ginny said, as she wrapped her arms around Harry. "Which would seem weird. Our kid would be starting at Hogwarts right after my 10th year reunion." "You think Dumbledore would still be headmaster when that happens?" Leslie asked. "Who knows?" Ginny said. "Ginny, how often would I be allowed to visit your house next summer?" Myrtle asked. "We'll have to see, Myrtle," Ginny said. "Well, don't count on my visiting for a while," Lucy said. "Lucy, there are ways to sneak between Hogwarts and Hogsmeade, only most of them are a little risky," Hermione said. "Ginny, by chance did Madame Pomfrey determine whether it is a boy or girl in there?" Dennis asked. "No, she didn't, and I asked Professor Trelawney, only she went pretty tight-lipped, which had me worried," Ginny said, referring to the divination professor. "Most people ignore her as it is. Even Dumbledore doesn't have much faith in her abilities," Harry said. "She can see into the future, though. After all, Hermione used to take that class." "She predicated my leaving that class," Hermione said. "Beginning of the year, and I didn't quit her class until close to the end of the year." "Ouch! What class does she teach, since I don't think I have her?" Lucy asked. "Divination, classes like that, arithmancy, Hagrid's class, and Muggle studies are electives, and you don't have to take them but can decide to," Leslie said. "I think I'll stay away from her class," Lucy said. "Too bad she didn't predict that one shower Peeves gave Harry," Dennis said. "It added a bit to the humour his not knowing," Leslie pointed out. At that moment a school owl arrived and dropped its cargo in front of Lucy. "Lucy, Hermione wrote us about how you feel left out whenever she and her friends go into Hogsmeade because you can't join them. I'm going to write Professor Dumbledore and ask him if he can slightly bend the rules in your case. Glad to hear you are taking part in sports there, even if I know nothing about what Quidditch is. If possible, try to send me a picture of you at some point. Gail misses you, but she is going to go trick-or-treating with some of her friends from school. You would have made a real pretty witch last year if you hadn't been so worried about going the way normal people look at witches. Your loving mother." "Well, I wonder if she will be successful at all," Hermione said. "I hope so. When would the next one be?" Lucy asked. "Not until close to Christmas, at least officially. Because my house is there, I have permission to go whenever I wish. Maybe Professor Dumbledore will let you go on non-official weekends, since I can take anyone I wish. I'll just come up with some excuse why I need you to accompany me," Harry said. "Shouldn't be too difficult, since some changes will be necessary to get the nursery set up." "Harry, my mom sent me an owl yesterday, and she is going to handle setting up the nursery," Ginny explained. "So long as she didn't inform Dumbledore, then it would still be a viable excuse," Harry said. By the time the others got back a few hours later, Harry had a first-rate plan for the first Quidditch match of the season. He then called the primary team together to go over the strategy. Fairly soon it was Halloween. Harry arranged a special haunted house at his place in Hogsmeade the night before opening it to anyone at Hogwarts, even first and second years. The actual day was a huge feast. "Lucy, you will find that the Halloween feast is one of the best of the year," Hermione informed her cousin during the feast. At that moment, the caretaker, Mr. Filch, walked into the great hall. "Something up, Argus?" Professor Dumbledore asked. "Has anyone seen that blasted poltergeist Peeves?" the caretaker asked. The latest anyone had seen Peeves was a couple days before. "I heard through some sources that Peeves was thinking of giving some muggles a hard time for Halloween, in which case he could be just about anywhere," Baron Ludwig von Rastinov, better known as the Bloody Baron, said. "Personally, I don't care where he is, so long as it isn't here." Anyone looking at the Bloody Baron would notice the silvery blood going down his body, which is now he got his nickname. "I pray he doesn't do anything too nasty to the muggles," Lucy said. "Amen," came from one of the first-year Ravenclaws. "It figures a mudblood would be worried about a pile of muggles, unless it was one of the Weasleys," Malfoy called out. "If we had a decent headmaster, that wouldn't be a problem, since there wouldn't be any mudbloods here." "Draco, hush, unless you want to lose points for Slytherin," a Slytherin girl declared. "Melanie, any points I lose, I'd gain back probably in triplicate in potions," Malfoy said. "How can Malfoy be so cruel to me when he hardly knows me?" Lucy asked at the Gryffindor table. "He isn't being cruel to you in particular. He, or rather his father, feels that the only people who should come here are those born into the old wizarding families. If your family isn't like his, then he tries to be as cruel as he can. The Malfoys are a fairly wealthy wizarding family, so poor wizarding families aren't worth much to him. His family is an old pure-blood family, so half-breeds and muggle-born wizards also aren't worth much," Harry explained. "In fact, his father used to sit on Hogwarts' Board of Governors, but was sacked simply because he was against Dumbledore. Yeah, he especially likes to pick on Ginny and I because our family is poor. Yet Ginny, prior to returning for this year, made out well. Her books are in good shape, and her robes are even in real good shape," Ron said. "Not only that, but our dad is a big proponent of protecting the muggles. So basically, your family is everything Malfoy's isn't," Lucy said. "Yeah, it is," Ginny said. "Ron, Ginny, let me just say this. If I had to choose a wizarding family to be a part of, I'd probably choose your family over a big bunch of braggarts like Malfoy's," Lucy said. "You go, Lucy," Parvati Patil said. "I agree," Lavender said. At that moment, the Hogwarts ghosts started going amongst the tables, darting in and out as the entertainment started. Off in one corner was a ghost band that Harry hadn't seen in a few years. The ghosts darting amongst the tables in and out, almost in sync with the music. For the record, the Quidditch season starts in 2 weeks. The first game of the season is Gryffindor versus Slytherin. "One time I really embarrassed them good during a match," Harry said. "What did you do?" Lucy asked. "I grabbed the snitch when it was floating right over their seeker when he didn't even realize it was there," Harry said. "Who was their seeker?" Dennis asked. "Malfoy," Harry responded. "Ron, you commentating the season opener?" Neville asked. "No, I'm not. Either Eleanor Branston or Orla Quirk, both of whom are 4th years, will. Eleanor is in Hufflepuff and Orla in Ravenclaw. Professor McGonagall and Madam Hooch decided that it would be best to have the commentator not be a resident of one of the houses competing, so as to eliminate bias during the competition. Oh well, I get my fair share of the other matches. Let's see. I have the Ravenclaw-Hufflepuff match and the Ravenclaw-Slytherin match. For sure, Orla will get the Hufflepuff-Slytherin match and Eleanor the Gryffindor-Ravenclaw match. I think Orla is also doing the Hufflepuff-Gryffindor match, which means logistically that Eleanor should get the Gryffindor-Slytherin match. Madam Hooch hasn't delivered the commentator schedules to us yet," Ron said. Right then, Myrtle came up through a first-year's chocolate frog, scaring her big time. "Kelly, "Myrtle is harmless," Lucy said. "She hangs out with my bunch a lot." "Which is interesting when you consider your bunch is mostly older residents," Kelly said. "I like spending time with my cousin after all. I have more in common with her than anyone else in my family. Besides, Kelly, most of my bunch are either 6th or 7th year students. Once they graduate, I'll have time to develop friendships with the younger students," Lucy informed her roommate. A short while later, Lucy was sitting alone in the common room, while most of her bunch were at the library. Kelly walked over. "Care to talk?" Kelly asked. "If you want," Lucy said. "Lucy, I have more respect for you than you realize. After all, you managed to make the Quidditch team, and not as a reserve player, which is what you were gunning for," Kelly said. "I know. I didn't even expect to be a chaser. I was kind of hoping to someday tell my kids that I played relief for Harry Potter." "Oh, well, at least I can say I played alongside not only Harry Potter but his wife," Lucy said. "Besides, the brooms used for Quidditch matches are better than a normal broom." "I know. It's too bad we can't have our own brooms until next year," Kelly said. "My older brother has a Nimbus 2002 that he said I could use. He recently bought a Clean Sweep 14, which is just about equal to an early model Firebolt. That could be a factor if anyone uses one against us, since Harry uses an early model Firebolt. He keeps it well maintained, though. He recommended everyone on the team procure a broomstick maintenance kit." "I haven't yet, since I'm not allowed my own broom," Lucy said. "The Quidditch brooms, for those who don't have one, are mostly Clean Sweep 10s, which are about equal to a Nimbus 2000. "Does anyone on the team have a Nimbus 2000 or later model?" Kelly asked. "Not anymore," Lucy said. "Harry used to, but lost it in battle his 3rd year. His Firebolt, I think, replaced it." "You mean Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup with a Firebolt?" Kelly exclaimed. "You bet. In fact, he used his Firebolt during the Triwizard Tournament. At least according to my cousin he did," Lucy said. The following week was extremely busy for the Quidditch team, with nightly 2-hour practices and 11 o'clock curfews. The day before the season opener, Madame Hooch came around distributing the schedules of who was commentating what matches. Sure enough, as Ron had suspected, Eleanor was doing the Gryffindor-Slytherin match. The next day, breakfast was extra big. The Gryffindor-Slytherin match was billed as one of the biggest matches of the season, which was pretty accurate, of course. "Welcome, Hogwarts students, to the opening Quidditch match for this year. Today's lineup is Gryffindor against Slytherin. Both are exceptional teams and should be tough to beat. I'm your commentator, Eleanor Branston. The referee today is Madame Hooch. Let's now bring out the Gryffindor Lions. McIntyre in the goal area, Weasley, Dennis Creevy, Collins on the quaffle, Colin Creevy, and MacDonald on the clubs, and finally, Potter. Now for the Slytherin Serpents. Tanner in the goal area, Franklin, Rayner, and Goyle on the quaffle, Baddock and Pritchard on the clubs, and finally, Malfoy. "Captains to the centre," Madame Hooch called. Harry held his hand out to shake it, but Draco Malfoy refused to shake it. Instead, he commented with his usual sneer. "Potter, you're going down." "Okay, mount your brooms, on my mark. 3, 2, 1, Madame Hooch said before blowing her whistle. "They are off. Gryffindor possession, Dennis Creevy, to Weasley, to Collins, back to Weasley, past Tanner. Gryffindor scores." Harry, meanwhile, was keeping an eye peeled for the snitch, figuring on making Malfoy eat his words. As he swerved around, he noticed Goyle try to send the quaffle past McIntyre, only for it to end up getting blocked. Ginny quickly intercepted it and sent it to Dennis, who passed it to Lucy. He also noticed how Colin was covering a lot of territory on a small broom, since Natalie was sticking close to Ginny. Natalie, Ginny should be okay this game since it's still early. Help Colin, Harry called out. Natalie on that call covered more area but still stuck to within a minute's flying time of Ginny, just in case a bludger got past her. The score had just reached 60-30 Gryffindor when Harry spotted the snitch coming over the horizon, hovering near Ginny. "Time to fly," he joked, as he leaned over enough to send his broom to 3/4 acceleration. Malfoy, though, noticed what he was doing and tried to move in for the kill. Harry positioned himself as he slowed down, placed a hand out when the snitch suddenly zoomed away. He rechecked just as Ginny sent the quaffle past Tanner. Gryffindor scores on that goal by Ginny Weasley. But where did the snitch disappear to? Looks like a stalemate, as Potter and Malfoy look like they are getting ready to go head-to-head, Eleanor roared. Harry noticed the snitch heading toward the Slytherin goal area, just as he noticed a bludger heading toward Ginny. Harry once again moved into position for a possible intercept. First, though, he was going to see if he could block the bludger. He was successful, as the bludger got him in the back, just as the snitch hovered near him. He reached out and turned enough, and this time he caught it. Unbelievable, after taking a bludger hit meant for his fiancée, Harry Potter catches the golden snitch. The final score: Gryffindor 220, Slytherin 30. Harry landed right below, and Ginny and Natalie came in for a landing around him. "Pretty brave move, Harry, but I was almost there," Natalie said. "I had Ginny well covered." "I know. At one point you were covering her so closely that Colin had 90% of the field to cover, while you covered the area where Ginny was flying. It's the matches against Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw that you or Colin will need to keep close to her." Madame Pomfrey, meanwhile, looked Harry over. "You took a pretty bad hit back there," she said. "I know, but I didn't want Ginny to get hit, and it was heading straight for her." "Be glad that my taking that hit didn't cause us to lose," Harry said. "Malfoy probably figured you would get injured a lot worse than you were, and would be out of the match so he could catch it at his leisure. If you hadn't caught it and he did, we would have been up the creek," Ginny said. "He was wrong, though," Harry said. "After all, they lost by 190 points. The rest of the team had arrived by then. The Slytherins were already in the locker room. "You know, Harry, you look good in those robes," Professor Blankwood said as he approached. "Thanks, they were a birthday present. Who knows, I might have another banner for my house at the end of the year, possibly 2 more, Harry said. Madam Hooch and Professor McGonagall arrived right after that. "How is he, Poppy?" Professor McGonagall asked. "He is in reasonably good shape. His back will be sore for a while, but he will survive Minerva," Madam Hooch said. Professor McGonagall then had Ginny and Lucy help Harry back to the tower. This was a challenge, since while Ginny was about the same height as Harry, Lucy was a head taller. "God, Lucy, you could have played basketball," Harry commented as they reached the portrait of the fat lady. "Blatherskite," Lucy said. Of course, Harry wasn't sure if Lucy was doing more than just giving the password to access the tower. The portrait hole then opened, and Dean Thomas helped Harry over the hole. Dean then took the time to help Harry over to a couch. Ginny quickly sat down next to him. A small party was starting up, much to the chagrin of the prefect, a 5th-year student who was trying to study. Before they knew it, Professor McGonagall was there herself. "I'm not surprised a celebration is going on," she said. "Ginny, you're doing good. No complications?" "Not a one, Professor. Between Harry and Natalie, I survived all right. I have a feeling, and Madame Pomfrey agrees, that the real challenge will be the other games, since I will be farther along at that point," Ginny said. "Have any of your professors given you a hard time about your work due to my restrictions?" Well, your class isn't too hard. Flitwick's doesn't seem to be a problem. Binns is mainly reading. Astronomy isn't a problem. Blankwood excuses me from most practicums. Divination isn't a problem since the level of magic used there isn't a challenge. Hagrid assigned me papers for his class since he tends to use dangerous creatures, and Muggle studies is almost a joke, Ginny said. What about potions? McGonagall inquired. Snape has been well, Snape. Half his potions I really shouldn't be doing, and yet he insists on my doing them. I'm lucky he hasn't taken a ton of points away from Gryffindor. The only thing I haven't done is complain to Professor Dumbledore. But I'm only a little sure of where his office is, Ginny said. Ginny, I happen to know exactly where Dumbledore's office is, Harry said. You would, Harry, Ginny said. God, if I could drop his class, I would have done it long ago. I'll talk to Snape about your problems in his class. We will get things worked out. You're right in your condition. You shouldn't be doing a lot of potions. I just wish there was a class you could substitute for potions. But I'm not sure there is, Professor McGonagall said. As Professor McGonagall was getting ready to leave, Kelly called her over. Professor, if you aren't busy, I'd like to discuss the homework with you. I'm having a tad of trouble with it, Kelly said as she walked toward the professor. Meet me outside my office in 10 minutes, Kelly, Professor McGonagall said. If I lived in a different house than Gryffindor, I don't know if I'd feel safe talking to McGonagall about problems with another professor, Lucy said. Normally I wouldn't bash a professor to their face, let alone to another professor, but Professor McGonagall is the deputy headmistress, on top of her duties as head of Gryffindor and Professor of Transfiguration. In other words, she is of higher importance than, say, Professor Sinistra, Ginny said, or even Snape. Is there anyone who likes Snape? Lucy asked. I doubt it unless you live in Slytherin. He does tend to favour them, the prefect said. Lucy, one particular 5-minute Quidditch match that I remember Snape referred, Harry said. I think I'm going to head for bed. Here, let me help you upstairs, the prefect said as he got up from the table he had been working at. Harry was soon laying on his 4-poster, heading off to sleep. Of course, his back made it a challenge. Chapter 6. Questions. Soon after Halloween, Harry was sitting in the library working on a paper for Professor Binns when Ginny walked over and sat down. Harry, we need to talk, Ginny said. Something up? Harry queried, looking at his fiancée. I'm not sure I'm ready for motherhood, Ginny said. Ginny, you thinking of terminating the pregnancy? Harry asked, a little concerned. No, I plan on continuing the pregnancy. I'm just wondering if we should keep the baby or put it up for adoption, Ginny said. I don't regret the night we slept together after Peeves destroyed Sirius's bed. In fact, I rather enjoyed it. I found it enjoyable as well. Your parents were a little annoyed about the whole thing at first, but things are looking up, Harry said. It's like Dumbledore always says. Understanding is the first step to acceptance, and only with acceptance can there be recovery, Ginny said. My parents realized that my pregnancy was a done deal. Besides, while Percy, like me, is engaged, Bill, Charlie, Fred and George haven't even reached that point. In Fred and George's cases, they can't even find a girlfriend. In simpler terms, my parents don't have any grandchildren, and they soon might have a grandchild. Providing we keep the baby. Giving it up could be a problem since we would want to try to ensure that he or she was adopted into a proper home. Preferably a wizard home, since not all muggles are real accepting of magic, Harry said. You, of course, are referring to muggles like the Dursleys. I admit I've only seen your uncle from a bit of a distance, but he doesn't seem real pleasant, Ginny said. He isn't, Harry said. They then started to kiss each other when they heard a gagging sound. They looked over to find Draco Malfoy looking in their direction. Harry glared at him, and Malfoy quickly vanished. Madame Pince also gave Malfoy a glare as he was leaving the library. "What have you been working on anyway?" Ginny asked. "A paper for History of Magic on turn-of-the-century Britannic wizardry. Turn of the century as in late 1800s to early 1900s. It's a pretty interesting topic. I'm mainly looking at it from the side of wizards more like Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, but also a little bit at dark wizards. Too early for Voldemort to be in power, but it helps to know about past dark wizards as well," Harry said. Ginny started shuddering at the mention of Voldemort's name, since almost nobody, even at Hogwarts, ever referred to him by name. Another face looked extremely pale, which was strange, since he was a ghost. "Interesting idea for your paper, Mr. Potter," Professor Binns said. "Oh, Miss Weasley, I assume you have made progress on your paper?" "It's all finished and sitting in my room," Ginny said, trying to cross her fingers behind her. "Good. How about bringing it by my office in, say, half an hour so I can look at it?" Professor Binns said as he floated by. Ginny groaned as she watched Professor Binns disappear through a wall. "It's only half done," Ginny said. "Nice thing, it's almost at his requested length as it is, so maybe he won't notice." "Sometimes I wonder if Professor Binns even noticed he is dead," Harry said. Harry walks into the common room a couple hours later after finishing his paper along with a take-home essay exam for potions. Looking down on the floor, he saw several small pieces of ordinary paper. The paper had designs on it, and amongst the designs were pictures of people like Washington, Hamilton, Jefferson, Jackson, and Lincoln. Numbers like 1, 10, 2, 20, and 5, and the words United States of America. Another word, dollars, came to mind. "Blimey, this must be money used by Muggles in America," Harry said as he picked it up. While Harry was used to Muggle money, having lived with the Dursleys most of his life, he had never laid his eyes on American currency before. "Gang, did someone drop American Muggle money?" he asked the occupants of the common room. "I might have," Kelly said. "I'm originally from there after all." "I didn't realize it," Harry said. "Not many people do. My parents and I live in Stratford now, but we still have family over there, and one of them sent me some money. We had just moved to England when I received the letter," Kelly said. Most students knew that the letter was the one that every student received, informing them of their acceptance to Hogwarts and what books and supplies they needed to buy before arriving there the first time. My brother and I were born to a wizarding family, only he was abused and we were placed in a foster home with a real nice Muggle couple. They decided to adopt us, since even an appeal to the American Secretary of Magic wouldn't get us back with our parents. They didn't care that I'm a witch and my brother a wizard. The Secretary of Magic is kind of like the British Minister of Magic, Kelly continued to explain. "Sounds like you lucked out, Kelly," Harry said, thinking of what life with the Dursleys had been like. To an extent, you could almost say that Harry's aunt and uncle were abusive. The next day, Harry was looking at an old student listing from 50-some years ago and came across the name Myrtle Anderson. Harry also found a series of books marked Famous European Families of Wizardry. He knew Myrtle had been Mugglehorn, but he thought he might find a clue. He did. Myrtle's sister married the brother of one of Harry's grandfathers, specifically his late mother's father. Myrtle was indirectly part of Harry's family tree. Oh, if only wizards had something equivalent to Xerox, Harry muttered as Ron and Hermione walked over. "Something up, Harry?" Hermione asked. Harry indicated the page he had found. "This is real interesting. Do you think Moaning Myrtle is aware of this?" Hermione asked. "She might be, but it's real weird," Ron said. "Imagine finding a ghost you know is the sister of a great aunt of yours, especially among a family of Muggles." "You forget my mom was Muggle-born, so it could explain a lot," Harry said. Harry, you mind if I look at this? I want to read up on Kelly's parents, her birth parents to be exact, Hermione said. Hermione, Kelly was practically a baby when she was adopted. I doubt you'll find much, Ron said. I might, Hermione said. I came here to look into it as it is. Hermione, maybe after you graduate you should come back here as Madam Pince's assistant. You spend enough time here as it is doing research, Ron said, trying to joke around with the witch's version of Nancy Drew. Hermione, though, didn't find it funny. The next day at breakfast, Harry started thinking about Christmas, though he knew he couldn't do much about it that day since he had class. He wanted to get something special for each member of his little group. A short time later, Harry was noting several names on his list. Myrtle Anderson, Lucy Collins, Colin Creevey, Dennis Creevey, Hermione Granger, Leslie Lowdy, Kelly Nichols, Ginny Weasley, Ron Weasley. He then thought back to when his group was just him, Ron and Hermione. Up until he first became truly friends with the Creevey brothers and then fell in love with Ginny, since Leslie joined the group because of Ginny, and Lucy and Kelly because of Hermione. Myrtle generally hung with them when she could, since they treated her better than most of the population of Hogwarts, even staff, since Myrtle spent as much time on Filch's grudge list as the entire student body of Hogwarts, and Peeves. Between Filch and his cat, Mrs. Norris, it was hard, especially at night, for anyone to sneak around, since if Mrs. Norris caught you, it wouldn't be long before Filch arrived. Getting past those two required everything from invisibility cloaks to marauders' maps, since you couldn't use magic in the corridors, so wands were of no help. Harry then headed toward class when his ink bottle fell out of a hole in his bag and smashed, splashing ink onto a nearby pair of shoes. He looked at the shoes, then slowly up at Filch. "Well, well, Potter, you have any idea how much those shoes cost me?" Filch asked. "They look like a pair of 30 galleon shoes," Harry said, grabbing his money sack and taking out a small pile of gold-coloured galleons and counting out 30. "Try 80 galleons, Potter," Filch said. 80 galleons, which is a month's pay for me around this place. I just bought them at the beginning of the term, and you just ruined them." "I'm sure they can be cleaned, Mr. Filch," Harry said, a slight tremble in his voice as he continued to count out money. "Tell you what, I'll buy you a new pair. I'll buy you 5 new pairs if you wish." "Oh, you'd do anything to get out of detention, wouldn't you, Potter? Big man around the castle, aren't you? Bigger than Hermione Granger and Justin Finch Fletchy put together, and they are the head boy and head girl, not respectively, of course," Filch said. "See you tonight, Potter, for your detention." Harry was steaming when he got to Transfiguration. "Harry, what happened?" Professor McGonagall asked. "My ink bottle fell out of my bag and broke, splashing ink on Filch's shoes. He gave me detention for it," Harry said. "It was accidental, wasn't it?" McGonagall asked. Harry nodded. "He'll probably make me clean the ink off his shoes tonight," Harry said. "Harry, don't worry about it. Filch has been really edgy lately, writing people up and handing out detentions for little things. So long as some kinds of amends are made, you probably won't have to actually serve any detention time," McGonagall said. "This is a good example, since it was accidental." Harry lasted through the day, and at dinner Dumbledore waved him over to an empty seat next to him at the staff table. Harry was nervous as he sat down. Snape gave his usual cold stare at Harry. It looked even colder than usual. "Harry, I discussed the situation in the corridor earlier with Argus Filch, and since the ink falling was accidental, I got you off of detention. He still feels that some kind of punishment is warranted, but I reminded him it was accidental. I took a mere 3 points from Gryffindor, and promised him that amends would get made," Dumbledore said. "Thanks, Professor Dumbledore. I did offer to replace his shoes, but he wasn't impressed," Harry said. "That was thoughtful of you, Harry," Sinistra said. "Mind you, I hadn't seen Filch that edgy in a few years." "Not many have," McGonagall said. "Well, I probably should be getting down to my house's table," Harry said. "Harry, the reason I waved you up here tonight is so you could eat as my guest," Dumbledore said. "When the school eats as a group like this, it's hard for me to have small dinners with 1 or 2 students when I desire it. Therefore, occasionally, even if I haven't done it in a long time, like to have a student join me up here for dinner. Much as you have done for this school, Harry. Since you started, this is long overdue." "I agree," Hagrid said from his seat on the far end. Snape, of course, was not impressed. In fact, the next day in potions, Snape started out as usual by writing the ingredients for that day's potion on the blackboard. Harry quickly wrote them down and started getting the first ingredient ready. When he reached the 7th ingredient in, he checked his supply of the ingredient and groaned. "You in pain or something, Potter?" Snape asked. "No, it's just I'm almost out of one ingredient. In fact, I don't have enough for the potion," Harry said. "That's too bad, Potter, and it will cost Gryffindor a nice 50 points since you are unprepared for class," Snape said. Ron slipped a supply of the ingredient over to Harry soon as Snape's back was turned. "I had Fred and George send me a wholesale supply since we use it in almost every potion," Ron whispered. "Thanks, Ron," Harry said. "That might explain why I'm almost out." "Well, I owed you one," Ron said. Harry then started mixing the potion of the day. Towards the end of class, Snape walked over and took a look. "Looks good. For once, in fact, you have the viscosity right. You also apparently found a fresh supply of wormroot. Okay, who gave it to you, Weasley or Granger?" Snape asked. "Neither of them," Harry lied. "I doubt you would have gotten any from, say, Goyle, since he is with the other house," Snape said. "Sir, I slipped it to him," Neville said in order to cover for Ron. "I should have guessed Longbottom," Snape said. "Don't think that act will earn any brownie points for Gryffindor. In fact, I'm going to take 10 points from Gryffindor for it." "Suit yourself, you bloody ogre," Neville said. The bell rang right then, and Neville ran for cover before Snape could respond. Harry and Ron were a ways behind him. "Oh man, I thought Neville was dead when he insulted Snape," Ron said. "Ron, if anything, Snape has had that coming for a long time," Harry said. "Snape had what coming?" Lucy asked as she walked up to them upon their exiting from the lowest dungeons where Snape's classroom and office were. "Neville called Snape a bloody ogre right before the bell rang at the end of potions," Ron said. "I bet Snape wasn't too pleased," Lucy said. "He probably wasn't, but then Neville is afraid of Snape as it is," Harry said, before telling Lucy an old story involving Neville and a boggart. Lucy was laughing hysterically at the end of it. Right then they walked by Filch's open office. A few yards down the corridor, Harry stopped. "Ron, Lucy, something didn't look right in Filch's office. I'm going to check it out," Harry said. "Harry, Filch might not like you snooping around his office," Ron said. "Gryffindor lost enough points today." "I don't think it will matter," Harry said. Ron and Lucy shrugged, but they turned and followed him. Harry looked in and saw Filch sitting in his desk chair, a stiletto sticking out of a point on his chest that was slightly off-centre. "Lucy, go find Madame Pomfrey. Ron, go find Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall," Harry said. "Ron, the access way to Dumbledore's office is on the 2nd floor, behind a real ugly gargoyle. The password is generally some kind of candy," Harry whispered in Ron's ear. 7 minutes later, Lucy arrived back with Madame Pomfrey. Professor McGonagall was right behind her. Madame Pomfrey did a quick examination of Mr. Filch. "This is not good, so very not good," Madame Pomfrey said as she examined the caretaker. "Harry, what exactly did you see?" Professor McGonagall asked him. "Just what you saw when you arrived. I didn't touch anything in the office. All I did was send Ron Weasley and Lucy Collins to get help," Harry said as Ron returned with the headmaster. "Poppy, what is your diagnosis?" Dumbledore asked as he saw the nurse muttering away. "This is most alarming. Albus, it looks like Argus Filch might have committed suicide. Suicide or foul play. He is dead either way," Madame Pomfrey said. 10 minutes later, Filch's body was moved to the hospital wing's morgue. Dumbledore, meanwhile, stayed behind with Harry, Ron, and Lucy. "We better see if we can find a clue as to how he died. In other words, was it suicide or foul play?" Harry said. "I'll leave it up to an investigator from the Ministry," Dumbledore said. Harry and his crew then returned to Gryffindor, since it was close to dinner. Professor McGonagall was in the common room, taking names of students who were staying over the Christmas holiday. "I'll be at my house in Hogsmeade," Harry said. "I figured as much," McGonagall said. "Ginny signed on to stay, but she will probably spend it at your house," she said. Lucy and Ron quickly added their names to the list. Harry noticed how, of his group, only Ron, Ginny, Hermione and Lucy had signed the list. He was surprised that Leslie, the Creevy brothers and Kelly weren't staying. Right after that, everyone headed for dinner. Dumbledore was in his customary seat as the great hall filled up. As the last seat was filled, Dumbledore rapped a knife across his goblet. The hall, which had been filled with murmuring, went silent. "I have some unfortunate news to pass on. A short time ago, our beloved caretaker Argus Filch was found dead in his office. I already had an owl sent to the Ministry of Magic requesting an investigator to look for evidence of whether it was suicide or foul play. An autopsy is scheduled," Dumbledore said. The next day, an investigator from the Magical Law Enforcement Office arrived and spent 5 minutes in Filch's office, where he found the suicide note. The death of Argus Filch was then officially declared a suicide. Chapter 7. Christmas in Hogsmeade. A couple weeks after the death of the caretaker, the halls were aroused with Christmas cheer as the students prepared for the end of the term. On a fairly snowy day, the carriages pulled up in order to load up students heading for Hogsmeade Station for the train to London for the holidays. Most of the carriages, except for one, left about 9:30, packed full of students. The final carriage was on hand about 11 o'clock, as Harry and Ginny walked out with Professor Dumbledore. After all, this carriage was their transport to Harry's house in Hogsmeade. "Harry, you and Ginny are going to attend the Christmas feast here on the actual day, aren't you?" Dumbledore asked. "We wouldn't miss it for anything," Harry said. Harry then held his hand out so he could help Ginny into the carriage before he boarded himself. Soon the carriage was on its way. "It seems strange here we generally hang out in Gryffindor, fooling around for at least the first week of the holiday," Ginny said. "I know, but this year is our year together alone. That way we can get used to things," Harry said. "I almost wish Myrtle could join us, except I think the lake is frozen, so it would be hard for her to make the journey," Ginny said. "I don't think it completely freezes over, since even in the winter the waste water from the toilets is expelled into it," Harry said. "Sick as that sounds, since the lake is also the source of our drinking water, but I think the lake is treated with all sorts of anti-pollution charms to keep it clean." "I hope so," Ginny said. "I stopped by the kitchen this morning to say goodbye to the house elves, and I noticed Dobby and Diori were missing. Also, I tried to stop in and see Myrtle in her bath quarters, only she wasn't there." "Myrtle has been known to stick around over the holidays," Harry said. "It is too bad about Filch, though. Grumpy as he was a great guy and a worthy adversary," Ginny said, as the carriage made the turn onto the street Harry's house was on. As the carriage pulled up in front of the house, Harry chuckled at the green-suited attendant waiting for them. "Dobby, you look pretty spiffed up for the holidays," Harry said, while trying to stifle a snort. "You like Dobby's outfit. You really do," Dobby said. "Yeah, it makes you look like one of Santa Claus's elves," Harry said. Ginny even chuckled a little at that one, since she knew what Harry was talking about. It was an early Christmas present from Dumbledore. He ordered them for the house elves to wear on Christmas. "I needed some new clothes anyway," Dobby said. Harry chuckled a little at that. Dobby then walked Harry and Ginny to the door and opened it for them. "Whoa, something is cooking away," Ginny said, smelling the delicious aromas coming from the kitchen. "Ginny, check out the kitchen while I take my gear up to our room," Harry said. "Okay," Ginny said. Ginny then walked into the kitchen and almost jumped. "Diori, that you?" Ginny asked. "I asked Dobby if I could accompany him here for the holidays," Diori said. "He was looking forward to being here over the holidays since you and Harry were going to be here. How is your pregnancy going?" "It's going good. I'm not looking forward to the next few months, especially since I'm still running into problems in potions," Ginny said. "Nothing Professor McGonagall has tried will get Snape to alter how my grade is calculated, and I really shouldn't be doing a lot of the potions." "Something will get figured out, I'm sure," Diori said. Harry, meanwhile, was upstairs putting his trunk in what had been his room, but now was basically his and Ginny's room. As he walked by the hall bathroom, which he normally used, he saw a small wet spot on the carpet. "Looks like a potential clue," Harry said before knocking. "You can come in after all, it is your house," a familiar voice said. Harry carefully opened the door and saw Myrtle sitting on the lavatory. "I had a small session this morning after I saw the baby's room. Harry, take into consideration I'll never get a chance to marry and have kids. Yet little Amy one will have a fine set of parents," Myrtle said, "kind of like both Lily and eventually you did." "You knew that your sister was my mother's aunt," Harry said. "Yeah, I did," Myrtle said. "I'd been known to travel in the summer. After all, it gave Filch a break. For at least a little bit. Whoever takes the caretaker's position will probably have their hands full. Peeves alone can be a handful," Harry said. "Harry, an owl just arrived. From Sirius," Ginny called down. "I'm on my way," Harry said. Myrtle, meanwhile, leaped up inverted and did a swan dive into the lavatory. Harry then went down to the kitchen and accepted the owl. Myrtle, just as he finished reading it, popped out of the kitchen faucet. "Hi, Myrtle," Ginny said, waving one hand at her. "You must have beaten us here." "I did. I was in the bathroom when you arrived. It flooded a little bit. Not as much as my bathroom at Hogwarts, though," Myrtle said. "Thank God," Ginny said. "After all, the upstairs is carpeted. Carpeting dries, though. Besides, I had Sirius put an anti-mildewing charm on the areas where water most likely would collect, including the carpeting upstairs," Harry said. "Probably a good idea," Ginny said. "This house is packed full of charms to make things easier," Harry said. "This house someday will be as famous as the Shrieking Shack." The next day, Harry went into town to do some shopping. He managed to find suitable gifts for the majority of his list, and his last stop was the owl office to send them off. He even used owls to deliver gifts to Hermione, Lucy, and Hagrid. Ron had figured on coming to their house for Christmas, so they left Ron's present under the tree. Ginny had fun conjuring up decorations for the tree, and Myrtle, Dobby, and Diori helped her to put them up. In fact, Myrtle and the elves did most of the decorating in order to make things easier on Ginny. "The house really looks nice," Myrtle said when they got done. "That it does. It's almost too bad that not many people will be enjoying it," Ginny said. "Oh well, there is always next year when Harry and the baby will be with you," Myrtle said. "True. Besides, who knows, the family might be here for Christmas next year. One thing I have to figure out, though, is how to balance motherhood with my schooling," Ginny said. "Especially when you factor Quidditch in," Dobby pointed out. "I don't know yet if I'm going to even play Quidditch next year because of the baby," Ginny informed her decorating crew. A knock was heard right then. Ginny peeked through the drapes to notice Fang pulling a small sled. "Hagrid, what brings you here?" she asked the owner of the boarhound, after opening the door and almost getting knocked over by Fang. "I came to bring a little something from the school for you all. I brought a small tree for your house, some rock cakes, and Winky sent some Christmas cookies," Hagrid said. "Small in relation to you or to Harry and I?" Ginny asked, due to Hagrid's fairly large size. In fact, Ginny barely came up to his waist. Hagrid then opened one fist and showed a little 3-foot tree already decorated. "I had Hermione and Lucy put the actual decorations on," Hagrid said. "Probably a good move." "Why don't you put it on the kitchen counter?" Ginny said, indicating a door on the left. "Nice tree you have in your living room, Ginny," Hagrid said when he noticed the large one. "I had Myrtle, Dobby and Diori do the actual hanging," Ginny said as she heard a familiar voice outside. "Hey, Fang, didn't think I'd see you until next term," Harry said as he returned from a day of shopping, his left arm not immediately visible. Harry walked upstairs for a couple minutes and came down, his left arm now showing. "Sneaky trick there, Harry," Hagrid pointed out. "Well, you know I'm a regular king of stealth around Hogwarts. All it takes is a little help from Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs. Well, mainly Prongs," Harry said. "That's true, you were well known for sneaky tricks like avoiding others when undergoing some of your stunts," Hagrid pointed out. "You were using your invisibility cloak over your bags, weren't you?" "How else would I hide them, Hagrid?" Harry informed his old friend. "You'd find a way, I'm sure," Ginny said. After Hagrid left, Ginny asked Harry a major question. "Who are Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs?" "Trust me, Ginny, Moony and Padfoot you've met. Wormtail you've seen but not realized it. Prongs you've never known and will never meet," Harry said. "Yet you know who they are," Ginny said. "Moony is none other than Professor Remus Lupin. Wormtail you knew better as Scabbers, but his real name was Peter Pettigrew. Padfoot is Sirius, and Prongs was my father," Harry said. "Is every one of them an animagus?" Ginny asked. "No, Lupin is a werewolf. The others either are or were unregistered animagi," Harry said. "Sirius, since being cleared of all charges by the Ministry of Magic, took the time to register himself," Harry added. The next day, Harry, Ginny, Myrtle, Dobby and Diori bundled up good and had a snowball fight in the backyard. For a ghost, Myrtle had a mean fastball. "You know who would be perfect at this?" Ginny asked, as she ducked right after Diori sent a ball towards her. "You have a point there. If it involves throwing, he'd find a way to take part," Harry said, realizing who she was referring to, and it wasn't the Dark Lord. "I wonder why he didn't sneak our way during the break." "Are you kidding? He has practically had a field day since Filch died. Just the other day, before the students left for the train, he dropped a chandelier over a bunch of Slytherins while in their common room," Myrtle said. "If you ask me, so long as Malfoy was amongst them, they deserved it," Harry said, using a tad of sarcasm, since Draco Malfoy wasn't amongst his list of friends. "I doubt that," Myrtle said, "even if it was the Slytherins. Man, even back when I was well, you know the residents of Slytherin were considered outcasts, and that was back before you-know-who." Harry simply nodded, since he knew that story. A few minutes later, a tall witch in her mid-20s walked out her back door. "Harry, haven't seen you for a while," she called out. "Ah, top of the afternoon to you, Madam Falk. I've been busy with school. I'm on holiday between terms right now, and decided to spend it here," Harry said. "Am I correct in assuming that one of the bundled-up beings with you in the Weasley girl?" Madam Falk said. "Yes, you are correct in your assumption, Madam Falk," Harry said. "We decided to have a little fun this afternoon. After all, the holidays are short." "That is true," Madame Fawkes said. "That fine girl over there isn't Moaning Myrtle, is it?" "You recognize me," Myrtle said as she floated over. "I graduated from Hogwarts probably 10 years ago. Colleen Falk, I was in Hufflepuff." "You were a prefect, weren't you?" Myrtle asked. "My last 2 years I was," Madame Fawkes said. "In fact, Charlie Weasley was at Hogwarts when I was there. Was he ever excellent at Quidditch? I think he was the best seeker of any house when we were there." "I tend to get compared to Charlie a lot, since we are both seekers and team captain," Harry said. "You play Quidditch at all, Ginny?" Madame Fawkes said. "I'm a chaser for the house team for now at least," Ginny said. "Why just for now?" Madame Fawkes asked. "Medical reasons," Ginny said. "I might not be able to finish the season, although I'd like to be able to." "Well, pray that you are successful," Madame Fawkes said. "You all look like you could use some hot chocolate." "Not a bad idea," Harry said. They then went across the lawn to Madame Fawkes' house, but not before a final snowball was thrown from behind and hit Madame Fawkes. Interesting thing is, it wasn't thrown by any of the participants in the snowball fight. "Madame Fawkes, you have snow on your back," Diori said. "Why, thank you, kind elf," Madame Fawkes said. "I recognize Dobby since he was with Harry last summer, but I don't recall you." "I'm Diori. Like Dobby, I work at Hogwarts, only I wasn't loaned to Harry Potter last summer." "I see," Madame Fawkes said. By this time they were in Madame Fawkes' truly spacious kitchen, no enlargement charms needed. In looking Ginny over as they took their cloaks, Madame Fawkes had a simple question. "Ginny, how far along are you?" she inquired. "Almost 4 months. The kicking hasn't started quite yet. I'm just worried how my cauldron will survive if the baby decides to kick during potions class," Ginny said. "I never liked that class," Madame Fawkes said. "What's to like? Professor Snape is a real loser. Professor McGonagall has tried everything she could without going to Headmaster Dumbledore to get me out of that class because of my pregnancy. After all, disasters do sometimes happen in that class, and some could be dangerous," Ginny said. "My last year at Hogwarts, I had a 4th year who somehow became pregnant during the fall term, and her pregnancy was fine for the first 3.5 months, everything normal, and about midway through the 4th month, she got in the way of an exploding cauldron containing a growth potion. Well, the results weren't pretty," Madame Fawkes said. "She was just taking the hot water off the stove and was starting to mix up the hot chocolate. She made sure Ginny got the first mugful. You know, I read somewhere about how chocolate is good to have after encountering Dementors," Madame Fawkes said. "It truly is. I should know," Harry said. "Dementors don't exactly agree with me." Ginny then told Madame Fawkes about Harry's original broom. By this time everyone had their hot chocolate. Just as they were finishing it, a brush was thrown in their direction. "Ah, good, I need this," Madame Fawkes said, as she started to scrub the residue from her mug. "I take it you didn't use a summoning charm on it," Harry said, starting to get very suspicious. "No, I didn't," Madame Fawkes said. "Strange that hasn't happened before." "Myrtle, you know of many poltergeists around here, besides Peeves, that is?" Harry asked. "No, just Peeves," Myrtle said. "I wonder," Harry said before leaving. "What's up with Harry Potter?" Dobby asked. "I don't know. There is definitely something up. First a snowball hits Madame Fawkes, and then that brush. I bet Harry went to send Hedwig to Hogwarts with a message for my brother Ron, checking to see if Peeves is still at Hogwarts. If it comes back that Peeves isn't, then it would solve the mystery." "Who is Hedwig?" Madame Fawkes asked. "Harry's owl. Hedwig is a snowy owl. My brother Ron was this real small owl named Pigwidgeon. Heck, Pigwidgeon is so small that you can hold him in the palm of your hand," Ginny said. Couldn't afford a better owl for him? Madam Fork asked. Well, yeah, but we didn't buy Pigwidgeon. He was a gift to Ron from an old friend of Harry's parents. My brother Percy used to have a rat that he provided to Ron, only, well, my second year at Hogwarts. In part due to the friend of Harry's parents, Ron lost his rat, so the guy, when he sent an owl to Harry, allowed Ron to keep the owl. This same friend bought Harry his latest broom, Ginny said. Harry returned right then with a note along with his sneakoscope. Ginny, message from your brother. Pig must have left it while we were over here, Harry said, handing Ginny the note. Harry, be warned. Peeves has gone missing. Suspect he could be heading your way. Let me know via owl if there is any evidence he is in the area of your house. I will see if I can find clues here as to where he might have gone. But let's face it, Harry, his modus operandi points at your house, Ron. Well, this pretty much shows that it could very well have been Peeves that was throwing those items. After all, the first time I encountered Peeves, he was invisible, Harry said. Thank God Percy was along and knew that it was Peeves' doing. I already dispatched Hedwig with my response. I also sent a note to Professor Dumbledore to see if he would mind if we brought a guest to the Christmas feast. Who were you thinking of bringing? I hope not the Dursleys, Ginny indicated. Harry snorted. Yeah, right. Even if I invited them, they most likely wouldn't come. I figured Madam Fork might enjoy attending the feast, Harry said. Sounds like a good idea, Harry. On one condition, though, that you and Ginny call me Colleen, she said. Deal, Harry said. That might Hedwig rapped on the window at 10 p.m. with a couple notes. Harry, Peeves dive-bombed Slytherin an hour ago with water bombs. Their common room is absolutely flooded. Myrtle couldn't have done a better job. I bet it was Peeves you noticed. Snowball fights are right up his alley after all. Ron. The other note was on official Hogwarts stationery. Harry, I have no problem with you bringing a guest. Things have been quiet for a portion of today. Right now, though, we have a very flooded common room over in Slytherin House. I'm sure you are glad it wasn't Gryffindor to get flooded. The Slytherins are currently looking at a massive moping party, since we are presently without a caretaker. Sincerely, Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster. Whoa, Peeves apparently is declaring all-out war on Slytherin House. Their common room is flooded, Harry said. Could be, but I bet it wasn't Peeves that did it, Ginny said. Ginny, Peeves never that I know of pulled anything real stupid without someone around as a witness. The Slytherins probably watched him flood the place, Harry said. Neither one saw all that much humour in it, though. Christmas Eve. Harry slipped next door so Colleen could help him wrap his Christmas presents. She managed to do a beautiful job. You did such a good job a person would almost think you were a muggle, Harry said, since Colleen had dispensed with magic. I was muggle-born, Colleen said. That night, Harry was checking the lights on all the fairies in place on the tree when Ron popped through the floor. Ron, don't tell me that there is a passage from Hogwarts right to my house, Harry said. There is now. It's branched off the passage that leads to Honeydukes. It was dug last summer, Ron said. To think Dumbledore didn't think to inform me, Harry said. He doesn't know about it, Ron said. For the record, the Slytherin common room is still drying out. Oh well, at least it wasn't Gryffindor, Harry said as Ginny walked out of the kitchen where she had been making a simple dinner. I agree, Ron said. Ginny, any idea if Mom and Dad sent the presents yet? Not a clue, Ron, Ginny said. Watchmine will probably be waiting for me in my dorm tomorrow, and I sent an owl to Mom before break telling her I was going to spend it here. You could be right, Ron said. God, I hope she doesn't make mine maroon again this year. I hate maroon. Ron, I'm sure she knows, but doesn't really care, Ginny said. Later that night, Mrs. Weasley apparated in and left the packages under the tree before disapparating out. The next morning, Dobby arranged the presents into 4 piles around the room. Myrtle floated in around 600. She immediately noticed the piles of presents. About half an hour later, Ron, in a slightly scruffy-faced look, walked out. He immediately noticed the characteristic lumpy packages on 3 of the piles. He was a little confused as to why there were 4 piles, especially since he didn't see evidence of Sirius being around. About 7 o'clock, Harry and Ginny walked down. Myrtle floated near the kitchen entrance, just out of the way. "Okay, which pile is which?" Harry asked. "This one had your name on it," Ron said. "I think Ginny's is near the tree, and mine is in front of me, and Myrtle's by the hallway entrance." Myrtle practically heaped up when she realized she had presents. She then floated over to the pile of her presents. The first thing he unwrapped was a piece of belly-button lint from, of all people, the Dursleys. His sweater that year was a green and red stripe. A supply of meat pies was also included. "Whoa, our Mom went easy on him this year," Ron joked to Ginny after he unwrapped a new sweater in naturally maroon. Hermione sent everyone a supply of Honeyduke's chocolate fudge. She also sent Harry some needed refills for his broomstick servicing kit. Hagrid sent the largest box of cookies he could. The fact that everyone alive was familiar with Hagrid's cooking, they were saved for Hedwig. Myrtle was surprised by the supply of sponges and the bucket Harry got her. "You really think I need them?" Myrtle asked. "This way you hopefully won't cause as big a mess when you start crying in the bathroom," Harry said. "So where is the 50-gallon drum for me to cry into?" Myrtle asked. "Didn't think of it," Harry said. The rest of the presents were equally liked. About 10:30, Colleen walked over. She had dress robes on. Ginny was just putting her dress robes on when Colleen arrived. She was amazed at all the good. "My parents tend to send Harry a lot of food. Also our friends Hagrid and Hermione sent some stuff," Ginny said. Colleen then noticed Ron's tall, lanky form. "I'm Harry's neighbour, Colleen Falk. I'm Ron Weasley, Ginny's youngest brother, even if I'm older than her. As I was telling Ginny, I was at Hogwarts with Charlie. I was in Hufflepuff, though," Colleen said. "I will be attending the feast at Hogwarts as a guest of your sister and Harry." Half an hour later, Ron led the way to Hogwarts, showing where the original tunnel was that led to Honeyduke's. They arrived in Hogwarts and were greeted immediately by Professor Snape. "Decided to sneak in, Potter," he sneered. "Well, it is a nice direct route, Professor. I didn't even know it existed until last night," Harry said. "I see some people haven't changed," Colleen said. "Still the pride of Slytherin, Professor Snape." "Well, I'm still the head of house," Snape said. Harry then led the way to the Great Hall, where people were just starting to sit down. "Harry, if you all don't mind, I'm going to sit with the other Hufflepuffs," Colleen said, as she walked toward the Hufflepuff table. While en route, she saw a couple professors. "Professor McGonagall, Professor Sprout, how is everything?" she asked. "Colleen Falk, what brings you here?" Professor Sprout asked. "I came to the feast as a guest of Harry and Ginny, only I'll probably sit with the present residents of my old house," Colleen said, as Dumbledore himself walked over. "Miss Falk, I'm glad you could join us. We rarely get alumni at the Christmas feast," Dumbledore said. "Main reason I'm here is I'm Harry Potter's neighbour, and he talked me into coming along. The feasts here are always the best," Colleen said, as Harry walked over with Hermione and Lucy. "Colleen, may I present Miss Hermione Granger, 7th year Hogwarts student, and Lucy Collins, a 1st year Hogwarts student. Both are residents of Gryffindor," Harry said. Colleen looked the 2 cousins over and noticed Hermione's badge. "Head girl, huh, Hermione?" Colleen said. "You bet. Not many were surprised," Hermione said. "I can imagine. I wasn't that lucky. All I ended up as was a mere prefect," Colleen said. I managed to talk them out of making me a prefect, but I couldn't see refusing an honor such as head girl, Hermione said. Ginny, I fixed everything as far as potions went. So long as you do a term paper on different kinds of potions and their use, you won't have to attend class. Madam Pince will act as your research advisor, and it will be handed in to your head of house, Dumbledore said. If anything, all this should have been implemented before now. Thanks, Professor Dumbledore, and Merry Christmas, Ginny said. Everyone was soon seated at their tables, and Dumbledore stood up. Gang, at the invitation of Harry Potter, we have a special guest today. So if Colleen Falk, a Hogwarts alum, and incidentally she was in Hufflepuff, would approach the staff table, I'd like to have her help pull the first wizard cracker of the feast, Dumbledore said. Colleen walked cautiously toward Dumbledore before she took one end of the wizard cracker. After it exploded, a real nice-sized double-aught cauldron appeared. This should make a nice paperweight, Colleen said, pocketing it. The food started right then, and as usual, the Christmas feast was superb. It seems as if wizard crackers were constantly going off. Even the Slytherins were having a good time, even with the fact that they still had a very dank common room. The Hufflepuff table had the most excitement, since the people seated there were interrogating Colleen on what Hogwarts was like during her time there. After the feast, Colleen sat down with Justin Finch-Fletchley and beat his you-know-what off at wizard chess, while Harry, Ron, Ginny, Hermione and Lucy played Exploding Snap. Eventually, Harry, Ron, Ginny and Colleen headed back toward the tunnel so they could go home. Hagrid caught up with them, though. "Harry, I was hoping you'd be willing to stop by my cabin for a little bit," he proposed. "I suppose we could stop by for a little bit," Harry said. "Colleen, would that be a problem for you?" "No, it shouldn't be. It's not like I have a family to go home to. I've been waiting for my man for 10 long years," Colleen said. They spent an hour visiting with Hagrid before returning to Harry's house. Myrtle was glad they were home. Chapter 8. New Year's Wizard Style. A couple days after the Christmas feast, Harry was sitting in a recliner in the living room, a small pile of chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavour beans, when a small screech owl showed up. Harry managed to recognize the owl. "Hey, Giblets," Harry said. "I hope your owner had a nice Christmas." During all this, Harry removed a small card with a picture on one side and a message on the other. Harry took a few minutes to look at the picture after Giblets left with a small canvas sack of nuts. The picture showed a village street. Among the items in the picture was a lot of snow, although a yellow brick sidewalk was visible amongst the snow, and a few businesses among them, one called the Oz Cream Parlour. In the upper left-hand corner it said, "Chittenango, NY, the land of Oz." Harry then flipped over the card to read the message. Harry, Ginny and Myrtle. "Well, my family and I ended up returning to America for Christmas. This is where my family is from. The sidewalk in the actual village is actually yellow. They repaint it in the spring before the Oz festival in June. It's too bad we will be at Hogwarts then, because it is fun to go to. If McGonagall complains when term starts, show her this note, because we don't get back to England until real late the night before. So I may come back separately the first day of classes, so I can rest up. For the record, the author of The Wizard of Oz was born in my hometown. That's the reason for the festival every year. You can't see it in this postcard, but there is even a L. Frank Baum /OZ museum in a Masonic lodge. I'll bring more pictures when I come back, but I'll have to have them developed in a muggle shop, so they won't be able to move. Nuts, I'm run." The message then stopped. On the other side was Harry Potter, 95 Merlin Avenue, Hogsmeade, England. "What you looking at?" Ginny asked as she plopped down on a couch. "A postcard from, I think, Kelly. She is spending the holiday in America," Harry said, handing the postcard over. "Man, Americans are strange when it comes to the colour of their sidewalks," Ginny said. "Chittibango must not be real big, since I've never heard of it." "I'll have to ask Kelly how to pronounce it," Harry said. "At least we have one small clue. We know it is in New York State." Diori walked over with a wizard book. Rand McNally Atlas of the Muggle World, United States. "Thanks, Diori," Ginny said as she started flipping through the atlas. She eventually came across the page showing New York State. She started by checking Long Island, figuring it would be there. It was only when she started checking the central part that she came across a small dot marked Chittenango, a little ways east of a larger dot marked Syracuse, and south of a body of water marked Oneida Lake. A ways northwest of Chittenango, though, was a larger body of water, namely Lake Ontario. "Looks like an interesting part of America," Harry said as he sat next to her on the couch, handing her a chocolate frog. "The entire country sounds fascinating. Professor Ionis only covered America briefly so far in Muggle studies. Maybe I should ask her for some more general info on it," Ginny said. "She'll probably make you write a paper on it. As it is, you have papers for Binns, Hagrid, a term paper for McGonagall to fulfill the potions requirement, and the occasional essay for your other classes. Once I start practice up, I'm going to go easy on the team at first, with 2 evening practices, and practice on either Saturday or Sunday, depending on field availability. But we might end up with 3 evening practices some weeks," Harry said. "I just hope I'll be up to playing. We still have Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff to play," Ginny pointed out. "Ginny, if for some reason you either aren't up to playing, or Madam Hooch and Madam Pomfrey decide not to clear you to play, then I will have Warren take over," Harry said. "I wouldn't want to give that stuck-up, sorry excuse for a Gryffindor the satisfaction. If I have to use 2 brooms to support me, I'm going to try to play in both matches," Ginny said. "The honour of the Weasley family, the honour of the Potter family, and the honour and memory of Godric Gryffindor depend on it." "At least Gryffindor worked into it somewhere," Harry said, just as an ornament from the tree came up and went flying toward them. Ginny managed to catch it in her hand as it went zooming by. "Rats," a disembodied voice said. "Peeves, you have 10 minutes to get going before I send Hedwig to Hogwarts with a message for Baron von Rastinov," Harry called out. A sound, suspiciously like air seeping through a small hole, was heard. Harry then saw the big bowl of Bertie Bott's every flavour beans he had left by his recliner getting lifted up. Harry quickly zoomed over and took a big hold of the bowl before the beans could be tossed from the bowl, only for Ginny to get beamed in the head with a chocolate frog. "Thanks, Peeves," Ginny said as she unwrapped the frog and started to eat it, setting the card from the inside in such a way that Harry could look at it. "Peeves, you still have a chance to leave with your dignity intact," Harry called out, just before he got nailed with a glass of pumpkin juice. Of course, the glass was included. Ginny quickly got up and looked over Harry's head. "He really got you good this time. Looks like you have a couple deep cuts," Ginny said. "Diori," she called. "Yes, Ginny," the house elf said as she came from the kitchen. "Go through the tunnel to Hogwarts and get Madam Pomfrey," Ginny called out. Half an hour later, Madam Pomfrey arrived at the tunnel entrance. "I borrowed a clean sweep from Madam Hooch so I could move quickly through the tunnel. What exactly happened?" Peeves dropped a glass of pumpkin juice on Harry. "This isn't like he did last term, where he simply dropped the juice on him. This time he dropped the glass along with the juice," Ginny informed the nurse. "Peeves is out of control. Albus Dumbledore is right now trying to get through a sticky mess that has sealed the entrance to Slytherin House shut. Right now, Peeves is the #1 suspect for doing it," Madam Pomfrey said, as she started removing glass shards from Harry's scalp. God, I hope none of the Slytherins were inside when it happened, Ginny said. Sadly enough, a few were, and the real bad part is one of them is a first year with horrible claustrophobia, Madame Pomfrey said. Not good, Harry said. I know, but what can you do about it? Madame Pomfrey inquired. Ginny simply shrugged, while Madame Pomfrey continued to remove the glass from Harry's scalp. She kept going to another 5 minutes. After that, she took her wand and started to heal Harry's injuries. A knocking sound was coming from the front door, and Ginny excused herself to answer it. When Ginny walked back in, Colleen Falk was with her. It didn't occur to me you might have company, Colleen said when she saw Madame Pomfrey. Peeves decided to drop a glass containing pumpkin juice over Harry's head, and there were plenty of shards of glass in his scalp. Mind you, he really should wash his hair, but I'd rather he didn't disturb his scalp too much right now, Madame Pomfrey said. Miss Falk, you know anything about anti-goo spells? What else has Peeves been up to this time? Colleen asked. He used a sticky goo somehow to seal off Slytherin House. 90% of the residents, including any who are on holiday, can't get in, and the others can't get out. It could cause problems if we can't get it off by the time holiday ends. Make note we aren't sure Peeves is the culprit, Madame Pomfrey said. He has made war against Slytherin already over the holidays. It could have been him easily, Harry pointed out. What about whoever killed Filch? Ginny said. Miss Weasley, Filch's death was found to be the result of suicide, Madame Pomfrey pointed out. Yeah, but where would Filch have gotten his supplies? After all, what was used to kill him? Colleen asked. A stiletto, Ginny said, which is a type of knife from Italy. Real suspicious, in my opinion. What was around Filch when his body was found? Colleen asked. Harry described the items since he had found the body initially. Very interesting, Colleen said. It's my guess that the suicide note is a fake. In fact, I'm willing to bet that the stiletto wasn't the true weapon that killed him. It was strange that there was almost no blood, Madame Pomfrey said. I bet, especially since there was an unfinished meal in his office, that he was probably poisoned, and later the stiletto was placed in him, Colleen said. Who would poison Argus Filch? Madame Pomfrey asked. Someone who has something against squibs, possibly, Harry said. What do squibs have to do with Filch's death? Colleen asked. After all, a squib is a wizard born without magical ability. Filch was a squib, Harry said. You sure, Harry? Colleen asked. Filch kind of confessed to being a squib in front of me a few years ago, Harry said. Harry, I'm going to spend some time at the school after term begins, looking into it, Colleen said. Colleen, the ministry already looked into it. They themselves agree that it was suicide, Ginny said. Madame Pomfrey, did anyone do a handwriting analysis on the note? Colleen asked. I have no idea. I didn't get too involved in that part of the investigation, Madame Pomfrey said. All I concerned myself with was looking the body over. I probably should check into that. Right now that note is the largest single piece of evidence we have, Colleen said. By the way, Harry, would you and Ginny, along with Ron, Hermione and Lucy, of course, have a problem getting together at my house to ring in the new year? Myrtle, you of course are invited as well, but please, someone try and keep Peeves from wrecking things. I'll talk to Albus about keeping Peeves occupied. Well, I think I'm done here, Madame Pomfrey said. I better go with you so I can look over that situation with the Slytherin common room, Colleen said. Colleen, we'll take the time to come over for New Year's, Harry said. I'll send Hedwig to Hogwarts to check with Ron, Hermione and Lucy. I can easily check while I'm over there, Colleen said. Colleen and Madame Pomfrey then left through the tunnel. Soon as they left, Harry went upstairs and grabbed his sneakoscope, since he had brought it with him to Hogsmeade over the holiday break. You really think that will do any good? Ginny asked. "It seemed to pick up Wormtail real well that one year," Harry said. "If it can do that, why not a poltergeist?" After a while, Harry decided to rest in his room. Half an hour after he laid down, Colleen popped through the tunnel entrance. "I managed to free up the door to Slytherin House. Professor Snape was certainly glad. By the way, I managed to determine that it wasn't Peeves that did it," Colleen said. "Who then?" Ginny asked in a somewhat hushed tone. "I have no idea," Colleen said. "Is that a sneakoscope on the coffee table?" "Yeah, Ron bought it for Harry a few years ago as a birthday present. He is hoping that it will detect Peeves," Ginny said. "Personally, I'm a little hurt that Harry didn't invite me to his birthday party last summer," Colleen said. "Sorry about that, Hermione. Ron and I didn't think to invite neighbours. You see, it was a surprise party. Peeves did good until Dumbledore and McGonagall arrived. When they arrived, he pelted them with cushions. Actually, just McGonagall got pelted. Dumbledore was able to banish the one aimed for him, and it went through Myrtle and hit me," Ginny said. "Ouch," Colleen said. "Were you already well, by then?" "No, I wasn't. That didn't happen until end of the summer," Ginny said. Not too much later that week, and Harry and Ginny walked next door to Colleen's for her New Year's Eve party. First thing Harry saw was a table full of butterbeer, although an urn of hot water was on hand in case someone wanted hot chocolate instead of butterbeer. "Colleen, I stopped by Honeydukes and bought these in case you needed them," he said, handing over a small box containing a bunch of packages of chocolate frogs and small individual packages of treacle fudge. "Good thinking. How is your noggin?" "Pumpkin juice free. I also brought my sneakoscope just in case," Harry said. "Probably a good idea. Ron and Lucy are coming, but Hermione preferred to spend it in the library of all places. Also, Dumbledore, McGonagall and Flitwick are coming as well," Colleen said. "I invited Hagrid as well, but he had plans. Don't worry, I know better than to invite Snape. Professor Sprout was another professor who chickened out. Hopefully Dumbledore's presence will be enough to keep Peeves from doing much," Harry said. Ginny chuckled at the thought, based on Peeves' record of pulling pranks when Dumbledore was around. Fairly soon, guests started arriving. Harry suspected that most of the Hogwarts crew came via his house next door. Most of the professors, except Snape, Hagrid, Blankwood and Sprout, came. About 10 p.m. Madame Pince arrived, and right on her heels was Hermione. "The library closed," Hermione said. "God, you should almost found a new house there of bookworms and locate the common room over next to the restricted section," Ron joked. "I should think not, Mr. Weasley," Madame Pince said. "4 houses full of you Hulligans is enough for one librarian." Flitwick was telling a funny story to some of the Hufflepuffs who had decided to come. The story even had Dumbledore laughing. "What a comedian. He is being wasted as head of Ravenclaw," Colleen said. "Come on, I used to live in Ravenclaw," a voice said as 2 additional people walked in. Harry and everyone looked toward the newcomers to notice Percy Weasley and Penelope Clearwater. "Colleen, how much of my family did you invite?" Ginny whispered to Colleen. "Just you and Ron. I didn't have time to send an owl to Charlie," Colleen said. "Then how is it that Percy and his fiancée are here?" Ginny asked. Colleen shrugged her shoulders. Percy, meanwhile, was over talking to Ron. "That could be a clue," Harry said, as he munched on some toffee that McGonagall had brought. Just then, a Hufflepuff first year suddenly sprouted feathers. "Okay, who brought the canary creams?" "The package at Honeydukes said they were custard creams," Professor Sinistra said. "By chance were they the Weasley Wizard Wheezy's brand?" Percy asked as he looked over. "Yes, they were, as a matter of fact," Professor Sinistra said. "My brothers Fred and George market that brand out of their joke shop. Apparently the owners of Honeydukes ordered a bunch thinking they were harmless," Percy said. By this time the first year had shed her feathers. "That is not fun," she said. For the record, the goofballs behind those were a pair of Gryffindors, Penelope said as she walked over. Did you ever end up like that? The student asked. No, thankfully I was in Ravenclaw, so I didn't have to deal with Percy's comical twin brothers much. My 7th year, they were 6th years, Penelope said. Penny, you lucked out. We ended up very wary of stuff that others were handing around in Gryffindor that year, Hermione commented. I can imagine, Penelope said. About 10 minutes of midnight, Colleen came around and handed out cold goblets of pumpkin juice. Even Myrtle took the time for a goblet load. Okay, at midnight, who wants to light the fireworks? Colleen asked. I'll handle it, Professor Flitwick said. Before anyone knew it, the hour had come. Professor Flitwick used a real fancy charm to light the filibusters' fireworks. The colourful show was augmented with confetti. Strange, the confetti wasn't part of the show, Colleen said. How much do you want to bet a certain poltergeist is behind the confetti? Ginny asked. I don't really care, since it is only confetti and not something worse, Harry asked, as he headed for his house so he could watch the Hogwarts contingent head through the tunnel back to Hogwarts. Ron and Hermione stayed over, though, with Hermione and Ginny bunking in the future nursery, and Ron and Harry batching it in the master bedroom. Chapter 9. Hogwarts Guide to Potionery. Harry and Ginny were riding in their carriage with Dobby and Diori on the way back to Hogwarts, the day the students were returning from break, when they passed Hogsmeade Station, only to see the Hogwarts Express pulling in. Harry looked over as Kelly walked over. I flu powdered last night so I could get home on time, she said. I figured you two would already be at Hogwarts. We had some last-minute things to do, Harry said, as Leslie also walked over and the two climbed aboard. Your postcard was pretty interesting. How is your hometown pronounced anyway? Ginny asked. It's pronounced Chitnango. It's a Native American Indian word that means where water flows north. It refers to Chittenango Creek, which actually flows through town, crossing the main drag near a street that one of the elementary school is on. Of course, from what I heard at one time, it was the high school, and for a while it was a middle school, Kelly said. Where is the high school now? Harry asked. It's near the elementary school. In fact, the land the two schools are on adjoin one another. The middle school is in North Chittenango. If my family hadn't ended up moving to England, and I ended up coming to Hogwarts, then I would have gone to the middle school, since it is for 6th through 8th grades. Interesting, Ginny said. I bet the Ozfest would be good to see. It would be, but being at Hogwarts, it's not likely we'll see it, Kelly said. Especially since some of the actors and actresses from the movie who are able to travel and played Munchkins in the movie come every year for the festival. Oh man, I can't take it, Harry said. Maybe next year or the year after, Ginny and I can apparate over and see it. By this time the carriage was arriving at the gate, and they climbed down with Dobby and Diori grabbing luggage off the carriage to take it back to the dorms. A huge post-holiday feast was laid out in the great hall. Harry looked over at the Hufflepuff table to see that Colleen was keeping a few of them entertained. Since Harry knew that Colleen was looking into Filch's death, he tried not to blow any cover she was trying to build. So, Harry, anything interesting happen in Hogsmeade over break? Lavender inquired. It was quiet in town. From what I heard from professors I saw over the holiday, Slytherin didn't fare too well, Harry replied. Why, what happened? Parvati wondered. Harry then told her about the flooded common room and the stick goo on the door to Slytherin housing area. It is a proven fact that Peeves was behind the flooding of the Slytherin common room, and he is a suspect on the entrance debacle, but not a solid suspect, Harry informed them. What do you expect? He is a poltergeist. I wouldn't exactly call poltergeists solid, a 5th year commented. He is solid enough for what he is capable of, a 3rd year joked. Is anyone looking into the cause of the problem in Slytherin House? I'm not sure, Harry commented, so as not to blow Colleen's cover. Harry also noticed how Professor Blankwood was a little shaky. That night in the common room, Ginny was attempting a slightly complicated spell on a pair of knitting needles. "Ginny, what are you working on?" a prefect asked. "For the record, Dan, I'm trying to enchant these knitting needles so they can make a little pair of booties for my future kid," Ginny said. "Of course, I should be in the library working on a term paper on potions." "Since when does Snape assign term papers?" Dan asked her. "Professor Dumbledore arranged it so I could do a term paper on various types of potions and their use, instead of risking myself in potions all the time," Ginny replied. "I'm just glad to be finally out of that class for this year at least. Best part is Snape isn't even involved. When I complete it, I'm to hand it in to McGonagall." The next day, Harry used a free period, he skipped class, to walk over to the library with Ginny in case she needed assistance. "Miss Weasley, a large chunk of your paper will involve stuff you learned over your first 16 terms here, along with stuff you would learn in the 2 terms you are spending on this paper. Albus also arranged it so you could utilize any books dealing with potions in the restricted section of the library. One book you will probably require is Moste Potente Potions," Madame Pince informed her. "How long is it supposed to be?" "Fairly long," the librarian said. Ginny, meanwhile, was writing out a note which she handed to Harry. "Harry, send an owl, the stronger the better, to the Burrow with this note," Ginny said. "Right away, Ginny," Harry said as he left and headed for the owlery and Hedwig. He had to slip by a couple professors in the process, but he eventually arrived at the owlery. Hedwig came right down. "I don't know what Ginny has in mind, but take this to the Burrow," Harry said. Later that evening, Harry noticed a piece of Muggle paper with the few words on it. "Ginny, what's this?" Harry asked. "It's the title page of a book that's involved with my paper," Ginny said. "Is there a reason you put your name down as Virginia Potter instead of either Virginia Weasley or even Ginny Weasley?" Hermione asked. "That's the final version of my cover page. I have a preliminary version which I will actually give to McGonagall," Ginny said, placing another piece of paper in front of her friends. "A Wizard's Guide to Potions by Ginny Weasley." "You thinking of publishing your paper or something?" Hermione asked. "It's my current goal. My hope is to develop a textbook for potions class. It will be divided into sections on beginner's potionery, intermediate potionery, advanced potionery, and as an appendix, a discussion on dark potions," Ginny said. "It will provide discussion on each type of potion, along with a list of ingredients and mixing directions for them. Of course, I won't provide that information for the part on dark potions." "Sounds like a good idea, but would Snape use a textbook written by a Gryffindor?" Hermione asked. "He might, for all we know. Phillida Spore and Arsenius Jigger might have been in Gryffindor," Ginny said. Harry then slipped off and started playing with the Quidditch equipment so he could plan strategy. "Harry, the Ravenclaw match isn't until March 20th, Ron pointed out. "I know, but I feel as if I should get started now on the preparations. I'm worried Ravenclaw will be our toughest match yet," Harry said. Ginny started taking notes on some stuff from a few books she had borrowed from the library. "Doesn't look like you've gotten very far on your paper," Leslie commented. "I don't have all my notes here at school. Once I have all my notes, I will be a lot farther along," Ginny said. "Why, what other notes do you have?" Leslie asked. "A lot of material for the first 2 parts will come from class notes from previous years, and those are somewhere between the Burrow and here," Ginny said. "Maybe you should send an owl for them, or even flu powder over there and get them," Leslie said. "I sent Hedwig this morning to get them," Harry said from his table, where he was concentrating on his strategic planning. "Harry, you got any plans for the Valentine's Day ball yet?" Dean asked him. "Most likely Ginny will be accompanying me," Harry said. "Hey, Harry, the ball is sooner than the next match. Relax a little." "Maybe you're right, Dean. Besides, I have some studying to do. We do have the Newts coming up after all," Harry said. "Oh no, I forgot all about the Newts," Hermione screamed. "I should have started studying last spring." "Nice going, Harry," Seamus said. Harry simply shrugged. "Harry does have a point though, Seamus. We do have to study for them, especially me," Neville said. "Neville, you'll do fine, I'm sure," Parvati said. "I better, after only getting 2 OWLs, Neville said. "Just remember, Neville, they don't call them nearly exhausting wizarding tests for nothing," Hermione said, which caused Neville to go so pasty white that he was paler than nearly headless Nick, who happened to be making an appearance right then. Now, Hermione, we don't want to scare the chap. You all will do fine," Nick said. "Even Neville will manage." "Thanks, Sir Nicholas," Neville said. "Don't mention it, Neville," Nick said, despite what Professor Trelawney was saying up in her tower. The next morning, everyone was at breakfast when the swarm of owls came streaming into the great room. Hedwig was holding a good-sized package in her claws, which she set down at the table where Harry, Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Leslie, Lucy and Kelly were seated. "Oh man, what is in that huge package?" Leslie asked as they looked at it. "I think it's my potion notes from the last 5 years," Ginny said, opening the package. Sure enough, along with a few books from the library at the Ministry of Magic, and a couple books from Flourish and blots on certain common drafts and potions. "I was just expecting my class notes." "Man, you have a lot of material for your paper," Kelly commented. "Tell me about it," Ginny said. Right then, Professor McGonagall walked up. "Whoa, looks like somebody has been working hard," she commented. "My parents sent a few resources for me to use on my research project," Ginny said. "Also, I figured my old class notes would be of use." "Good point. You might also look to your friends for assistance," Professor McGonagall said. After breakfast, Ginny decided to stop by Professor McGonagall's office, so she grabbed her materials and had Myrtle along with Ritala, a ghost who usually hung out near the astronomy tower, help her carry everything she had to the Transfiguration Professor's office. "Whoa, you have been working hard," Professor McGonagall said. "Well, I decided to do my paper as a textbook. I think that's why my parents sent the extra books along. A few are from the library at the Ministry of Magic," Ginny said. "I would have given authorization for you to visit the library there in connection with your work," Professor McGonagall said. "Your idea, though, sounds like a good idea. While there is no guarantee that it would get used by certain individuals here at Hogwarts, someday, possibly by the time your children are at Hogwarts, it might get adopted as the standard textbook." "Assuming it makes it that far," Ginny said. "I'm sure Professor Dumbledore and I can arrange something," McGonagall said. "I'd hate to run you off, but I really should get ready for class myself." "No problem, Professor. See you in Transfiguration," Ginny said as she started to head for Professor Blankwood's class. On the way, though, she passed Sir Nick. "Ginny, wait up," he said. "Can't right now, Sir Nick. I have to get to class," Ginny said. "Professor Blankwood is going to do a potentially dangerous practicum today, and he sent me to tell you that you are excused from today's class," Sir Nick informed her. "Well, then I guess I should head back to Gryffindor Tower and work on my term paper." Ginny did that, working hard that day. She managed to get the research for a good portion of the first part of Beginner's Potionery done before the end of the day, after she reviewed her notes. It helped that she had plenty of free time that day. In fact, she only had a couple classes to go to. That night, Ginny was laying on her bed looking at her stomach. "Am I doing the right thing bringing you into the world, here with you-know-who still out there somewhere. I have no idea what kind of world I'll be bringing you into," Ginny said, as he felt her abdomen looking for a characteristic kick. Leslie, when she walked in, noticed Ginny. "You are something else, Ginny. I don't know if I could handle pregnancy the way you do," Leslie commented. "I'm just trying to do my best," Ginny said. "I only have about 4.5 to 5 months to go. Then my child will be a member of the outside world. What do you think I should name it?" "That's for you and Harry to decide when the time comes," Leslie said. "I have an idea," Myrtle said as she slipped in. "How about Amy?" "Amy would be fine if it turns out to be a girl, but Myrtle, what if it turns out to be a boy?" Ginny wondered. "What makes you think it will be?" Myrtle asked. "It's hard to tell," Ginny said. Chapter 10. Hearts Wild. Harry decided to ease off on the Quidditch team, simply doing the 2 evening practices. Part of the reason he went easy on them was he was busy getting ready for the Newts. Also, in looking at Ron's schedule for the commentating, he saw how the match wasn't until the first Saturday in April. What worried him, though, was that the first Saturday in April was the 1st. So what if the match against Ravenclaw is on April Fool's Day? "You really think something will happen?" Hermione wondered, as the gang was sitting in the common room that night. "Hermione, Peeves will be in first-class form for that day. Think about it. Peeves' favourite activities are jokes and pranks. The 2 things April Fool's Day is best known for are jokes and pranks. Harry, I doubt Peeves will pull much on April Fool's Day, since the professors will probably try to keep a super close eye on him, possibly have the bloody Baron follow him around," Hermione pointed out. "Hermione, any clue as to what the school has planned for Valentine's Day?" Neville asked. "None whatsoever," Hermione said, "except for the ball, of course. I hope this time is better than second year with Lockhart's Cupid Patrol," Ron said. Harry went a deep maroon at the thought of that year. "I heard rumours that only the older students can attend the ball," Kelly said. "I bet something could get figured out. For some balls, younger kids can go if accompanied by an older student," Ginny said. "My 3rd year there was a Yule ball at Christmas time, and I couldn't simply go, but I accompanied a 4th year who could go. For the record, I didn't accompany Harry." "Hermione, you accompanying anyone?" Ron wondered, a strange look on his face. "I'm going to study that night," Hermione said. "What about you?" "I have a date already. It's a surprise," Ron said. "For a few seconds I thought you were going to invite me," Hermione said. Leslie, meanwhile, was being courted by Colin Creevey, while Dennis tried to say if he could lure dates out of both Kelly and Lucy, to no avail. Ron, meanwhile, worried, since, contrary to belief, he didn't have a date. The next morning at breakfast, Dumbledore had an announcement. During next week's Valentine's Day dance, the head boy and girl will be expected to lead the first dance and also the final dance, he reported. "Oh great, there goes a perfectly good study opportunity. Oh well, at least Justin is a Hufflepuff. Could be worse, he could be a Slytherin like Draco Malfoy." Ron, meanwhile, slipped off to send an owl. Harry suspected the owl was headed for Beauxbatons Academy for Fleur Delacour. The former Tri-Wizard competitor was now on the faculty there. After breakfast, everyone headed for classes. Harry slipped a carefully transfigured note to Ron. "You figured on going with a certain person from Beauxbatons, didn't you?" Ron, of course, said that he hadn't invited anyone from Beauxbatons. The days leading up to Valentine's Day proved quiet. On Valentine's Day, Harry looked over shortly before breakfast and saw a familiar carriage land over by Hagrid's cottage. When he went down to breakfast, he saw that Madame Maxim, the former headmistress for Beauxbatons, was there. The great hall was conservatively decorated compared to Harry's second year. As breakfast was ending, Harry noticed two people walk in. One was a tall, red-haired male who looked familiar, and the other one was tall, reddish-blonde, and her eyes looked like saucers. Colleen, since she was still working on her investigation, also had huge eyes, for it was for a different reason. Both Colleen and Ron walked over to the newcomers. Ginny also headed over. "Charlie, glad you could come," Colleen said. "I've missed you since we were students." "Colleen, my work was too important. Yet Ron asked Ashley and I to stop by for the day," Charlie said. "When I saw the ruins outside, I didn't think I would see this on the inside," Ashley said. Harry, who was also right there, realized something. Ashley must be normal. "Ashley is my surprise date for the ball tonight," Ron said. "She is extremely trustworthy for a non-wizard." "Ashley is his girlfriend," Ginny whispered to Harry. Harry found the fact interesting. McGonagall walked over right then. "Hello, welcome to Hogwarts. I'm Professor Minerva McGonagall." "I'm Ashley Klein. I'm a, what is the word you use, muggle friend of Ron Weasley's." "So you are a non-user of magic," McGonagall said. "Yes, I am," Ashley said. "The Ministry is aware that I know of the existence of your kind." "Who at the Ministry is aware of that fact?" McGonagall wondered. "Percival Weasley," Ashley said. "I'm not sure what department he is with. What I do know is that soon there will be an election for a new minister." After breakfast, Colleen waved Ron over. "Ron, thanks," Colleen said. "For what?" Ron asked. "Bringing my man and I together," Colleen said. Ashley accompanied Ron to his classes that day. Snape was the only one to give her a hard time. When they walked over to the common room, they saw several boxes with hearts on them. Ashley was surprised to find one with her name on it. She also noticed it was in the same handwriting as everyone else's. "That's Dumbledore's handwriting," Harry said. "Who is he?" Ashley wondered. "The headmaster. He is the one at the staff table with the real long hair and beard," Ron said as he looked inside his box. Everyone then split up so they could get ready for a feast and ball. Ashley, before she went upstairs with Hermione, Lavender and Parvati to get ready, checked her box and noticed a small square box in it, along with a card. She found the presence of the smaller box to be comforting but strange, especially the fact that she had a box in Gryffindor Tower. She then headed up and found the 7th-year girls' dormitory. Lavender and Parvati immediately got to work on Ashley's hair, while Hermione was busy with her own hair. When they were done, Lavender loaned her a set of dress robes so that Ashley would fit in. Ashley then opened the card. "Miss Klein, please give the contents of the smaller box to your future husband, Professor Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Who could Professor Dumbledore be referring to? Parvati wondered. "I don't know. It is weird that your headmaster knows so much about me," Ashley said. "That is weird, especially since you are a muggle and have never visited Hogwarts before," Hermione said. "I'm sure there is a logical explanation. It will most likely become clear tonight," Parvati said. They then headed down to meet up with the guys. Ginny immediately mated up with Harry. Ron had a decent set of dress robes on, and they headed for the Great Hall, where Dumbledore was waiting in a fine set of robes. He immediately walked over to the Potter Gang V2. "Miss Klein, did you have any trouble figuring out my note?" Dumbledore asked her. "As a matter of fact, sir, I have. First off, how did you know A, who I was, and B, that I would be hanging with the Gryffindors?" "I knew because I miss very little around here. I also know that your future husband is in this room," Dumbledore said. "Ashley, it is I who allowed you to be able to approach Hogwarts. Most normal people aren't that lucky." "Sounds like you have a quest tonight," Harry commented. Hermione, meanwhile, was meeting up with Justin Finch-Fletchley in order to undergo their first duties of the evening, to open the ball. "Evening, everyone. I'm Hermione Granger, the head girl here at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And I'm Justin Finch-Fletchley, the head boy. Hermione and I would like to ask everyone to join us for the ceremonial first dance." Everyone immediately paired up with their dates. Of course, everyone stayed well away from Hagrid and his date. Ginny, in her 6th month of pregnancy, seemed to be a little more distant from Harry. She did notice how Leslie and Colin were doing, almost wishing that the others from the team were on hand. Except Dennis had decided to skip since he was dateless. The majesticness of the evening had an effect on 2 women, Colleen Falk and Ashley. "Charlie, you were the last person I expected to see here tonight," Colleen whispered to the man she had been waiting for a long time. "You wrote me that you were working on an investigation. How is it coming?" Charlie wondered. "I just about have the evidence I need. Charlie Filch was definitely murdered by a Death Eater," Colleen whispered to her boyfriend. Ashley, meanwhile, was mystified by everything she saw. God, to be able to spend years in this place. Why couldn't I have been born into a wizard family? Ashley wondered. Not all witches and wizards are born to other witches and wizards. Hermione is Muggle-born, Ron whispered to her. "Ashley, I miss you a lot when I'm here and you're not." "I tend to miss you as well, Ronikins," Ashley said purposely, so she could get his cheeks to blush a bright pink. Myrtle floated by right then. She was just passing by when she noticed Ashley slip a closed hand into Ron's back pocket, and then extract it, only for her hand to be opened flat upon removal. Dumbledore smiled as he saw her pass the box. About an hour before the ball ended, Harry, Ginny, Hermione, Justin, Ron, Ashley, Colin and Leslie had gotten their hands on a table and were sitting down. Colleen and Charlie soon joined them. Charlie had 2 six-packs of butterbeer with him. Ashley, when she saw it, was a little sceptical. She had no problem consuming pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes and iced pumpkin juice, but she drew the line at eating chocolate frogs. And when she tried a Bertie Bott's every flavour bean, she ended up getting a rather disgusting one and lost her appetite. Finally, it was time for Hermione and Justin to close out the ball. Ron finally realized Ashley had placed the small box in his pocket. He didn't look at it, though. Finally, everyone was back in the common room. "Are the Slytherins always so cruel?" Ashley asked. "Ashley, the Slytherins would consider being called cruel a compliment," Ginny said. "Well, gang, Hogsmeade visit tomorrow," Harry said. "Cool," Ashley said. "What is Hogsmeade?" "The village near the school. There isn't a Muggle to be had in the whole village," Harry explained. "Normally only 3rd years and up can go there, but Lucy and Kelly tend to join us, and they are only 1st years. Special authorization due to the fact that they hang out at my place," Harry said. The group then headed for their respective dorms for the night. Harry noticed how Ashley had headed for the girls' dorms instead of to meet back up with Charlie, who Harry assumed was either sleeping in guest quarters or at Colleen's. Soon in their dormitory, Harry noticed Ron looking at a pair of rings. "Oh man, those are expensive rings. Where did you get them?" Harry asked. "Harry, the question is, where did Ashley get them?" Ron asked. The stone on one ring was almost the same colour red as Weasley hair, and the other was a somewhat lighter red. "If she is still here tomorrow, we can ask Ashley," Harry said. The crew met up at 9 o'clock for the Hogsmeade trip. Harry noticed how Ashley was wearing normal black Hogwarts robes and a spare hat of Parvati's. "Ron think I look enough like a Hogwarts student so I can blend in among the denizens?" Ashley asked. "So long as no one asks you to perform a spell, you should be fine," Ron said. As they walked down toward Hogsmeade, Ron slipped the ring with the lighter-coloured stone on Ashley's left ring finger. He had the other ring on his own left ring finger. How to tell Ron that I'm going to be hanging around Hogwarts until graduation? This won't be easy, especially since that Professor Blankwood is up to something. They took Ashley to 3 broomsticks, honeydukes, zonkos, and every other business. Their last stop was Harry's house. "This is a neat place. Man, is your dog ever huge," Ashley commented. Lucy quickly set off a filibuster's firework behind Ashley, so as to distract her long enough for the dog to reveal his true form. "Top of the afternoon, Sirius," Harry said. "Top of the afternoon, Harry, Ginny, Hermione, Dennis, Colin, Leslie, Lucy, Kelly, Ron. Who is your friend?" Sirius asked. "I'm Ron's future fiancée, Ashley Klein. I'm sort of new at all this. I'm a muggle." Ashley then looked around and saw that the dog was missing. "Harry, where did your dog disappear to?" "I think he went upstairs," Harry said, not wanting to try to explain animagi to her. "Sirius, you can drop the future part of Ashley's status," Ron said. "Ah, Ron, I see Dumbledore got the rings of love to you," Sirius said. "The rings of love," Ron said. "Yes, it is said if a muggle gives a wizard or witch one of a pair of rings, it will temporarily, in times of trouble, allow the muggle to take on a small amount of magic. Dumbledore was figuring on somehow getting the rings to you to guard until they were needed. Lord Voldemort is thought to be getting ready for a major battle. It is for that reason that I returned from my vacation. Harry, I will periodically be patrolling the grounds with Hagrid and Fang," Sirius reported. Harry gulped. That night, after everyone had returned, and Ashley once again was up in the girls' dorm, Harry thought about what his godfather had said. Chapter 11. Detroit versus Baltimore. As February worked its way into March, Harry noticed one thing that seemed constantly strange, that being Ashley's presence. She even attended classes, showing up for potions, history, defense against the dark arts, astronomy, charms, transfiguration, care of magical creatures. She went with Hermione to arithmancy and study of ancient runes. One day, in charms, he noticed she was going through the motions. "For the record, Harry, if anyone asks, I simply tell people I'm a squib when they notice me unable to make magic work with my pretend wand," Ashley said. "Hagrid got me a long enough straight twig, and I carved it in his cabin one weekend. The only thing different about my wand is it lacks a core." "Why are you hanging around every day?" Hermione wondered. "Preparation for the kind of life I will be living after Ron and I get married. It would help if I had a clue about magic," Ashley said. "You don't get enough of a clue being at the Weasleys' house," Hermione commented. "I live in Surrey, about 25 kilometres from Little Whinging, not real close to Ron," Ashley said. "Isn't that near where you live?" Ron asked Harry. "Near the Dursleys, actually," Harry said, "since my home on record is in Hogsmeade now." "Who are they?" Ashley wondered. "They give muggles a bad rep. You don't want to know them. They are my late mother's family. My Aunt Petunia was her sister," Harry said. "That's why I have my place in Hogsmeade, so I don't have to deal with them." 7 points from Gryffindor for talking about something other than the lesson at hand, Flitwick squeaked out from the front of the classroom. In the common room that night, Ashley noticed the pile of paper that Ginny had in front of her. "Whoa, Ginny, you writing a book of something?" she joked. "Actually, I am. It's a term paper to replace potions in my schedule due to my condition," Ginny said. "God potion seems like a fun class, even if mine only work maybe slightly better than Neville's, even if Snape is the biggest grouch in the whole school," Ashley commented. "Cut it out, Klein," Neville called out. Ashley stuck her tongue out at Neville. The one prefect a girl ignored Ashley's move, since she wasn't really a resident of Gryffindor. Harry, during all this, was off to one side working on his Quidditch moves for the next game, Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw. The following Saturday, Gryffindor had the field reserved for practice. Rhonda, try to keep the goals behind you at all times. Colin, Natalie, make sure you cover the field at all times, especially on game day, since, well, it hasn't been decided yet if Ginny will play or not. Warren, be ready just in case Madame Pomfrey doesn't clear Ginny to play. We are lucky, and it looks like the Hufflepuff game will be after the baby is born, but it's not a proven fact. For that reason, I haven't made a determination on what the lineup will be against Hufflepuff. Dennis, you and Lucy be ready regardless of whether Ginny plays. Jan, you, Mikkel, Frank and Wendy need to be ready just in case we run into trouble and have to dip into the reserves. Hey, like no sweat, amigo. I'll be ready any time you say. Those ravens will wish they were enchilada meat when I'm done with them, Mikkel said. That's assuming you make it in the game, Jan commented. Mikkel, I bet you will have a spot on the team next year somewhere, Colin commented. They then headed for the field. Madame Hooch and Madame Pomfrey were on hand to monitor the progress, as was Ron and his two co-commentators. Ashley was also on hand, since she had never actually seen Quidditch played, just the collection of Chudley Cannon's posters on the walls and ceiling of Ron's room at the Burrow. Soon as the starting lineup took off, Madame Hooch released the balls. Ashley had gotten her hand on the quaffle and threw it towards Ginny, who managed to be able to catch it. The bludgers, meanwhile, headed off and targeted the team. One bludger seemed almost glued to Ginny, but Natalie quickly launched it out of the way towards Mikkel, who was trying to do the job of two chasers. Frank, though, beat it off him toward Lucy, who managed to dodge it, only for it to hit Wendy square in the eye. Madame Hooch immediately stopped practice. "Wendy, you all right?" Harry wondered after he landed. Wendy had trouble landing. "My vision is real cloudy in the one eye. I don't know what happened," Wendy admitted. "Your mom won't put anything about this in the Daily Prophet, will she?" Ginny asked, since Wendy's mother was a reporter for the Daily Prophet named Rita Skeeter. A reporter known more for spreading gossip than just reporting the facts. "I'll let her know about my eye, but I'll try to get her to keep it out of the paper," Wendy promised. "We really should have your eye looked at by an eye doctor," Madame Pomfrey said as she led Wendy off. "We better hope nothing happens to Harry before the game, otherwise we are up the creek without a paddle," Ashley commented, since Wendy was the reserve seeker. "For a squib you have a point," Jan said. Practice went on right up until the dinner bell rang. "Colin, lead the team to dinner. I'm going up to the hospital wing to check on Wendy," Harry announced. Ginny, Ron and Ashley joined him for the trip. "She is off grounds, getting it checked. Ginny, I spoke with Madame Hooch, and you are still cleared to practice, but I suggest you consider not playing during the actual games, at least not against Ravenclaw," Madame Pomfrey said. "And give Warren the satisfaction, yeah, right," Ginny said. They then headed for dinner, sitting down at the Gryffindor table. Just as Harry was putting some ham on his plate, Warren approached. "Harry, what's the scoop as far as the team goes?" Warren wondered. "Wendy's status is unknown, and right now it looks like Ginny might not be cleared medically against Ravenclaw. She is still cleared to practice, but I have a feeling that Madame Pomfrey is considering taking her out of the lineup against Ravenclaw," Harry reported. "If Ginny is unable to play, Mikkel and I were talking on the way into the castle after practice, and I think we should give him a chance," Warren said. "I want to play pretty badly, but not if it means Ginny is unable to play." That night, Harry was working on studying for the dreaded newts, while everyone else was doing general work, and Ashley was glancing at a chapter on shrinking potions from the Hogwarts Book of Potionery. Miguel, at one point, got up from his herbology essay he was working on with a few other first years and walked over to where Ginny was working on her term paper, since her other homework was taken care of. "Mike, good luck against Ravenclaw," Ginny said. "Perdon, amiga?" Miguel wondered. "I haven't told Harry yet, but after dinner I pulled myself from the starting line-up against Ravenclaw. Part of it is because of what happened to Wendy," Ginny said. "Considering the reputation her mother has, I'm surprised the Sorting Hat put Wendy in Gryffindor." "Ginny, just because they say one bad apple spoils the bunch, and the apple never falls far from the tree, we can't just lump Wendy in with her mother, since Wendy obviously wasn't spoiled by her being the daughter of Rita Skeeter. If the Sorting Hat put Wendy in Gryffindor, it obviously had a reason," Miguel said. "Mike, you sure you're in the right house? You seem rather full of wisdom, which is predominant amongst Ravenclaws, not Gryffindors," Ginny wondered. "I do have a supply of wisdom, mainly from my mom, but I also have pretty much every quality that Godric Gryffindor looked at: daring, nerves of steel, and I'm one of the most chivalrous in my hometown amiga," Miguel said. "I think the Sorting Hat had to flip the proverbial sickle to determine where to place me." "Well, you do a good job keeping it at bay," Ginny commented. "Gracias, Ginny," Miguel said, before returning to his seat over with the other first years. "You're welcome, I think," Ginny said, since she didn't know Spanish. A couple days later, Ginny sat down next to Harry at breakfast. "Harry, I already told Miguel, but I'm taking myself out of the lineup against the Ravens. Depending on how I feel after the baby is born, will determine whether I play against Hufflepuff," Ginny said. "Ginny, I will miss you in the skies, but it is probably just as well, since we really can't spare a beater just to protect you and cover the rest of the field," Harry said. "We saw that against Slytherin. 5 out of the last 6 years you had Malfoy to deal with while playing against Slytherin at Quidditch. I don't know how you could handle it," Ginny said. "Believe me, it wasn't always easy," Harry said. "I'll have to do some real maneuvering to work my strategies and plays around Miguel's strengths. I only had plays planned for you, figuring in your condition, and for Warren. Thankfully, I have plenty of time." "I'll help on that end if you want," Ginny said. "During practice I can watch and get an idea of his strengths." "He definitely has some hidden strengths," Harry said, "even with the fact he is flying a used clean sweep." "Well, it's not like I can easily afford a new broom. All the decent brooms like the Nimbus 2000, the Nimbus 2001 and the Firebolt series are expensive," Miguel said as he joined them. "Miguel, if possible, I will support you as team captain next year," Ginny said. "Hold on, amiga. Tres problemas with your idea. Problema uno, I will only be a second year in my first year of true eligibility. Problema dos, I am part of an exchange program with the Madrid Academy, where I am actually registered as a student, and as such won't be here. Problema tres, I don't want the position," Miguel said in his bilingual way. Ginny simply rolled her eyes. She knew convincing Miguel to become team captain would be a challenge. She then noticed a familiar face with an eye patch walk by. "Wendy, how is your eye?" Ginny wondered. "It will be a few days. I went to a muggle doctor, so it wasn't magically fixed. For some reason, all the better eye doctors are muggles," Wendy said. "At least you should be ready for Ravenclaw. It is coming up," Harry commented. "Yeah, but not for over a bit yet," Wendy said. "April 1st, Harry said. "I only hope I'll be able to manage," Wendy commented. "Assuming I end up in the lineup. What does the lineup currently look like?" "Me, Rhonda, Dennis and Colin, Lucy, Mikkel and Natalie," Harry responded. "Ginny, what's up? Did Pomfrey pull you from the lineup?" Wendy asked. "No, I pulled myself," Ginny said. "I figured it would be the thing to do for the safety of my baby, if nothing else." "Probably a good move, Ginny." Ginny spent a good portion of time working on her term paper when she wasn't busy with her day-to-day schoolwork. Finally, she woke up to find a real nice day, and she glanced at her calendar to find it was April 1st. She glanced over to find Leslie was half asleep. "Hey, Leslie, there is a Dementor leaning over you," Ginny said. "A Dementor? What, where?" "Don't let it kiss me," Leslie said in a panic. "April Fools, you gullible excuse for a witch," Ginny said. "Vocalus tacus awayus," Leslie said after picking up her wand. Ginny instantly went silent. God, I should use that on Snape sometime, Leslie figured, after she used a voice removal curse on Ginny in revenge. At breakfast, Ashley noticed how silent Ginny was. "Hey, Ginny, did a cat get your tongue or something?" Ashley wondered, after noticing how quiet Ginny was. Ginny mouthed the word, "Leslie." Ginny was kind of glad it was the weekend, so she wouldn't end up spending class time as a mute. On her way back to Gryffindor Tower after breakfast, she ended up tripping over a big bump in the rug and fell forwards. Thankfully, Sir Nick was on hand. "Wouldn't want the little one to get crushed," Sir Nick said. "Thanks, Sir Nick. You think Peeves is behind this one?" Ginny wondered, using her wand to write the words in the air. "Without a bloody doubt he was," Sir Nick said. "Last time I saw him, he was trying to tease the fat lady at the entrance to the tower. What happened to your voice?" "A friend of mine used a voice removal curse on me for causing her to panic," Ginny wrote in the air. Fairly soon it was time for the match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Eleanor was sitting in the commentator's booth. Ashley took the time to sit with Ron and the others. Joining them was an Asian-looking girl named Cho Chang, a former Ravenclaw student who had graduated the previous year. "Man, Ginny sure is quiet," Cho commented. "She has been like that all day," Kelly commented. "Harry is a first-rate seeker. He beat me, let's see, 3 times in 4 years, Cho said. "You played Quidditch," Kelly noted. "I was a seeker like Harry," Cho said. "I think he used to have a crush on me before he realized his feelings for the silent one." "Mount your brooms, everyone. 3, 2, 1, Madam Hoot said before blowing her whistle. "Gryffindor possession. Dennis Creevy to Collins, to Rodriguez, back to Collins. Dennis Creevy is zooming by past a bludger sent towards him by Brocklehurst." "Oh no, Ravenclaw possession," Eleanor called out. "Go Ravens," Cho called out. Leslie wondered if she should use the voice removal curse on Cho. Ginny, of course, used her wand to send up huge words that said, "Go Gryffindor." "Expelliarmus," someone called out, and Ginny's wand went flying. "Looks like a small skirmish among houses in the stands, as Gryffindor, with a 3-goal lead, prepares for another goal. Collins is moving into position and throws it. "Block by boot," Eleanor called out. Harry, meanwhile, was zooming along, looking for the golden snitch, when he saw Ginny's wand come a little close to a bludger. He then zoomed over and retrieved it. Natalie helped by knocking the bludger away. For some weird reason, the snitch happened to come zooming by right then, and Harry reached up and just started to place his hand around it when it zoomed away. "Cashews," Harry said. "Better luck next time, Captain Potter," Natalie said as she flew off after the bludgers. Harry, of course, turned a little pink. He then kicked his broom into full speed and zoomed off after the snitch. Fairly soon, the score was 80-60 Ravenclaw, when Harry felt a small something fly up his right sleeve. He placed his left hand in his robe over the shoulder hole, and soon as it was in place, he grabbed a hold of it and pulled his arm out. Unbelievable! After a strange move by the snitch, Potter caught it. Final score, Gryffindor, Lions, 230 points. Ravenclaw, 80, Eleanor called out. A short time later, the gang was on the ground, gathered around. "Ginny, I believe this is yours," Harry said, handing Ginny her wand. He then took his own wand out and cast a quick spell. "Voculus returnigum," Harry said, aiming his own wand at Ginny. "So nice to have my voice back," Ginny said. Leslie was a little annoyed that Harry had restored Ginny's voice. "Remind me to teach you all how to block Voculus takeus awayus," Professor Flitwick said as he walked by. "Professor, how is it Ginny was able to form words in the air when I had her cursed?" Leslie wondered, though she knew she would be admitting guilt in asking her question. "That's easy, Miss Lowdy. A person inflicted by the voice removal curse ends up moving their voice to their wand. All you ended up doing was making it more interesting, since Ginny's shout of 'Go Gryffindor' ended up in huge letters everyone could see," Professor Flitwick said. "Nice game, by the way, Mr. Potter." "Thanks, Professor Flitwick. Your new seeker isn't bad. I wouldn't mind a game of 3-on-3 against her sometime," Harry said. Chapter 12. Birth of a Heroine. If you were to look around, you could see the trapdoor in the centre of the floor, and the plush armchairs and other pieces of furniture on the floor of the circular room at the top of one of the towers. Eventually, several students, among them Ginny Weasley, came through and sat down. Ginny grabbed a seat over by Leslie and Colin. Eventually, Professor Trelawney walked in. "Ah, Ginny, my inner eye tells me that middle of next month you will experience great pain," the professor told her. "Okay, thanks for telling us," Ginny said. "Ginny, any idea what she might be referring to?" Colin wondered. "Colin, it should be obvious," Leslie said. "Trelawney is probably referring to Ginny's baby being born." "You really think that's what it is?" Colin wondered. "Colin, take into consideration that's the most likely possibility. Besides, my estimated due date is around that time," Ginny said. They spent the day on a very complex lesson on mind melding, as a way of exploring a person's mind. Such an act was long thought of as a dark art, and as such it was made illegal by the Ministry of Magic. That evening, Ginny lowered herself into a couch by the other members of her group: Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ashley, Leslie, Lucy, Kelly, and Colin, and his brother Dennis. She took the time to tell the others about what Trelawney had said. "Ginny, if it does happen, then all it will be is a coincidence. Divination is a very inexact branch of magic. Dumbledore doesn't even have full faith in Trelawney's abilities. I admit there is certainly enough evidence to show she is capable of accuracy, but in my opinion all it will prove to be is one big coincidence," Hermione said. "Take into consideration she is constantly predicting Harry's death, and yet he is still alive." "No matter what you say, Hermione, I still think she was predicting my baby being born," Ginny said. "I admit I know nothing about divination, but I agree with Ginny," Kelly said. Hermione glared at her cousin's best friend. That night Harry wrote a few owls. "Dear Remus and Sirius, current estimates show that the newest addition to the Potter family will be born middle of May. It would be nice if you two could be on hand for a birth. I know my dad would have wanted to be here. Harry and Ginny. Dear Mrs. Weasley, barring complications, the baby most likely will be born middle of May. It's strange. Back in September it seemed like a long time, and yet it will be here soon as you know it. I'm actually looking forward to being a father, as I am sure you are looking forward to being a grandmother. Harry." Harry then went and sent Hedwig to Sirius and Remus, and he borrowed Pig to send the owl to the burrow. 2 days later, Pig showed back up and did a little dance for the people near him at the Gryffindor table during lunch. Harry: "I was glad to receive the owl containing the update on Ginny's condition. If you can still arrange it, I'd like you and Ginny to spend Easter at the burrow. Molly." Ginny sat down next then, and Harry showed her the owl. She felt that a visit to the Burrow for Easter would be a smart move. The time leading up to Easter was busy, so it went quick. The night before the students left, Harry, Ginny and Myrtle boarded a carriage and headed for Harry's house. Myrtle was going to float on over, and Harry and Ginny had figured on flu powdering. "Harry, I wonder if the flu powder is a good idea," Ginny said. "Well, neither of us is allowed to apparate, so we probably should take the night bus in that case," Harry said as he extended his wand hand. A sudden pop was then heard, and the triple-decker bus appeared. The door opened and the driver looked their way. "Why, hello, Neville," he said, teasing Harry. "I'll explain later," Harry told Ginny. Stan, the red-headed conductor, then walked up to them. "So where to?" Stan asked. "The Burrow. You know where that is?" Harry asked. "Sure, we can have you there in no time," Stan said, after Harry paid for 2 beds and a deluxe bathroom. The reason for the 2 beds is, instead of seats, the night bus had beds on each level. Stan gave them beds close to the front. An hour later, the night bus dropped them by the Burrow. Molly walked out to meet them. "Oh, it's you. I wondered who was arriving on the bus," Molly said. "Whoa, Ginny, you are getting big." Ginny went pink at her mother's teasing remark. "The clowns are inside along with your father and Percy," Molly added. They then walked inside. "Ginny, how are you doing?" Fred asked. "Pretty good, actually. It's kind of nice to get home to the old home," Ginny said. "I'm sure. We haven't seen you since you slipped off for Harry's house back in August," Arthur added. Myrtle had slipped in during all this and went looking for a decent bathroom. George showed her the way to Arthur and Molly's private bathroom. "Harry, for your information, we used a few profits from the twins' joke shop, along with a loan from Gringotts, to add a small suite of rooms to the house," Molly said. "One is a room for you, which really we should have added years ago, along with a room for our future grandchild." "You didn't have to, Mrs. Weasley. I could have just slept in Ron's room like I did all those summers I spent here," Harry said. "Yeah, but it probably beats all those years you spent with those awful muggles," Mr. Weasley said. "It almost doesn't surprise me how often you've accidentally used magic there. Let's see the hovering charm, the engorgement charm, the slicker charm." "What I should have used was a weight loss charm on Dudley," Harry said. Now, Harry, wait us. Reducto is not a charm to be used lightly. The Ministry has seen many cases of people overdoing it with that charm and taking too much weight off. Although I agree your cousin would be a good candidate for that charm, there is the matter of his being a muggle, and the fact that magic is not supposed to be used around about. 99.99% of muggles, Arthur said. The exception, of course, being muggles like Ashley Klein, who know of our world, Harry said. Yes, Ashley is one of the few exceptions. At least if she gets into a bind, she will use Ringus Unitus to get out of the bind, especially if she encounters you-know-who, Arthur said. When it was bedtime, Molly showed Harry to his room on the ground floor. Harry's room almost looked like an expansionary charm had been used on it, since it almost looked bigger than the entire first floor of number 4, Privet Drive. "This is definitely a nice room," Harry said. "It's almost better than either my room at the Dursleys, or even the room Ron and I sleep in at Hogwarts." "That was the idea," Molly said. "Arthur and I wanted it to be better than you were used to." "Let me say this, Mrs. Weasley, you two were successful," Harry said. A short time later, Harry heard a scream that sounded like Mrs. Weasley. Myrtle came barreling through a short time later. "What happened?" Harry wondered as he looked toward Myrtle with one eye open and the other closed. "Ginny's mom found me in their bathroom. Used to ghosts as she is, she obviously isn't used to them in her own house," Myrtle said. "Probably not," Harry said as he closed his open eye and went back to sleep. The next morning, Harry headed out to the kitchen for breakfast. He noticed Ginny sitting off to one side. "I slept in my old room. This will probably be the last time I sleep in there. Next time I come here, I will most likely be in the same room as you," Ginny said. "Ginny, any idea what you are going to do for a dress?" Molly asked. "I was just going to wear my dress robes. They should fit somewhat by then," Ginny said. "Ginny, I almost feel you should have a real dress to wear for your wedding," Molly said. "Mom, my wedding is approaching fast. Not as fast as my child, but still approaching fast. There might not be time to get a dress. Besides, if we started now, the dress wouldn't fit properly come the actual wedding. If necessary, I can just have Hermione transfigure one of my better dresses into a wedding dress. She is the best when it comes to transfiguration," Ginny said. Molly shook her head at the thought of using transfiguration to make a wedding dress. "Harry, you have anything special on your docket today?" Percy asked as he apparated in for breakfast. "Not really, Percy. Why is something up?" Harry wondered, his wand in his right pocket, on his black school robes. "I had arranged with my division chief for you to, if you so desired, visit the ministry this week for a day," Percy said. "You could look at it as great experience for after graduation." "Ah, what the heck. Just let me know where to get off the flu network," Harry said. "Oh, that's right, you haven't learned to apparate yet," Percy realized. "Who hasn't learned yet?" Arthur asked as he walked in, wearing a pair of faded brown robes. "Harry hasn't," Percy said. "I'm sure if we spoke with the proper people, we could arrange for Harry to take some lessons on apparating, at least over his holiday," Arthur said. "I'll talk to someone at the ministry today," Percy said. "What's the rush? It's not like I need that skill at Hogwarts. I can't even apparate onto or off the grounds," Harry wondered. "You have to learn someday," Percy said. A short time later, Harry flew powdered over to the Ministry of Magic building. Percy was waiting for him. "This here is the Department of International Magical Cooperation. My office is here in this stuffy room," Percy said. Percy then took Harry on a tour of the building, about an hour in. He showed Harry where the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office was, which was where Arthur worked. The bulk of the afternoon was spent at the Magical Law Enforcement Department. The chief there explained about the various types of people who worked there: the hitmen, the aurors, the standard officers. As Harry was leaving that area, an aged wizard in fairly well-kept brown robes walked out. "Oh, excuse me, Percy, but I'd like to talk to Mr. Potter alone," the wizard said. "Sure. Harry, will you be able to meet me at the Magical Transportation Management office when you are done?" Percy wondered. "I should be able to," Harry said. Harry then followed the wizard into a fairly subdued area. "Mr. Potter, forgive me. I'm Dantalus Danforth. I'm the director of the Magical Intelligence Division. You graduate from Hogwarts at the end of June, don't you?" "Yes, I do. Why were you wondering?" "My office is involved in keeping a very close eye on events in the wizarding world. One thing we do is insert trained intelligence-gathering wizards and witches into pockets of dark arts practicing witches and wizards. We even have Voldemort's forces infiltrated," Dantalus said. "Mr. Danforth, you surprised me. I only know of a handful of wizards who feel safe using Voldemort's name," Harry said. "Mr. Potter, you possess various pieces of equipment useful in intelligence gathering, don't you?" Dantalus wondered. "Yes, I do. I have an old invisibility cloak of my dad's. I possess an old Marauder's map that my dad and his friends once made and used for mischief-making, and I even own a sneaker-scope," Harry said. "That will prove perfect, Mr. Potter. You see, Mr. Potter, my reason for mentioning all this is I'd like to recruit you for after you graduate," Dantalus said. "I'll think about your offer and let you know once I get the results of my newts back. Also, Mr. Danforth, I hope you realize, but I am scheduled to get married on the last day of my Hogwarts career," Harry informed him. "Yes, I am well aware of it. "The Director of Magical Intelligence knows all and reveals little," Dantalus said. "Do you have an apparating license yet?" "No, Percy and his dad were going to make arrangements so I could take a few lessons over my break from school," Harry said. "I see," Dantalus said. "If you run into trouble, have the people in the office that regulates it call me. Same with the misuse of magic office after you become an animagus. More specifically, an unregistered animagus." "Mr. Danforth, isn't it illegal for an animagus to be unregistered?" Harry asked. "Technically, yes, but things work differently in this office. We keep a separate registry of the animal form of our agents who become animagi, so they can do their duties. We simply neglect to tell the misuse of magic office of the identity of our officers," Dantalus said. Harry spent the better part of his holiday learning to apparate. On the last day of his lessons, he was given a test, and he passed it without difficulty. Ginny, though, didn't know he was learning to apparate. She found out, though, after he apparated back to the burrow. "Harry, you scared me. I didn't expect you to just pop into place," Ginny said. "Sorry, my love, but I wanted to surprise you," Harry said. "What have you been up to all break?" Ginny wondered. "Just taking some lessons," Harry said. "I even managed to get my license on my first try." "Which license? Not your apparating license?" Ginny said. "Actually, yes," Harry said. An hour later, Harry put Ginny on the night bus with Myrtle, and he then apparated back to his house, where he used the tunnel to return to Hogwarts. The next few weeks were crazy, since Harry had a ton of studying to do. So much, in fact, that he cut back on the Quidditch practices to 1 night a week and an hour on the weekend. He had his usual homework to do, along with studying for the newts to do, since they were rapidly approaching. Ginny was also busy with last-minute things before the baby came, and her term paper to finish. One day in the middle of May, Ginny woke up feeling like a normal day. "Well, so far I'm not feeling great pain, so maybe Hermione is right, and Trelawney is a phony." Later that day, Ginny had divination. She sat down as usual with Leslie and Colin. Trelawney was lecturing on a few other methods of mind-melding, which were just as illegal as the ones they had studied so far, when she started to feel pain coming on. "Help somebody!" Ginny screamed. "Ginny, what's wrong?" Colin wondered. "My abdomen, it hurts," Ginny complained. "Where exactly?" Leslie wondered, as she started to feel around. Leslie managed to feel something as she worked. At the same time she felt it, Ginny screamed again. "Colin, get Madame Pomfrey, McGonagall, Dumbledore, Harry and Ron in that order. Ginny is having contractions, and that's why she is in pain," Leslie ordered. Colin quickly left without even asking Trelawney for permission. He was just glad to get out of a class on an illegal form of divination. "How could you tell Miss Lodi that your friend was having contractions?" Trelawney wondered. "I could tell as I was trying to find the cause of her pain that a contraction was taking place," Leslie said. Madame Pomfrey arrived through the trapdoor in the floor of the tower a short time later. "Figures of all the places in the castle for it to happen. It had to happen here," Madame Pomfrey complained as she walked over. "Sybil, is there a chance you could move your classes to another area? I'd rather not move Miss Weasley right now under the circumstances," she explained as McGonagall and Dumbledore arrived together. "Poppy, what is wrong?" McGonagall wondered. "Ginny Weasley went into labour during her divination class," Madame Pomfrey said. "In my opinion, the location was the worst possible, due to that stupid ladder that Sybil uses to get into her tower instead of a normal staircase." "Do you require assistance moving her to the hospital wing?" Dumbledore wondered. "Actually, Headmaster, I was figuring on delivering the baby here. Moving her is not advisable," Madame Pomfrey said. Colin returned 10 minutes later, just as Ginny was screaming away to report that Harry and Ron were in double potions, and Snape was not about to let them leave early, but they would be there soon as class was over. Trelawney, reluctantly, had called off the rest of that class and moved the rest of her classes to the staff room, since it had what she considered the proper furniture. The labour process went on for 3 hours. Harry and Ron managed to arrive in time for the big moment, when a 4 3/4 kilogram girl entered the world. Myrtle also happened to be there. "She is so cute," Myrtle said. "Have you decided on a name yet?" "Yes, we have, Myrtle," Harry announced. "Amy Lillian Potter. Amy, as you suggested, and tended to refer to you and Lillian after my mother." Somewhere in a room, its location not easily known, sat a book and a special quill. The quill was seen writing without anyone being nearby. The line it was writing said this: "Amy Lillian Potter, May 15th, 1998. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry James Potter, father. Virginia Louise Weasley, mother." What the line was the name of the infant, where it was born, and the identity of its parents. "Myrtle, your presence here is helpful, since someone will be needed to carry the baby to the hospital wing, and you are the best option available under the circumstances," Madame Pomfrey said. "No problem, Madame Pomfrey," Myrtle said, as she very carefully picked Amy up and carried her down the stairs, and then proceeded to the infirmary. The only obstacle she ran into was Peeves. "Myrtle, what is that you are carrying in your arms?" Peeves wondered, his usual mischievous grin visible on his face. "Just Harry and Ginny's daughter, so scram before I sick the Baron on you," Myrtle said. "You wouldn't dare, Myrtle," Peeves said. "Don't bet your sickles on that, Peeves," Myrtle said, as Madame Pomfrey and Ginny approached Ron, Harry, Hermione, who had run into the procession in the corridors, McGonagall and Dumbledore bringing up the rear. "If she doesn't, I will, Peeves, so watch it, you big floating bag of air," Ginny screamed. Peeves' grin changed into a subtle smile at what he had looked at as a compliment. Peeves reluctantly stepped aside, but then part of it might have been the fact that Dumbledore was looking rather annoyed with the poltergeist. They soon arrived in the hospital wing. "Harry, Ron, Hermione, I suggest you let both Ginny and Amy rest. You can come back tomorrow," Madame Pomfrey said. "You're probably right, Madame Pomfrey," Harry said as he walked away, his 2 comrades following him. "She must have been in a lot of pain from what Leslie was saying. Looks like Trelawney was correct on that prediction, but I still think it was a coincidence," Hermione said. "Hermione, it's obvious you don't care for Trelawney. After all, you did walk out on her class 3rd year," Ron said. Every resident of Gryffindor, it seemed, was in the common room when they arrived. "Harry, Mano, how is everything going?" Mikkel wondered. "It's a girl," Harry said. "Amy Lillian Potter." "Oh man, the only thing missing is some cigars, Mano," Mikkel complained. "No smoking allowed in the castle, you know that, Rodriguez," a prefect called out. 2 days later, Ginny returned to Gryffindor Tower, and Amy made her first post-birth appearance there. "She is so cute, Ginny," Ashley said. "Thanks, Ash," Ginny said. "You'll probably end up a good aunt for her." Chapter 13. Lions Battling Badgers. A week after her daughter's triumphant birth in the divination classroom, Ginny was sitting in the great hall at breakfast time, feeding Amy quickly before she had her own breakfast, when she heard a voice come up behind her. "She certainly is cute. Whose hair do you think she will end up with?" the voice wondered. "Hopefully not her father's hair. God, it seems like Harry can do nothing with his hair," Ginny commented. "I know," the voice said. "What do you do with her when you have classes and so forth?" "McGonagall placed a small cradle in my room in Gryffindor, and Myrtle watches her during the day," Ginny said. "You trust a ghost with your daughter?" the voice said. "Most ghosts know. Like, for instance, Draco. I wouldn't trust Baron von Rastinov or Peeves with Amy, but Myrtle, or Sir Nicholas, or even Friar Dibaldi, I would trust with her." Heck, most of the Gryffindors I'm not sure I would trust to watch my daughter, Ginny said. Well, if as she gets older you need an extra babysitter, let me know, Draco said. Draco, how do I know you wouldn't immediately turn Amy over to you-know-who? Ginny wondered. Ginny, I'm thinking of working for the Ministry Law Enforcement Squad against you-know-who. I have no plans after graduation to become a Death Eater, Draco said. That's good to know, Draco, Ginny said as the table started to fill up. Draco then excused himself to return to the Slytherin table. Later that day, Ginny walked with Leslie to Hagrid's cottage for class. Ginny, nice to see you, Hagrid said. Figured you would attend class now that your baby is born safely. Most of my classes, yes. Since I am formally excused from potions, I'm not too worried about showing up there, Ginny said. You have another class after this? Hagrid wondered. No, this is it, Ginny said. Stick around then and we can talk, Hagrid said. Sounds good, Ginny said. Shortly after that, Hagrid had to start class. Ginny's class included 6th years from Ravenclaw. Hagrid happened to choose a fairly tame creature compared to what he usually did. Ginny couldn't help remembering Buckbeak, a hippogriff he had used her 2nd year, or the blast-ended Scroots her 3rd year. Ginny, sometime between now and summer, would it be a problem if you were to bring Amy out here some weekend so I can see her? Hagrid wondered, as they were having some tea afterwards. Hagrid had sent an owl to Harry and Ron, and the two of them, along with Ashley, had joined them at the cabin. It shouldn't be a problem. Dumbledore and McGonagall found an old pram that I could use. I was going to bring her other this weekend for a nice walk and some fresh air. Hopefully some people will be able to break themselves away from studying to join me, Ginny said, looking towards Harry and to a small extent Ron. Ginny, I will try to find time this weekend, but Ron and I have the Newts coming up fast, and also I have one last Quidditch match to prepare for. You might want to think about getting ready yourself. I'm going to leave Mikkel in the starting slot, but who knows if it goes on a while, you might get a chance to play, Harry said. What about Warren? Ginny wondered. He quit the team a couple days ago, Harry said. Both McGonagall and I were surprised, but he has really had an attitude over the whole thing. In that case, good riddance, Ginny said. I'm inclined to agree with you, Harry said. Which day is practice? Ginny wondered. Sunday, Harry said. Good. I'll give her a nice walk on Saturday. I will, of course, keep an eye peeled for Death Eaters, Ginny said. I doubt there be any Death Eaters around here, Hagrid said. You never know, Hagrid, Ginny said. If they do come around, I will try to get as far from Hogwarts as possible with Amy and apparate to the Burrow, Harry said. Harry, your plan is pretty risky, Hagrid said. I got my apparating license over Easter holidays, Harry said. Still, the Death Eaters might not let you get to a point where you could apparate, Hagrid said. I'm sure I could find a way, Harry said, like taking the tunnel under the Whomping Willow to the Shrieking Shack and using that as my apparating point. At least Wormtail is dead, so he can't blab about the tunnel to Voldemort. Saturday morning early. Ginny took the time to get Amy ready for her first trip outside the castle walls. Myrtle joined them for the trip, as did Diori on a day off from her duties in the kitchens. Ah, it is so nice out here. Imagine if you can, Myrtle, my daughter, your goddaughter, learning to swim in this very lake, Ginny said. Myrtle had a lost look on her face. Myrtle, Ginny and I had spent a lot of time discussing this, and we figured she deserved a few godparents. Our figuring on the godmothers was Hermione, Ashley and you. Most people would probably not like one of her 2 godmothers being a ghost, so that's why we gave her 3. To counterbalance the godfathers, we chose 2. Sirius will of course be one of them, and Dumbledore the other, Harry said. One thing is for sure, Ginny. I will miss Amy after you leave with her, Myrtle said, looking as if she was about to flood the grounds. Myrtle, it's not a problem. I was hoping you would continue to assist me with her after school is over with for the year, and continue on after I graduate, Ginny said. It's a thought, Myrtle said. Shortly before they went through the front doors, Professor Snape, of all people, went walking by. Ginny had a feeling he was headed for breakfast. "Where, might I ask, are you going, Miss Weasley?" Snape asked. "I had figured on taking advantage of this nice spring day to take my daughter for a walk around the grounds of the school," Ginny replied. "Am I to hope you will be attending my class next week before the final exam the week after that?" Snape inquired. "I'm pretty sure I was exempted from your class for the rest of the year, not just until my daughter was born," Ginny said. "You have two choices, Miss Weasley. Either you show up for class next week, or I will give you an F and bar you from the exam, no matter how good your term paper is," Snape said. "I will even go so far as I have the right to do so, to make you serve detention every day until end of the term." Ginny then headed off through the doors and went along the shore of the lake. She didn't notice movement behind her, since the person in question was using an invisibility cloak. During the walk along the shore, she felt a calming hand on her shoulder. "Morning, Ginny," Dumbledore said. "Oh, morning, Professor," Ginny said. "Harry told me you had seemed troubled. Something bothering you?" the headmaster queried. "Snape, mainly. He expects me in class next week, otherwise he'll give me an F," Ginny said. "Minerva looked over your term paper yesterday, and it seemed extremely complete. She was going to look it over more thoroughly this weekend, but she thinks she will get high marks on it. Your term paper grade will be your grade for the course. In fact, Minerva said that if the paper is as good as she thinks it is, she might see if, for extra credit next year, you could start on a similar book for beginning and intermediate transfiguration," Dumbledore informed her. "What would I do about Snape's final?" Ginny wondered. "You won't be sitting for the final, since you were exempt from the last 5 months of material. I will, of course, be informing Severus of that fact," Dumbledore said. "In fact, I excused you from all of your finals." Ginny continued her walk around the grounds. She kept a reasonable distance from the edge of the Forbidden Forest, since the headmaster had continued to walk alongside her. Soon they were passing in front of Hagrid's cottage. By chance, Hagrid was outside with a couple of dogs. One was a gigantic boarhound, and the other had a familiar look to it. Hagrid walked over, holding the boarhound by a tight leash, and the other dog walked on its own. Ginny knew that the one dog wasn't dangerous, but she wasn't so sure about Hagrid's boarhound. "Morning, Padfoot," Ginny said to the one dog. The dog nuzzled his nose at Amy. He then looked around to make sure the coast was clear before transforming into his normal form. "She is absolutely beautiful," Sirius said. "That she is. I was talking to Draco Malfoy the other day, and we are hoping she doesn't end up with her father's hair," Ginny said. "Was it a standard conversation, considering the reputation that Malfoys have?" Sirius wondered. "Actually, it was a rather civilized. It was interesting that even Malfoy has a compassionate side," Ginny informed the two. "Who knows, Draco Malfoy might be a potential ally against the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters," Sirius said. "It's his hope to join the magical law enforcement squad after graduation," Ginny said. "Knowing Harry, he is probably busy getting ready for Quidditch," Hagrid said. "Hermione is making every 7th-year Gryffindor take part in a Newt's study session. He has Colin Creevey taking charge during what few practices we have. Thankfully, Wendy is able to take part. She might have to fill in if Harry isn't ready. He isn't sure he can even make tomorrow's practice," Ginny said. "Ginny, I did try to make it here for your daughter's birth, but I wasn't successful," Sirius said. "The whole thing was interesting. I ended up going into labor in the divination classroom. Dumbledore made Trelawney move her classes to the staff room since they didn't want to move me because of the way the last stretch to the divination room is. Thankfully, by the time I was able to move, was after Amy's birth, Ginny said. Ginny, it wouldn't surprise me if by now Voldemort knows of Amy's birth, in which case he might try for her, Sirius said. Sirius, you really think Voldemort will try to do something to Amy while she is here at Hogwarts? Dumbledore asked. It wouldn't surprise me, Albus. That's why I'm out with Hagrid and Fang, Sirius said. There hasn't been a lot of Death Eater activity lately, which makes me think he is getting ready for something big. A neighbour of Harry's, Colleen Falk, has been hanging around lately on some undercover investigation. I usually just give her a casual wave so as not to blow her cover, Ginny said. What is Colleen investigating? Sirius wondered. Our caretaker died shortly before Christmas. It looks like it might have been suicide, but Colleen seems to think it may have been a murder by a Death Eater, Dumbledore said. She could be right, Sirius said. Where does she usually work during the day, or for that matter sleep at night? I think she sleeps in the VIP room in Hufflepuff, but you might want to ask Professor Sprout, Dumbledore said. I'll check the castle, I might run into her, Sirius said, as after he checked the area before changing back into his animagus form of Padfoot. Good luck, Sirius, Ginny called out as Padfoot headed for the castle. Dumbledore stuck close to Ginny and Amy as they finished their walk around the grounds. Ginny then headed for the common room to work on homework in her dormitory. Leslie walked in while she was writing an essay for Flitwick's class. Oh man, are we in trouble next year. I was eavesdropping on Hermione's study session, and the Newts seem real bad. I'd rather go one-on-one with you-know-who than face the Newts, Leslie said. Any idea what they will expect you to do about finals, especially potions? Yeah, I know what I'm to do about finals, Ginny said. First off, potions, Leslie said. Nothing. History? Nothing. Transfiguration? Nothing. Blankwood's class? Nothing. Charms? Nothing. Astronomy? Nothing. Herbology? Nothing. Care of magical creatures? Nothing. Divination? Nothing. Muggle studies? That class is a big joke and I have to do nothing for that final. I probably should have asked this question a few nothings ago, but are you even taking finals? No, Dumbledore joined me on my walk and told me that I was excused from all finals. I also saw Padfoot. He was with Hagrid at first, Ginny said. Who is Padfoot, that stupid boarhound of Hagrid's? Leslie wondered. No, that's Fang. Padfoot is Harry and Amy's mutual godfather, Ginny said. Oh, as in Sirius Black. You better believe it, Ginny said. I wonder if Ashley ever figured out the scoop about Sirius being able to change into a dog, Leslie commented. I doubt it, Ginny said. The last week of classes seemed almost like a blur to the students at Hogwarts. Finals week. Ginny was glad she was excused, since it meant she could simply sit in the common room and watch Amy sleep away. For the most part, the seventh years spent as little time in the common room in the evening, since they were almost totally exhausted. Ginny worried that week about how Harry was managing. Ginny wasn't the only one, since even Colin, the acting captain, and McGonagall were worried. Finally, it was game day. Harry looked totally wiped after 5 days of nearly exhausting testing. Wendy was spotted in the locker room polishing the clean sweep 6 she used during practice. Captain, maybe you should let me handle this game, she suggested. No, I'll manage, Wendy, Harry said. If I let you sub in for me, it wouldn't seem the same as if I helped the team win the cup. Harry, suggestion. Leave the snitch alone until we are 40 points ahead, Leslie said, since she had computed the points total for each team. I'll try Leslie, Harry said. Fairly soon, Harry was gathered with the rest of the starting 7. Welcome, everyone, to the final match of the year. This match is a real heyday for one particular member of the Gryffindor team. Will Harry Potter end his 7th year of play with another Quidditch Cup victory? Who knows? As everyone knows, recently Harry became a proud papa after Amy Lillian Potter was born in, of all places, the Divination Tower. Orla, the commentator, announced. Now walking onto the field is the Gryffindor Lions: McIntyre, Creevy, Collins, Rodriguez, Creevy, MacDonald and Potter. Orla then announced the players for the Hufflepuff House Quidditch team. "Mount your brooms, everyone," McGonagall, who had chosen to referee the match instead of looking over Orla's shoulder, said. 3, 2, 1, bleat! Harry then took off and orbited the field, keeping an eye on the action. Gryffindor possession. Rodriguez to Dennis Creevy to Collins, back to Rodriguez. Rodriguez is in reach of the goal. He looks right then as the Hufflepuff keeper gets ready to block. Rodriguez sends it through the left-hand hoop. Gryffindor scores the first goal of the game. Hufflepuff possession, only for the chaser to get hit by a bludger from MacDonald. Collins is in position, though, for an intercept, and she passes it to Dennis Creevy, who sends it to Rodriguez, while Collins moved into position for a quick catch, but instead she decided to headbutt it into the goal. Gryffindor leads 20-0, Orla announced. It ended up quiet for a while, but then Lucy threw the quaffle across the field from where Rhonda tossed it to her, and it knocked the Hufflepuff keeper through the goalpost with it. McGonagall then called a timeout, just as the snitch came into view. A few minutes were spent while McGonagall, Madam Hooch and Professor Dumbledore met to decide the validity of the goal attempt. In other words, was it a goal or a block? In the end, it was considered a block, and Hufflepuff got a try for a penalty, but Rhonda blocked it well. Before anyone knew it, Gryffindor had managed to get 3 more goals. Just the 2 blurs were seen. One was small with a goldish colour, and the other was large and scarlet-coloured with hints of gold. A yellow flash tried to catch up, but eventually, as it got close to the ground, the goldish flash vanished, and a triumphant scarlet beam slowed down turned into a very smiling Harry Potter. Gryffindor wins the Quidditch Cup with a score of 200-0 over Hufflepuff, Orla screamed. The common room that night was rocking away. "Harry, good work. If anything, you all needed a good victory after that exhausting week," Ashley said. "Tell me about it, Ashley," Harry said. "I just want to go to bed and sleep until graduation." Chapter 14. The Dark Lord Attacks. It is now almost the end of June. With it comes graduation and the leaving feast. Exams are over with, and Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup again. "Ron, it seems like only yesterday we met on the Hogwarts Express," Harry said. "Yeah, and soon you and Ginny will be getting married," Ron said. "I only hope things will be ready," Harry said. "I agree. You know, your scar has been awfully quiet this year," Hermione pointed out as she sat down. "Scary how you have a point, Hermione. I wonder why. You would think Voldemort would want to do something here while he has a chance," Harry said, watching as his 2 best friends cringe at Harry using the Dark Lord's name. In fact, everyone seated with them, Leslie Loudy, Kelly Nichols, Lucy Collins, Colin and Dennis Creevy, even Mikel Rodriguez, Ginny, who generally sat with their group, was resting since the youngest member of their group, Amy Lillian Potter, had gotten her up a few times the night before. Meanwhile, Amy was resting away near the group. The last member of their gang, Ashley Klein, was watching over her. "Harry, I hope whoever this Voldemort is doesn't harm so much as a hair on Amy's head," Ashley said. "You know who is bad news. A danger not only to full witches and wizards, especially Muggle-born witches and wizards, but squibs and even muggles," Leslie said. "I wonder if that is why Dumbledore has me wear this ring," Ashley said, referring to a ring on her left ring finger, the companion to a similar ring on Ron's hand. "I just hope you will be able to pull off the spell if needed," Lucy said. "Even though I'm a Muggle, I've already been promised a job with the new Muggle Relations Office at the Ministry of Magic," Ashley said. "What will that office do?" Kelly wondered. "The basis behind the Muggle Relations Office is twofold. For one thing, it will help families of Muggle-born wizards, or wizards like Harry, who, while born to a wizarding family, were raised by Muggles, deal with the presence of a witch or wizard in their life. Also, I will assist the Muggle half of a Muggle/magic marriage transition into the magical world. That's part of the reason I've spent the last few months here, so I could get an idea of what goes on in your world, to gain experience," Ashley explained. "According to Professor Flitwick, I won't know if I will be able to use the ring uniting spell until I have to use it. This means, of course, that if it doesn't work, I'm in trouble." "Let's hope, then, that you won't have to use it," Harry said. "I agree wholeheartedly with you on that," Ashley said. The next day, everyone slipped out to Hogsmeade. Harry made sure Padfoot was on hand, since Ginny was bringing Amy along. Their first stop was the Three Broomsticks. "Hello, Harry. Ginny. Haven't seen you two lovebirds lately," Rosemerta, the owner, said. "We've been busy, Rosemerta," Harry said. "We'll need 8 chilled goblets and 2 jugs of pumpkin juice." "No butterbeer today, that's unusual for your group," Rosemerta commented. "We figured on simply downing some pumpkin juice," Harry said. While they were drinking their pumpkin juice, a young witch walked over and saw them. "Looks like a pretty big group," the witch commented. "We're students over at the school," Ashley said. "Which school is this? Not Hogwarts," the witch said. "Actually, we do attend Hogwarts," Harry said. "The baby there is certainly cute. How old is it?" "She is almost 4 weeks," Ginny responded. "Well, I'm sure she someday will be attending Hogwarts like her parents. Or is she a Muggle child?" the witch asked. "No, she's born of magical parents," Ginny said. Harry was when they left and headed for Honeydukes. He immediately stocked up on candy for after the wedding. His next stop on his own was to buy little gifts for Ron, Seamus, Neville, Fred, George, and one final gift for the last member of his party, who he preferred to remain as nameless as Voldemort for the time being. The days leading up to graduation and the wedding were some of the worst Harry had ever had due to his nerves. Finally, it was the last day, and he was standing in a room off the Quidditch pit with the other 7th years wearing his finest dress robes. Finally, Hagrid walked in. "Okay, everyone, come with me," Hagrid said. Hagrid then led the graduating class out onto the field, where Harry noticed on a small stage was the faculty of Hogwarts, along with Cornelius Fudge and Phidias Vigilus were seated. The stands held the entire student body, along with a lot of parents. Headmaster Dumbledore, Minister Fudge, Deputy Minister Vigilus, I present you the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, graduating class of 1998, Hagrid said. Thank you, Hagrid, Minister Fudge said. I want to thank everyone for coming here today. Do any of you graduates know what is so special about graduating from wizarding school? For one thing, you don't have to deal with Severus Snape all the time. Also, as you know, every year the students are given little notes reminding them not to use magic over the summer holidays. Well, those notes are only given to the 1st through 6th years. That's because you 7th years, now that you are through Hogwarts, are allowed to use magic in your daily lives. I'm sure most of you will use your magic for the light, meaning against practitioners of the dark arts. A few of you, though, will probably use your magic in order to practice the dark arts, and probably join you-know-who in his campaign against those who aren't pure-blood wizards. Just then, Professor Blankwood was seen heading toward the podium with his wand out. Avada Kedavra, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor said, pointing his wand toward the Minister of Magic. The minister then fell dead, and a panic started to ensue. "Not so fast, Professor Blankwood," Colleen called out. "You're under arrest for the murders of Argus Filch and Cornelius Fudge." "Miss Fawke, where did you get that authority?" McGonagall wondered. "Ministry of Magic, Magical Law Enforcement Squad, undercover," Colleen called out. "Stupefy!" Colleen managed to stun Blankwood. His sleeves fell down his arm as he fell to reveal a mark on one arm. The Dark Mark. Professor Thaddeus Blankwood was a Death Eater. "Well, well, looks like I finally found a worthy follower," a wizard said, as he walked in dressed in some of the finest robes he had. A whole legion of masked followers with him. At that very moment, Harry's scar burned worse than ever before, for Lord Voldemort had arrived. "Death Eaters attack," Voldemort ordered. "Ashley, be ready as best you can," a student next to her in the line called out. "Oh, I will be," Ashley said. Sirius, then knowing what was going on, leapt into the air while in his animagus form, and landed on one of the Death Eaters, pulling his mask off, revealing Lucius Malfoy. Voldemort, meanwhile, headed for where Ginny was sitting off to one side with Amy. "Well, well, what have we here?" Voldemort said. "You stay away from her," Draco called as he got between Ginny and the Dark Lord. "Ah, Draco Malfoy, come to show your worth by killing them yourself," Voldemort wondered. "No, you foul, disgusting excuse for a wizard. I've come to end your reign. Expelliarmus," Draco called. Voldemort then fell backwards and lost his wand. Dumbledore caught it and promptly snapped it in half, and then snapped the pieces into pieces. "If I had known then what I know now, Tom Marvolo Riddle, you would have been the one expelled, not Rubeus Hagrid," Dumbledore said. "The name, old man, is Lord Voldemort. You hear me? Voldemort. Tom Marvolo Riddle is dead." 2 hours later, the battle was over, and the Ministry had arrived to take the captured Death Eaters off to Azkaban. Among those arrested were Lucius Malfoy, a former head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, and the former headmaster of Durstrang Academy. Deputy Minister Vigilus then took the stands. "I want to thank everyone who helped in our finest battle. I have one quick announcement to make before we try and finish our ceremony. At this time, Lord Voldemort is being taken to a secure area to await the death penalty. Yes, my young witches and wizards, Lord Voldemort, born Tom Marvolo Riddle Jr., is to be given the Dementor's kiss. Due to the craziness today, we will only have time for the rest of the graduation ceremony today, and the leaving feast will be at lunch tomorrow, following a short ceremony of a different nature," the Deputy Minister said. They then started to give several awards to various members of the graduating class. After the ceremony was over, the members of the graduating class of 1998 gathered in the Great Hall for a small party, to which the other students weren't invited. "Draco, could I talk to you for a minute?" Harry asked, when he noticed Draco was sitting off to one side with a long face. "Sure, Potter," Draco said. "Why you want to talk to me after we were enemies for 7 years, I don't know." "First off, I want to thank you for protecting Ginny and Amy during the battle today," Harry said. "Yeah, and look where it got me. I'm here and my dad, Crabbe, Goyle, and their own dads are in Azkaban," Draco said. "Draco, there isn't much you could do about it. You made your choice and they made theirs. It's too bad about Cornelius Fudge. While he and Dumbledore didn't always see eye to eye, they at least knew what was best," Harry said. "Draco, I have a small request for you. Tomorrow, during the ceremony, I'd like you up front with my closest friends and I." "What ceremony is that?" Draco wondered. "The ceremony when Ginny and I get married," Harry said. "Harry, I think you've drunk one too many butterbeers. You make no sense," Draco said. "Sense or not, Draco, that is my desire," Harry said. The next morning, Molly and Arthur were waiting in an empty classroom with Leslie, Hermione, Parvati, Ashley, Lucy and Kelly to get ready for the ceremony. "Anyone know who the last person in Harry's party is?" Kelly wondered. "I have no idea. I know he was talking about something to, of all people, Draco Malfoy last night, but I don't know what they were discussing," Ginny said. Myrtle then flew in through a wall. Amy was off to one side, so the god ghost sat down with her. "Dumbledore still presiding over it?" Parvati wondered. "I think it changed, and Minister Vigulus will be presiding over it. He was elected minister last night during an emergency session of the ministry following the raid by the Death Eaters," Arthur said. A short time later, the wedding party started to walk through the Great Hall to a small podium at the far end. Everyone had been surprised to find Draco Malfoy was the final member of the groom's attendants. Magic wands everywhere were out and ready. Minister Vigulus was flanked for the ceremony by Dumbledore and Snape. "You did good on the battlefield yesterday, Klein," Snape said, since Ashley used the ring uniting spell to do a massive stunning spell on all the Death Eaters to end the battle. "Thank you, Professor," Ashley said. "Ladies and gentlemen, in my first official act as Minister of Magic for the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, I am pleased to unite two of the most prominent and influential families by presiding over the marriage of Harold James Potter and Virginia Louise Weasley. Even in the wizarding world, marriage is a sacred vow that is dwelt upon by many. For marriage can unite not only two people, but two families. Miss Weasley's mother was saying how they always looked upon the groom as family, especially since he frequently spent at least part of his summers after entering Hogwarts with the Weasley family," Minister Vigulus said to open the ceremony. After a long, drawn-out speech about the marriage customs in the wizarding world, he came to the part that is common in all worlds. "Harold James Potter, do you take this woman, Virginia Louise Weasley, to be your lawfully wedded wife?" "I do," Harry said. "Virginia Louise Weasley, do you take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband?" "Oh, yes, I most certainly do," Ginny said. Finally, after another 20 minutes, everyone sat down. The staff were scattered among the house tables, since the normal staff table was today being used for the wedding party. Ginny in the end wore dress robes of a stunning white, with a cap of an equally stunning white that had a veil longer than one of Hagrid's middle fingers. "May I present Mr. and Mrs. Harry Potter?" Minister Vigulus asked as everyone sat down. Draco then stood up and signalled for attention. "I just want everyone to know that my presence up here today was a surprise even to me. Harry and I were never close friends. We were more like rivals in classes, and even on the Quidditch field, where we played the same position for our respective houses. Yet yesterday, during an attack on Hogwarts by you-know-who and his Death Eaters, I had taken the time to protect two of the most important people in Harry's life. One was his wife Ginny, and the other was his infant daughter Amy," Draco said. "It's my guess that it was because of my sacrifice that Harry asked me at the last minute to be a part of his wedding party." For the record, Harry had intended to ask Draco all along, Ron whispered to Ashley. Everyone noticed how Sirius Black was on hand as the stand-in for the father of the groom. Fairly soon the reception was over, and all of Gryffindor stood by as Harry and Ginny, with Dobby and Myrtle flanking them, boarded a carriage for the trip into town. When they arrived, Myrtle held Amy while Harry carried Ginny over the threshold. That was something else. One thing no one mentioned today was how we don't have to worry about you-know-who any longer, Ginny said. Chapter 15. prologue to Amy's time at Hogwarts 11 years later. "Happy birthday, Amy," Amy's near-constant companion said as the reddish-brown-haired girl was waking up one morning. "Thanks, Myrtle," Amy said, trying to stifle a yawn while grabbing her robe. She then walked downstairs to find her dark-haired father reading the paper. "Dad, haven't you ever heard of combs?" Amy asked, since her dad's hair was messier than anything she had seen before. "Vernon and Petunia used to always give me a hard time over my hair," he said. "Dad, how come I've never met your family? Just Mom's huge family," Amy wondered. "Amy, trust me, you don't want to meet the Dursleys. I doubt they have changed in 12 years, Harry said. "It's been that long since you've seen them," Amy said. "Not since I took the time to buy the house here in Hogsmeade with Professor Dumbledore's help," Harry said. "Do they even know about me?" Amy wondered. "I doubt it," Harry said as his wife walked in. "Morning, Harry. Happy birthday, Amy," Ginny said. "Thanks, Mum," Amy said. "Looking forward to my starting at Hogwarts this fall." "The house will be awfully quiet without you around," Ginny admitted. An owl happened to fly in the window right then. The Potters took a look at the envelope and started to worry. "Harry, this has the Hogwarts seal on it," Ginny said, handing it to her husband. "Is it my letter already?" Amy wondered. "No, it's addressed to me," Harry said. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmistress Minerva McGonagall." "McGonagall is headmistress now. Whoa," Ginny said. "I wonder who her deputy is." "Dear Mr. Potter, I hope you noticed my soon-to-be new position. I'm sending this letter to you for a reason. Harry, if you are interested, I'd like to offer you a very special position. No, I'm not offering you the job of Professor of Transfiguration. Professor Hermione Finch-Fletchley will be taking that position. The job I have in mind for you has a lot of responsibility beyond just teaching defense against the dark arts. Figuring you would stick around for a while, unlike a lot of other professors in that position, I'd like to offer you a couple other duties. A is the role of head of Gryffindor House, and B, the job of being my deputy. Sincerely yours, Professor Minerva McGonagall, Headmistress Designate. "Ugh," Amy said. "Amy, this afternoon, what say we at least go into Diagon Alley and get most of your things? We won't buy your books yet, but we will get your robes, wand, other supplies," Harry said. "What about a Nimbus 2009, or even better, a Firebolt 7, Amy said. "Amy, once I take up this position, I want to make a couple things clear. A, you won't get any special breaks from me for rule breaking and so forth. Your infractions, few as hopefully they will be, will still cost your house points. First years aren't allowed broomsticks unless the circumstances are really exceptional," Harry warned her. "Rats," Amy said, turning her back on her father and crossing her arms in front of her. "You thinking of actually taking the job?" Ginny said. "Ginny, right now I could use a good challenge," Harry said. "Judging by the high turnover rate for that job, it should qualify." A short time after breakfast, Amy was sitting on her bed, her legs pulled up close to her chest when Myrtle floated in. "Man, Amy, you look gloomer than ever," Myrtle commented. "Dad received an owl from Professor McGonagall today. It seems that once again the position of defense against the dark arts job is open. She offered it to Dad and sweetened the deal by offering him the roles of both deputy headmaster and as the head of Gryffindor House. Well, that leaves Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw as my list of what houses I'd prefer to be in," Amy said. "How come Slytherin isn't on the list?" Myrtle wondered. "I doubt I could be that sleazy and evil," Amy said. "To think I was looking forward to upholding the family tradition of living in Gryffindor until Dad got that owl." "Amy, I doubt it will be as bad as you think," Myrtle said. "Myrtle, I hope you are right, but just in case, leave a bathroom stall available for me," Amy said. "Oh boy, I hope Peeves doesn't do something real nasty when he realizes we're back," Myrtle said. "We are back. What do you mean, Myrtle? Amy wondered. Amy, let me just say this. When you were a baby, you were a bigger celebrity around Gryffindor than your dad, Myrtle said. Is there a birthday girl in the house? A voice boomed from downstairs. That voice is way too close to the ground to be Uncle Hagrid's. Besides, he would have shook the house while approaching. I bet it's Sirius, Amy said. Right then there was a knock on her bedroom door. Amy, Sirius and Remus are here, Ginny called through the door. Myrtle, is the moon full or not tonight? Amy wondered. Waning crescent, why? Myrtle wondered. Think Lupin is here with Sirius. I wanted to make sure I would be safe around him, Amy said. You should be the next full moon isn't for probably a couple weeks, since after waning crescent is new moon, Myrtle pointed out. Amy, though, headed downstairs, where she found the two guests sitting in the living room. Happy birthday, Amy, the darker-haired of the two said. Thanks, Sirius, Amy responded. Amy, every time I see you, I notice you. Much of James is in you, Remus commented. Thanks, Remus, I think, Amy said. Amy, if James and Lily were still alive, I'm sure they would be proud of their little granddaughter. You have grown into quite a little witch, Remus said. Yet Dad won't buy me a broomstick, Amy said. From what I heard, he is just getting into his new role quite nicely. Let's face it, he has a lot to try not to live up to, Remus said. How would it look if the new deputy headmaster's daughter was able to have a broom as a first year? Yeah, he has to see if he can last longer than 1 year, Sirius commented. Something not even Moony here could pull off. Sirius, be glad I don't use you for biting practice, Remus commented. Amy, I'm sure your father will do just fine. Somehow, Uncle Remus, I think you are right, Amy said. Not that it will make it any easier for me to get into the occasional mischief-making. Lunch was served right after that. Once lunch was over, Harry called Amy over. Ready to go shopping? Harry wondered. You bet, Dad, Amy said. They then went to the fireplace and used the flue powder to travel to the leaky cauldron. Up, Neville? Harry asked the new barkeep, old Tom, having passed away a couple years before. Hey, Harry, I heard a rumour Dumbledore is retiring. You hear anything about that in Hogsmeade? Neville asked his former classmate. Neville, old buddy, you are looking at the soon-to-be new deputy headmaster at Hogwarts, Harry said. I can just picture you teaching Transfiguration, Neville joked. Believe it or not, Hermione is going to be teaching Transfiguration. McGonagall pegged me for defence against the dark arts. Of course I'll be head of Gryffindor, Harry said. Amy, looking forward to living in your dad's house? Neville asked as he set a big mug of hot chocolate on the bar for her with extra whipped cream. I was until Dad became head of it, Amy said. Some birthday present. Amy, at least your dad will be right there if you need him. Not everyone can spend time with their parents while at school, Neville commented. So what good is that Mr. Longbottom if I can't take advantage of it? Amy said. Easy, kiddo, you're not supposed to, Neville commented. After Amy finished her birthday present from her dad's former classmate, they headed for the courtyard so they could go into the actual alley. Soon as they entered the alley, Amy made a beeline for Weasley's wizard Wheezes. Afternoon, Uncle Gred, Uncle Forge, Amy said, teasing her uncles. The two red-headed clowns gave her a quick look. Oh, hi, Amy. Happy birthday, Fred Weasley said. Thanks, Uncle Fred. I happened to be in the neighbourhood and figured on stopping by, Amy said. Where are your parents hiding? George Weasley asked, a sinister look on his face. Mom is at home with the wrecking crew, and Dad will probably be along eventually, Amy said. Is your dad having the house torn down or something? George wondered. No, the other wrecking crew, the dog and the wolf, Amy said. Oh, I get it now, Fred commented as the door opened and rang the bell to show Harry entering. I should have known, Harry said. Amy, I got some money from Gringotts for our shopping. Well, we better get started, Amy said. Amy, I heard the Clean Sweep 17s are pretty good, George hollered out as they left the joke shop and headed for Madame Malkin's shop. "So what kind of robes are you after today, Mr. Potter?" Madame Malkin asked. "Actually, Madame Malkin, I figured we would get a head start on buying my daughter her stuff for school," Harry said. "That you are, after all. It is only the middle of May. Most kids won't be in until July, if not August," Madame Malkin said, as she had Amy get up on a stool while she grabbed a black robe with the Hogwarts crest on it. She did a bunch of pinning and wand work. She worked fast, getting 3 sets of plain black work robes, a black pointed hat, a pair of light plum dress robes, and 2 cloaks, one black with silver buttons and a greenish-coloured one. "So where to next?" Amy wondered. "Well, I suppose we should go to the apothecary and get some potion-making stuff. I'm running low on wormroot and spider legs as it is," Harry said. While at the apothecary, Harry bought the necessary potion ingredients that were listed at the front of the beginner's potionery section of A Hogwarts Guide to Potionery by Virginia W. Potter for Amy. Amy already had a copy of the book, mainly for reference on a stand at home, suitably autographed. He also bought her dragon hide gloves there. As they were walking past Ollivander's wand shop to head for the shop where they were going to buy her scales, telescope, cauldron and files, "Why, hello there, Mr. Potter. How is the old holly and phoenix feather doing?" Ollivander asked. "Still doing good, Mr. Ollivander. I'm a mite busy right now, but I will be stopping by your shop soon," Harry promised. "Dad, what did he mean by the old holly and phoenix feather?" Amy asked as they entered the cauldron shop. "He was referring to my wand. Mr. Ollivander is the finest wand maker around. My wand came from his shop. My parents' wands came from there. I have a feeling that your mother's might be from there as well," Harry said. "Did you know who get his wand there when he started at Hogwarts?" Amy asked. As a matter of fact, he did. Main reason I know this is he mentioned how the phoenix that supplied the tail feather for my wand also supplied the phoenix tail feather in Voldemort's wand. I later learned that it was Professor Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, that supplied the feathers. Only 2 feathers were donated by Fawkes. Voldemort got one of them, and I the other," Harry said. Amy was always surprised how bravely her father said the name of the infamous dark wizard that had killed his parents. They then went into the cauldron shop. "Why, Harry Potter, how is everything in Hogsmeade?" the owner asked. "It's doing good. Came here to pick up a few things," Harry said. "I imagine your daughter will be starting Hogwarts soon," the owner commented. "This coming year," Harry said. "So what brings you by today?" the owner inquired. "Figured I would pick up most of Amy's things today before the rush. How is your supply of pewter standard-size 2 cauldrons?" Harry wondered. "I happen to have a few on hand. I tend to keep a limited supply of those on hand during the year, but the main stock of them won't be here until end of next month in preparation for the new term," the owner said. "I also have some real nice Waterford crystal files that just came in last week. Just so you know, the real nice student telescopes are out of stock right now. We will pick up the telescope later this summer when we buy her actual books," Harry said as he gathered up the proper cauldron. He decided to skip the Waterford crystal files in favour of glass ones. The Waterford were just too expensive. Amy, meanwhile, had been glancing at portable heating sources for her cauldron. "Amy, if you can get your Aunt Hermione sometime to show you how to make fire jars." "I remember she was always good at that," Harry said. "I know Myrtle told me about the time she turned one of the stalls in Myrtle's bathroom into a secret potion factory," Amy said. Soon as they left the cauldron shop, they slipped quietly into Ollivander's shop. "I knew you wouldn't be able to stay away," Ollivander gloated. "Well, I figured on saving your shop for last," Harry said. "Since yours is doing good, I imagine you are here so this little one can be wanded up," Ollivander said, holding one hand out to lightly grasp Amy's chin. Amy pulled away. "I will be needing a wand before September," Amy said. Ollivander immediately started taking all sorts of measurements. "You mainly want one for charm work, transfiguration, or what?" Ollivander wondered. "Well, I'd kind of prefer a general-purpose wand," Amy said. "After all, I'm not too familiar with charms or transfiguration as of yet." He then brought out a wand for her to try. "Birchwood and unicorn hair, 11¼ inches regular shaft," Ollivander said. "You selling a wand to a young witch or a 9-wood to a muggle?" Harry joked. The wand fizzled, as did Harry's joke. The next wand Amy tried was fur and dragonheart string. That too fizzled. After a few tries, Amy found a 13-inch walnut and unicorn hair super flexible that did the trick. "Ollivander is one warped individual," Amy commented after they left the shop. "I always thought so myself," Harry said. They then returned to the leaky cauldron, said goodbye to Neville, and headed back to the house. By this time, Ginny's parents had arrived. Also sitting in the living room was a blonde-haired girl about Amy's age. In fact, the two girls were best friends, with Amy being older than her friend by a few weeks. "Hi, Sarah, Grandma, Grandpa," Amy said. "How was Diagon Alley?" Sarah wondered. "It was good. I even have my potion ingredients for Hogwarts come next year," Amy said. "I hope you have everything," Ginny said. "All I lack are my books and a telescope. The guy at the cauldron shop was out of the student telescopes," Amy said. "It wouldn't surprise me if you already have one of the books," Mrs. Weasley said. "Which one? A Hogwarts Guide to Potionery, or a Hogwarts Guide to Beginning and Intermediate Transfiguration?" Amy asked, referencing two best-selling books that tended to be reference materials for most Hogwarts students, even if the instructor didn't actually use the book in class. "I took the time to use the list you provided in the first chapter of the beginners section to the Potionery Guide," Harry said, since Ginny had written the two books. "She should be all set then," Ginny said. Shortly before the crew sat down to dinner, two more people flew-powdered in. One was a somewhat tall female with bushy brown hair, and the other one was a curly-haired male. "So what's up, gang?" the female asked. "Oh, hi, Aunt Hermione, Uncle Justin," Amy said. "How's the old birthday going, kid?" Justin asked. Amy glared at Justin Finch-Fletchley, the only non-Gryffindor in the room among the actual graduates, since Amy and Sarah hadn't even started, and Myrtle didn't live long enough to graduate. "It's done good so far," Amy said. "I'm even close to being ready for school this coming fall." "Any idea who our professors will be when we start next fall?" Sarah wondered. "Well, I think Sinistra still teaches astronomy, and Snape might still be the potions master, unfortunately. Last I knew, Flitwick was still teaching charms and Sprout herbology," Hermione said. "I'll be teaching transfiguration. I'm not sure who the defense against the dark arts professor will be." Harry casually raised his hand. "Aunt Hermione, any idea what textbook you will use?" Amy wondered. "It's a toss-up. Emmerich Switch is a good author of transfiguration textbooks. In fact, Professor McGonagall chose the series of books by Emmerich Switch. I'll probably use A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, but recommend that students buy The Hogwarts Guide to Beginning and Intermediate Transfiguration. Believe it or not, I have a copy of that book upstairs, same as the Potionery Guide," Amy said. "I'm not surprised. You Mom put a lot of work into the Potionery Guide when she was expecting you," Hermione said. Over the next month and a half, Harry got ready for his new role at Hogwarts. Mid-July, he took a day off from getting ready for the new year and went back into Diagon Alley with Amy. Sarah's parents also went in that day. "Amy, you have the list of books needed?" Harry asked. "Yes, it's right here," Amy said, handing him the piece of parchment he had brought home the night before. "Required books for first-year students." The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic, by Batilda Bagshot. Magical Theory, by Aldebert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, by Phillida Spore. Magical Draughts and Potions, by Arsenius Jigger. The next 3 books were the ones for Harry's class. Recommended textbooks for all students. A Hogwarts Guide to Potionery, by Virginia W. Potter. A Hogwarts Guide to Beginning and Intermediate Transfiguration, by Virginia W. Potter. Well, there aren't too many books you need, Harry said. You have the Virginia Potter books already. They headed for Flourish and Blots first. Sarah was in there talking to Carly Wood and Emily Johnson. Carly had dark brown hair and a slight olivey skin, and Emily had a medium-dark complexion that her mom, a former teammate of Harry's, had supplied, even though Emily's father had a much lighter skin. Both girls were also going into their first year at Hogwarts. Amy, you familiar with the lady who wrote those 2 recommended textbooks? Carly wondered. Carly, didn't you realize that the author of those 2 books is my mom? Amy asked her. No, I didn't. I guess you already have them then, Carly said. Yeah, I do. My mom even supplied Sarah with a copy. She is kind of mad that her books aren't required since she used the curriculum at Hogwarts for each year to assemble the 2 books. Professor Finch Fletchley, though, did mention how she might occasionally assign something out of the Potter book, Amy said. Well, your mom's books are a little expensive, so I think I'll skip, Carly said. Emily decided to buy the Hogwarts Transfiguration Guide, but not the Potionery Guide. After they left the bookstore, they headed back to the cauldron shop to buy her telescope. Dad, since you and Mom will be right there, do you really think I need an owl? After all, with you there, I'll have ready access to Hedwig, Amy wondered. You do have a point, Harry said. Ready to head to the Burrow tomorrow? Harry wondered. It will be neat seeing Grandma and Grandpa. Of course it means I'll have to take the train with the other students, Amy said. You'll manage, I'm sure, Harry said. They then headed for the house. See anyone you knew at Diagon Alley? Ginny wondered. Carly Wood and Emily Johnson, Amy said. Did they pick up all their books? Ginny wondered as she was putting together small bundles of books. Amy just had to glance at the titles to see her mom was putting together bundles of Hogwarts guides. Carly decided that it wasn't worth buying your books, but Emily picked up the Transfiguration Guide, Amy said. Shouldn't be too much of a problem, Ginny said. Before she went to bed that night, she noticed her mother taking a quill to the books in one of the bundles.